And we're loading into another series, Dragon Slayers 2 against Balling Ballers. We do have an Atlas's Lab game. We have Hotshot. We have Spark of Strength. And Drop, what do you think about the comps that have been picked here?
Well, I'm not looking at the comps right now. I'm looking at the amount of hotshot pickups on the side of many Dragon Slayers. They have opted for 2 Spark of Powers, and after the Spark of Leadership was put in over Agility, I don't think Spark is as powerful as it used to be, but hey, they're securing the first point in a pretty timely manner, being up a level on the entire side of Ball and Baller, so I think they can just kind of snowball this lead and get the 3 sparks that they're looking for.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, they're trying to snowball it and trying to snowball into damage as well, right? Because their team comp baseline also has a lot of KO potential. Amy Kazan, not bad in that department. Meanwhile, Striker Kai on Kai is going to be able to hold up the midfield in terms of control. On the other hand, you have Ball and Ballers who are just very heavy on that core control front, right? With the Cell Rasmus, it's like the combination to go for. Still some damage threats, as you can see Twisty being put down to almost stagger immediately there as well, and taken out by Lufoxio. So Ball and Ballers now actually find themselves in a power play trying to take the second barrier off of Luke, but Luke walks up confidently, puts down a turret, puts down the delay, and Striker Kai with a nice Giga Blast will find the score there as well. Good point.
Yeah, I mean, Blobos is doing such a great job of kind of just shooting Twisty. Kazan is always a character that his health pool is just so low that even when you're playing characters that don't have as high damage as they had before, and especially with the Dubu Rasmus, it can be hard to find these kills, but hey, Kazan is always an option to shoot Kazan. But Ballers do need to be a bit more careful with the core. I mean, I think the getting the core up the field with the hot shot might just be enough to kind of stop Twisty from getting the core and doing some terrible things as Kazan. But if the Blobos are unable to kind of get this value out of hotshot that they've taken 3 of, the game could just be a lot harder to win.
Could be a lot harder to win, especially if you need to use 2. If you use 2 flips there as well, you don't have those anymore on the offense. You do get a KO now on Striker Kai, which gives another power play now in favor of Ball and Ballers, but that's happened before and the barrier didn't drop. We'll see if Luke's going to hold on to this barrier again, and will not only hold on to the barrier, but find one as well. Dr. Bebop almost losing the goal there as Twisty gets a nice hit-in flip coming up from Luke, but the Striker Kai Giga Blast will still be enough. A clean 3-0 set for the side of Dragon Slayers here.
Yeah, that was beautifully played from Dragon Slayers. I mean, the angle that Luke was able to find on defense using the Atlas Black hole in order to just kind of find the barrier early and almost just secure the goal immediately was very impressive. But now, the Dragon Slayers 2 are going to the trap, and there is one of the sparks they're looking for, but of course, Striker obviously pick up the team player before the Rasmus is able to pick it up. And that kind of team player is basically a hot shot just for your strike, you know? He's got a hot shot now. Let's go.
Huge value. And I feel like also the nice thing is, right, there's Spark of Leadership, but there was no real pressure for the side of Dragon Slayers to pick that up for themselves, because Twisty's going to get it as a last pick. Anyone on Ball and Ballers would just kind of grief their own draft to some degree if they were to pick it up, and that's what happened as well, right? Twisty did get that Spark of Leadership, did get that potential scale as well, and I mean, it's not a lot extra damage just off of the second spark. It's still a good amount, but you see it already. KO being found there, power play being found for Dragon Slayers, and they're just so clinical about it. Get that goal in as well to take another lead in the set.
Yeah, I mean, 150 power is nothing to scoff at, and Kazan is a character who's got a lot of things that can't scale off this power. So, especially you might just be able to run down, like, anyone that gets hit by, like, any, like, stray abilities. Like, 1 Kai Giga can put you in range, just kind of die to the rest of Kazan's kit. Could look scary for Bam here, but a great dash hook from Twitch managing to secure the first barrier, and things are looking scary, but Striker barely misses the strike barrage, but a great Kazan pop from Twisty. And they're looking to collapse in the corner, and a great pass from Twisty up into the turret, and they're able to secure the second point without even popping Luke's flip in the offense there.
Yeah, and it's important as well that you have that flip still, because now you can play that flip aggressively together with that super surge on Luke, maybe get a jump up front, a good cyber swipe, can put yourself in a position to get that flip to secure a barrier, if not maybe even a double barrier, right? We're still in that lap, it can very much happen, but for now, the first barrier is going to be taken by the side of Balling Ballers. They're trying to get the second one here set up as well. Flip comes out from Luke defensively now, so no offensive value on that flip, but it sets up a nice attack now for Striker Kai and Twisty as they're whittling down on Lufoxio's HP there, trying to get the value, trying to get that KO going as well. They do get the bottom barrier first. Dr. Bebop not able to cover both of the barriers there, but again, we're on a 2-barrier map. We don't really care about the first one that much. Striker Kai about to be taken out will get flipped, but not flipped off the map cleanly there. Still has a flip on his own. Will use it here as well, as the pendulum swing from Bam will actually get that KO, but Twisty returns it swiftly. 2v2 situation now. Lufoxio, Dr. Bebop both have a flip soon, but the barrier will be found with Luke. Again, great aggressive play on his Amy, getting involved up front, making it difficult to defend as they're kind of facing 3 forwards at the same time. Almost Giga Blast finding the goal there as well, but gets defended cleanly. Flip coming out from Lufoxio. And still no goal found. Second barrier is still alive on the side on Dragon Slayers as well. And the glitch pop will find it. Dr. Bebop not using that flip in time there. And that's going to be the second set for Dragon Slayers. And not a single goal yet for Balling Ballers. Looking a bit rough.
Yeah, I mean, Luke and Striker Kai are just playing such good defense that even though that the core control of Estelle Razes is able to get up the field for the side Balling Ballers, they're doing such a great job at holding their abilities and getting it out to kind of save their abilities for offense using just strikes. And when you've got a team of Kai, Kazan, and Amy, even on the defensive goalie Dube, it could be extremely hard to hold these, especially when Amy is now picking up a Timeless to make this turret even scarier to deal with.
Really unfortunate awakening choices here, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, a bit awkward for Sharkai to pick up the size, but I guess they're denying the double size from Dubu. And Kazan picking up his own size pickup. Of course, everyone knows the first size on Kazan is extremely scary, and Twisty's been able to make it to set 3 with 2 wins on the side of Dragon Slayers without getting their size. So this is an extremely big power spike for the side of the Balling Ballers, and or not the Balling Ballers, the Dragon Slayers. But hey, Twisty's still getting run down. The game plan to fight against Kazan has not changed, and a great, unfortunate Giga from Striker Kai manages to take the second barrier while he's looking to move up the field, tries to find a kill on Twisty's barely unable to get it. That's the Razos nerfs from about like 2 weeks ago, guys. Well, that's like way longer ago actually, but Twisty is able to get unstaggered, and Dr. Evil forced to use the somersault to save the barrier, and Dragon Slayers is just kind of looking real rough here, but got 2 flips but no barriers, and against the open net against a Rasmus Estelle, it could be so scary, especially as an Amy. But a great flip from Striker Kai managed to secure this second barrier, and now it's Twisty on the open net.
Gonna try to get that core in, but can't quite find the angle. The recovery drone now procced off of Striker Kai as Luke and Twisty play together. They're trying to get an attack going, but Dr. Bebop holds on quite nicely there. Not in real danger of going in, as Striker Kai is just fighting for his life at this point. The Giga Blast coming out. Flip has to come out from Dr. Bebop. Almost gets it past Luke, but he will get back in time. And unfortunately, the Dubu secondary will not connect to that core there as Dragon Slayers take themselves another goal.
Yeah, an unfortunate missed roll from Dr. Bebop. The defense at that point played by Balling Ballers is quite strong, but unfortunately, the one mistake on defensive goalie means that you just lose the possession of the core entirely. Unfortunately, it goes in, but a great open primary from Twisty manages to find the 150 power kill that this Kazan should be able to find like way more. A great hook from the side of Bam is able to get it out. Dr. Bebop, Dubu defensive goalie, all it takes is 1 log to get it out there, and there's nothing that Striker Kai can do about it. And a beautiful secondary from the side of Bam, and a great layering of the flipping primer from Lufox here. And you know what they say, it only starts with a trickle. This might be with the ball and needs to get back into this game.
Yeah, important goal, and you want to keep that momentum now, right? Trying to go back into this game, trying to keep that pressure up. But Dragon Slayers 2 just immediately answering, actually. A really strong offense at the bottom there. Twisty has a flip available as well on this Kazan. We'll see if she's going to use it or not. Doesn't use it just yet, as the attack still has not slowed down. Luke with a nice cyber swipe will keep up that pressure there, making use of that eject goalie, being that nuisance to deal with, as the Dubu Tofu Fortress will come out. The KO being found by Twisty there. So now power play in favor of Dragon Slayers 2, and they will just use that flip, passes up to Striker Kai and secure the goal. Not wasting much time, just getting the goal in and putting themselves now 1 goal away from taking his first game.
Yeah, Twisty is putting Kazan so much. We're kind of ignoring the defensive abilities of Dubu, just kind of getting around all these strong defensive abilities, using Kazan's kind of free flow offense, able to find another kill at the open primary. The double spark plus build different is really paying off, and unfortunate snipe from Luke's denies Striker Kai from his flip and trying to move it out the field to accelerate this power play. Pops the black hole. Striker Kai gets it through, Bam, into Lufox, and all of Dragon Slayers managed to make it to the corner, but unable to get through. And now it's up to Twisty to find a barrier, and able to find it with a strong hook strike. And Luke's loses the double barrier to Estelle Rasmus. And then moving upfield, Luke does have the flip. Opts to pop it. Is denied by Bam. But it's not out yet for the side ballers. And Lufox pops the flip. Dr. Bebop goes down and is now up to Lufox and Bam to defend the 2v3 in the power play.
Yeah, but they're holding on pretty nicely. They're able to keep the core away. They're able to not allow Dragon Slayers 2 to really get a proper attack set up for themselves. And they gave enough time for Bebop to not be back on the map. Striker Kai and Twisty still holding up the offense pretty strongly, though. Core control solidly in the hands of Dragon Slayers 2 as the black hole actually comes back. And now Twisty taken off the map. Power play in favor of Ball and Ballers. They're trying to now hopefully get this core in and put themselves in a set point situation as the strike comes out from Bam and finds the angle. What a snipe, making sure that neither Striker Kai or Luke are going to be able to get there in time. And more importantly, Bam will hold on to the flip here as well and will hopefully be able to use this efficiently in this 0.5.
Yeah, it was a beautiful strike placed from Bam. Is able to find another barrier. He's kind of popping off on the core control right now. But it's now kind of waiting for it to get up to the field. Both Dr. Bebop and Lufox kind of stuck in the corner against the Kazan. Very scary spot to be in. Bam is able to get up to the field. Uses a hook to deny Striker Kai his strike. But the flip is denied from the layered defense from Luke and Striker Kai. So she's moving up the field. Dr. Bebop is trying to get involved on the offense here, but it's looking really scary. All it takes is one slip up against like Akai and Kazan, and the core could just go flying past you. Bebop attempts to find the Quangle and manages to get Striker Kai's flip out instead. And they find the first barrier, and Ball and Ballers is looking like they might be able to take the set.
Yeah, looking really good, actually. Getting a little bit more collected and organized on the attack there as well, as Bebop will lose a barrier there, though. But Bebop will have a flip soon. Lufoxia will have one soon as well. Luke comes up and gets his flip out on his own there, as Bebop will have to answer with his own. The only flip on the field now, Lufoxia trying to get an angle there on the Estelle, but not able to find it. The attack still building, as Dragon Slayers 2 are just not giving up that pressure. The KO being found. 2 KOs being found for Dragon Slayers 2. Bam now will have to do miracle work to hold on to this point. Twisty has a flip as well. They do just flip and get the goal in. Extremely solid attack in the end there for Dragon Slayers 2 as they get themselves a clean 3-0 victory.
Yeah, I mean, we weren't seeing that many kills come out of that game, but in the last point, Dragon Slayers has shown that they picked up 2 sparks of strength, and they've got a Super Surge Aimi, and they're going to put it to use. Managed to secure the ace to close out the game. And I mean, it was a pretty dominant performance from the side of Dragon Slayers. There was some signs of life from the side of Ball and Ballers in the last set, but they're unable to close out that last set. And it is a 3-0 to the side of Dragon Slayers.
Ballers.
Cool. Guys, I don't think Dubu was the pick, to be honest.
I don't think Dubu really was that great. Yeah.
And we're back going into Clarion Corp in the series of Ball and Ballers versus Dragon Slayers 2. This time on a Super Surge start, but actually only 2 players this game have opted to Super Surge. And we got all the forwards running up with a pair of sunglasses with the Spark of Focus. Only Dr. Bebop on the Dash Range Vice and Luke on the Super Surge Vice. Kind of opposite ideas of what to do with this Super Surge. One side's just kind of looking to keep the speed up and keep possession, and Luke just wants to kill people. But
yeah, murder's easy, you know. If you have the abilities, you can just go for it. So we'll see how well they're going to be able to do that. As the attack is starting actually in favor of the side of Ball and Ballers this time around. Both barriers down on the side of Dragon Slayers. Second one still up for Falling Ballers, and also I just want to point out, incredibly annoying for Luke to defend because they're going into a stealth record. It's not really a very fun team comp to defend against.
Yeah, it's not looking very fun for anyone on the side of Dragon Slayers. I mean, both Twisty and Striker Kai looking extremely low against this lizard with a shotgun, kind of just running at them right now, even with flip, but unable to secure the middle orb. Striker Kai kind of has a lot of health to work with now, and attempts to strike barrage through Mako, but this character is just too balanced, is able to defend it all. And a beautiful flip from the side of Bam is managed to secure the kill on Striker Kai, and an ultimate on the other side of the map to hit Twisty. The gameplay of just shooting the other team is looking strong. But Bam and Lufox able to get some great passages, able to force the flip out of Luke. And Dr. Bebop has another Mako secondary coming up, but is able to be denied by Twisty. Strike brush away from Striker Kai. But again, I mean, This Dracar character, yeah, like guys, fun fact, we were kind of making fun of it, but it is doing a lot of damage right now.
It's doing a very surprising amount of damage, actually. And to top it off, right, with Estelle Ricard, they have such a strength around the midfield area, just contesting the core continuously and not really giving a good area to attack for the side of Dragon Slayers 2. And even if they somehow get it past that midfield, you're met with a Mako still, right? Like, yes, she's been hit with nerfs, but she's still pretty strong on the defensive end. Like, not much has changed around that front, so... it's gonna be a question of whether Dragon Slayers 2 are gonna be able to find any kind of like consistent good setup to take these barriers, because if you're not finding it, I feel like over time Ballers will just be much more consistent and just find the barriers faster than you, because your defensive strength is a Vice, which, you know, great character but not really known for one-on-one defense.
Yeah, but hey, even though we keep the core up, the damage side of the Ballers, like the longer these points go on, the more that Bam is able to just strike shotgun through players and is able to find a great strike despite getting stunned towards the bottom side of the net. And the Dracar is just getting so much value. These ults are getting so much damage, and when you have both a Dracar and Estelle, the longer these points go on, the more primaries you're eating, and the Mako damage, while it's low, it's way higher than Dubu. Like, eating these primaries is kind of nothing that you can kind of ignore against Mako, especially when you have to play so close to her sometimes. But really, it is just this onslaught of abilities. So that there's a bunch of hitboxes coming off the side of the Ball. The Striker Kai, of course, is looking very low again, but Twisty's able to get the core up. A great barrage from the side of Striker Kai. He's able to kind of secure the second barrier. And Loot Fox is looking for a play with the flip, and a strike shotgun and just secured the last barrier. It's not looking for even point.
Looking like an even point. We'll see if they're going to be able to get the score on Dr. Bebop here, but still, Lufoxia and Bam just doing a good job holding that core, making it difficult for the side of Dragon Slayers to set up, but in the end, good positioning from the side of Dragon Slayers will actually get them the goal here. Striker Kai will find it, and it is going to be that second barrier that's kind of like the make or break situation for the side of Dragon Slayers 2, because getting that second barrier off of the Mako is going to be 10 times more difficult than trying to get an open goal going. So it's incredibly important that they can find it, and whenever they do find it, obviously they also translate it into the goal like they did this time around, as the damage will again come through. Twisty now has a flip offensively, will not use it yet. The flip coming out a little bit late from Dr. Bebop, so open goal again, and very unfortunate there. Core just going into the net slowly there. Dr. Bebop and Lufoxia maybe having a little bit of a miscommunication there, neither of them going for that core.
And neither of them really wanted to walk up there. I mean, Twisty was throwing out so many abilities for that stop, so they were trying to get away from the Kazan open abilities, but Twisty is able to find the first barrier with a dash pop setup. But on this bounce house, anything can happen. And when you're playing a character like Vice, who doesn't really have as great defensive abilities, you kind of like being able to get the core out so easily with these bumpers. But it kind of goes both ways. I mean, these bumpers kind of lets Lufox accelerate the play so fast as to get the second barrier, and things are looking super scary for the side Dragon Slayers now. I mean, and you know what, Ballers, they've got a Mako sitting on the second barrier. They're looking pretty happy over here.
They're incredibly solid here. The Striker Kai even has to use the flip there defensively, which you would love to have for the offense, because you're going to have to find a way past this Mako, right? Which is not going to be an easy task if you have something like a Kai and a Kazan up front, who don't really have like a great forcing tool against just like a secondary being there. So it is difficult for them to do it, and on the other hand, it's difficult for Luke to defend, as the consistent pressure from Bam and Lufoxia will actually be enough to get that goal there. So, important set for the side of Ballers. And keep in mind as well, we have a Spark start, and that Spark of Agility, that's one of the quickest hovers I've seen in a while.
Yeah, I mean, the Spark Agility is one thing, but getting the CDR Spark on Dracar, someone who has prime time kind of just built in, that's going to be a lot more shotguns coming out. And when you're already taking as much damage as the side of Dragon Slayer 2, that's not something you want to see, but hey, Strike High recognizes that and picks up the Reptile Remedy, which I think is actually going to be huge, especially on Kai. The character who kind of strikes the ball a lot to begin with. I mean, the Strike High might just be unkillable now.
might just be unkillable, which is a great thing, but in the terms of damage, Twisty and Luke also opting for explosive entrance and specialized training respectively. So while Striker Kai is going to be able to stay on the map a bit longer, Luke and Twisty are going to make sure that the side of Bowling Ballers have a more difficult time staying on the map, and really good aggressive play from them there will also get them the goal. Twisty not being taken out even though staggered, which is a great starting point now for the side of Dragon Slayers too.
Yeah, Dynasty just does a great job kind of keeping the core up there, making it so that they couldn't, the side of Ball and Ballers couldn't really spend their abilities to play to secure the kill. They're kind of forced to spend it on defense, while all of Dragon Slayers were kind of just able to spend their abilities just kind of hitting the core and the other players, which is always optimal. But Dragon Slayers is able to pick up the first kill and barrier of this point, and they're looking, they want this set back. They lost their first set of this game, and they want revenge. They don't want this game. They want this game to kind of go like last one, and end it quickly.
Yeah, they're playing incredibly aggressive. That's where the Vice pick will shine as well, right? Vice doesn't do well if the core is stuck in your own defensive half. So they're just making sure that Luke plays as aggressively as possible, that Striker Kai and Twisty just cover all the other angles that are still open there. Just like there as well, Twisty just being that presence at the bottom, and then she kind of just gets the core there, is able to just poke it into the bottom there. And as long as that core is going to stay in the half of Bowling Ballers, it's going to be very difficult for them to really play it out, because that Vice is going to suffocate the defense together with the Kai and the Kazan. So they need to get the core out of their half as much as possible and try to keep it in enemy half, because with enough sustained attacks, then the side of Bowling Ballers will be able to get past that defensive Luke for sure.
Yeah, enough strike shotguns, enough to kill anybody. And as long as Drakar is able to keep the core with him, you can get more value out of these shotguns. But a beautiful pass from Luke is able to get it straight to Twisty in a round Bebop strike. And Dragon Slayers 2 has taken this second set very decisively with a 3-0. It's now Twisty first up in draft, possibly looking for a Spark Deny. But there's a lot of scary things for Kazan here, and also a lot of scary things for Side Ball Balls. I'm looking at prime time for Kazan, but also team player could be picked up by Dr. Bebop, and that's what we're seeing.
Bit difficult to say where everything's going to go, honestly. You have size for Kazan, you have team player, you have Sparkle Leadership, which you do not want to go down to BAM, though. So yeah, that's going to have to be picked up by Striker Kai. Going to share a little bit of cooldowns there. But Bulk Up's still a pretty solid pickup for BAM either way. Other than that, the 1-2 punch going to help a little bit with damage from Fight or Flight. Still a very funny awakening overall. Definitely going to do a lot of work for Lufoxio in that movement speed and survivability department as well, helping getting more of those secondaries. But again, Dragon Slayers 2 just immediately firing out of all gates, getting a KO, getting both barriers, almost getting Lufoxio there as well. They're trying to set themselves up, get that other KO as well. BAM trying to get this 1v3 going, but yeah, it's very difficult to play out.
That was an extremely explosive point from Dragon Slayers. Kind of just, if you're getting, not only getting a barrier fast, but also just kind of getting the damage racked up as they were doing. Able to find 2 kills extremely quickly. Something that Vice really likes to see, getting so much value out of these primaries and secondaries. Just kind of running down the other team, but so the Ball and Ballers do not want that point to go as it did last time. They're able to get them for both barriers first, kind of collapsing in that corner. And it's not up to Dragon Slayers to kind of find the second barrier, but they're, again, so much damage from Vice when they can get it in on the corner. And even though Dragon Slayers or Ball Ballers do have the first 2 barriers, things are starting to look pretty scary in the damage department. Eating one too many Vice abilities could just end this point.
Could end it at any point, honestly, because there's a lot of damage already spread across the set of Bowling Ballers. Lufoxio, more notably as well, does not have an evade to work with. It has it 1 now, but wouldn't want to waste it almost immediately there either. BAM will get a flip soon on the Strakar, and is going to try to avoid using evades here as well, trying to get that farmed up to use it, but Luke will just get the flip out himself there. Another flip coming out from Striker Kai, but extremely well defended from Dr. Bebop there, against all of that pressure being mounted up against them. And now BAM up front on the Strakar, and will just find the angle. Really strong defense and a really great attack from BAM there as well to even out the set.
Yeah, that was a kind of a great counterattack from Snowball. Bebop's doing so well defending against all these flips and abilities, and there's managed to get up to BAM, who's able to secure the point beautifully against a Vice with Snowblades. And when you got flipped, that's not something you want to miss. But a shotgun, ult shotgun, manages to kind of just take Striker Kai out, kind of in the middle of the field. The car damage is being shown that if you're kind of without evade against this lizard and he's got full abilities, that's a lot of knockback and damage that you're taking. And they would use that power play to get the second barrier, and it's now up to the Dragon Slayers to kind of make this, take back this point if they can try.
Gonna be a bit difficult for them to really set themselves up though, because they're now gonna have to deal with an open goal, which means Luke can't really get himself as aggressively involved as he would like to. Still holds on to the point for now, as Bam's taking a lot of damage as well. Giga Blast coming up from Striker Kai, but doesn't find the core the way he was planning it to. Lufoxio, no evades, maybe also a target in terms of kills, but right now Bam is just trying to do everything he can up front with the Drakkar. Not going to be able to find the goal just yet, though. The defense from the side of Dragon Slayers 2 still holding on really well. The Giga Blast will get the core out, and we're getting close to a lot of flips here, but still, the defense is actually really effective here for the side of Dragon Slayers 2, considering they have to deal with a Vice, right, on a defensive end, which is not the easiest to defend with.
Yeah, but as we say that, immediately that entire point was going so long that they were just waiting to get his flip again, and it was just like the last time. He just pops that flip, and Vice, when she's just kind of spent all her abilities looking to damage the other team, there's not much she can do, but out of range of the core flip, out of range of strike, kind of forced to watch it go in, and it kind of go next point there. But if the Dragon Slayers can kind of get the points like they did the first point in this set, and just kind of run over the side of Blobos before they have time to kind of find their footing and get a kind of stable offense going, they're able to just kind of take these points so quickly.
Able to find them for sure. Right now we're in a pretty even state though on this bouncy castle, right? You do have a second barrier actually now going down on the side of Bowling Ballers. Twisty up front now trying to play around with that Kazan, but not able to find the attack she wants to, as the unfortunate bounce will also take the barrier off of Luke. Flip has to come out here now, as they do need to find the score, and the nice poke from Twisty will actually get a goal. And I haven't paid attention to how many goals she scored this game already, but she's starting to go into that brawler position, because fun fact, if you didn't notice game one, I don't think she got a single goal. I think it was all Luke and Striker Kai.
Nope, just the complete passive core control Kazan, where, you know, just pass to your teammates, you know? No need to hook to yourself, and you can just get the core away from you.
Well, definitely. The attack's still going very strong for the side of Dragon Slayers too, though. The barrier not dropping. Dr. Bebop doing a really good job defensively, and an even better job from Bam up front now to take both of the barriers out. Now Dragon Slayers 2 under pressure to get this barrier. Luke getting involved up front as well, and they will find the second barrier. Cooldowns are going to run low on the side of Dragon Slayers 2, though, and Lufoxia will have a flip as well. So the attack is starting to be built for the side of Bowling Ballers. Flip comes out to evade some damage there, as they're still trying to get the attack going, and it's being contested continuously. Neither side's really getting a really strong setup to get the core in, but both of them are just kind of like eyeing each other, waiting for that one team to make that mistake that could give them the goal. And right now, the side of Dragon Slayers 2 are being tested continuously, because the core has not left their half in the past, like, 20 seconds.
Yeah, for sure, and it continues to be on their side, but as that's all happening, the power in the middle has been farmed, but it doesn't matter, because all it takes is one crazy Clarion Corp angle, and it just flies past Luke. And the side Bombers are able to find this third set. They're going into this draft, and there's a lot of things that both sides want here. I mean, Missile Prop Drakkar is a pretty game-changing awakening for that character. The shotgun just, it basically doubles its range and its effectiveness, and of course, 20% more damage is like to scoff at. But hey, more size on Kazan, I don't think anyone's ever complained about that, unless you're on the other team.
I don't think there's anything to complain about in that regard either. And you get even more damage, you get heavy impact on Estelle, a Deadeye on Vice, you get more speed on Striker Kai here, and a little bit more size for Dr. Bebop. I do feel like everyone's kind of walking away from this pretty happy with everything that they kind of wanted. I do just, again, want to highlight though, Missile Prop Drakkar, that's going to be very difficult to defend against, because you already pointed that out earlier, double Spark with the Drakkar, one of them being Spark of Focus, so that shotgun's going to be up a lot, and now it's going to be almost twice as big. Yeah, it's not going to be the easiest to defend against, but again, you don't need to defend against it if you're just scoring, and that seems to be the game plan of Dragon Slayers 2 right now, as they're in the attack still. Luke using that Vice secondary aggressively as well, trying to get involved. The Giga Blast finding its way onto the core as well, but the goal's still not found yet, as an unfortunate strike from Luke will actually take one barrier out. Bam now trying to set up and get the second as well. That ultimate coming out just right. The nice strike from Striker Kai will actually hold on to the point there though, and is going to try to get himself involved with that flip. Positions himself in the center of the attack. It doesn't even have to use it, because Swifty and Luke just Twisty and Luke just do such a great job on the attack there to force it through the bottom.
Yeah, beautiful collapse on the bottom side from Twisty and Luke. And hey, keeping this flip on the Kai is so important, but it popped and unfortunately immediately slapped away from Mako. Not a character you can kind of just flip into easily, which has so many abilities. It kind of shuts the core down. It kind of ignores the flip. But they're able to layer their strikes on offense to get it through Dr. Bebop here. And Luke is sitting pretty with two barriers and of course a full flip on the Vice. And this ult coming up it kind of forces Dr. Bebop to take the strike or lose. But really, I'm gonna be honest, I don't really see any good way to get out there.
I don't think there is a way to get out there. Like, either you just take the damage and pray you get a strike, or it's just gonna go through it anyways. Really good ability usage from Luke there. More importantly, again, another attack where Luke didn't have to use the flip, so he can use it now to get the second barrier off to Dr. Bebop so swiftly as they're trying to get themselves a quick set to win here and force a set 5. We'll see if they're gonna actually find it as well, though, because both the barriers did drop on their defense as well. Bam now trying to make use of the Strakar, trying to be that nuisance up front, and the core is gonna find its way into the net as well. A nice piercing shot from Lufoxio sends it to Bam, and Bam finds the angle to secure themselves another goal.
That was very big for the momentum of the Ballers. I mean, the set 2, we saw that if they can get away with it, the Dragon Slayers are down to just take these sets super quickly before the Ballers have a chance to react. But they're able to just kind of slow this set down, get their point, and if they can just take their time, get the score in the corner, and start hitting people back, that I think the Ballers can they're able to find their footing and just kind of stop Dragon Slayers from taking the game too.
Yeah, most definitely, but the barrier's still not going to be found on both sides here, as Evade has to come out from Lufoxio. Bam taking a lot of damage here as well. Twisty will use Twisty will use the flip up front. The flip coming out from Striker Kai now as well. It actually finds the barrier as well, and the Giga Blast will come through and mix up the strike timings from the defense from Ballers, forcing us into a set 5 and giving us a first pick for the Kai. Potentially more speed. I feel like there's still more in the draft.
Oh, no speed to be found, unless you count Twin Drive just meaning that he gets more secondaries up, which is something that I wouldn't want to see against Dr. Bebop, but Striker has opted to pick up the Spark of Strength with the leadership. That's 3 sparks on the side of Dragon Slayers, but denying the extra away from Vice, and Twin Drive picked up on the Estelle, but unfortunately, Drakkar is not left for anything great. Ball looking like kind of the biggest loser of this draft, but hey, it could go either way.
Can go either way, but again, just a lot of damage being picked up now for the side of Dragon Slayers too. If they find their ability hits here, that's gonna hurt quite a bit. Kazan sitting... Actually, wait, funnily enough, Striker Kai is sitting at 170k, 170 damage, so those barrages and those Giga Blasts can do quite a bit of damage if they stack up, and again, you have a Vice and a Kazan behind you. So that's Chaos is gonna be a bigger concern now for the side of Ballers, but as it stands right now, game state pretty even, both finding one barrier. Lufoxio almost being taken out, put out the stagger now, and Bam taking a lot of damage as well, but the second barrier is gonna be found if Bam's gonna be able to get an aggressive push on the Strakar here. They might be able to find the goal before anyone dies, but no, they do not. The barrier now drops. Surely, no, it's being held on. No, it does go down. And Twisty now in front of the net together with Striker Kai is going to be able to get that goal confirmed. Doesn't even need to pass Striker Kai. Just a clean mix-up from the Kazan will be enough.
Yeah, I mean, like you said in the draft, the side of Dragon Slayers, they're kind of identifying their win condition. They picked up Prize Fighter on Kazan and Adrenaline Rush on Vice, and they're looking to just they're finally looking to find these kills and kind of snowball that lead to just kind of take the set before that the Ballers have any chance to find their footing with their kind of more core control-esque setup. But hey, they've also figured out, hey, shooting Kazan, it's always a valid option. Damn, deny the orbs, but Lufox is so low in the midfield. And the scariest thing right now is that you could get killed by Vice, which means she does get the Adrenaline Rush proc. But Twisty is staggered, but Luke pops the flip to secure the second barrier, and there's still a couple more seconds of this power play. Dr. Bebop opting to pop the secondary, kind of make sure Bam can deny the space, but Bam is still so low. And the 3 prize fighters Kazan, that's 182 power, and of course, I mean, if you're looking at this Vice build, that's Spec 1-2 Deadeye, and of course on Adren. It could be so hard to kind of not die here.
So hard to, if not impossible, right? Because there's gonna be abilities tossed around all the time, and at one point you're gonna have to take something, right? So by some miracle, Bam actually held on to life there, gets taken out now by Striker Kai in the end, and Lufoxio probably gonna follow suit. Luke, again, not finding the strike timing there, but doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter if you're in a 3v1 situation. Striker Kai puts it away. Dr. Bebop still has a flip, but that might also just paint a target on your back. So not sure if that's gonna help.
That is now 0-2 for Dragon Slayers, but Bam does not care and finds the shotgun ult to take Striker Kai out. But Twisty's also able to find a double barrier in the process. Kazan, of course, so strong at find, despite being alone, is able to kind of make these own plays happen himself. But Dr. Bebop is kind of trying to keep the core up the field and into a place where Bam likes to play. In the corner, and this orb is going down. It is actually Luke who picks it up, and that is 178 power on Luke, and a flip walking up the field, kind of using his ult to kind of keep space here, but that's just to lose the barrier in the process. But still, so much damage from the side of Dragon Slayers that Bam is looking, he's got no evade left, and if Vice finds one good ability here, that could just mean a Adrenaline Rush, and that could just mean the set and game.
Yeah, we'll see if they can find it though. There's gonna be a lot of energy on the side of Dragon Slayers too, and a KO gets found as well. The recovery drone will come back, but not in time, as Twisty will actually find that goal in the end. I feel like that like Dragon Slayers 2, they got a very deserving win now, a very deserving series win as well. And even though the side of Balling Ballers keeping up so well defensively, in the end that 5th set kind of was just too much. The damage just added up too much, and you couldn't really play on your core anymore as much as you wanted. That Vice, that Kazan, both just stacking damage. Luke with 46,000 damage in the end there. Yeah, it's just difficult to deal with and play around.
Yeah, I mean, the damage engine coming off of Luke is just so high, and, you know, even though the damage of both Kai and Kazan aren't that high, I mean, that kill confirm, it's a little scary. Barrage is really hard to not die to, and of course, Kazan hook, like how scary it is at the core, is also as scary when you are staggered. Able to kind of use that to really crit effects to kind of close out that game with such a powerful damage game. Also, 207 redirects on both Twisty and Luke. Beautiful.
That's what you need. Good teammate synergy. But yeah, with that, Dragon Slayers 2 actually continuing on their unbeaten run. Now 4-0 in the season, just continuing to look like those title contenders in this league. Very strong show for them.
What is good, everyone? Heavy Metal Gundam's going to be joining us today to face off against the Starbreakers. We're coming out. It looks like Starbreakers going to be on a lot of their signature characters here, but they have a bit of an uphill battle right now. They're staying 0-3 right now in the standings. Heavy Metal Gundam 1 and 2, but that being said, a big asterisk. The only teams that Heavy Metal Gundam have lost to are currently still undefeated in the regular season. So Dragon Slayers 2 and Atlas's diversified resume. So this is the first time that I think that Heavy Metal Gundam is going to be facing a team kind of, they're picking on some of their own size this time, and we'll see if that actually goes their way or if Starbreakers actually gets their first win here of the regular season. We are hitting that halfway point. So now it is absolutely lock-in territory for basically any team on the bottom half of the standings.
Oh my gosh, what a great kill there from Zay with that flip, managing to absolutely just eliminate Jay from the field, but the Starbreakers are actually holding up pretty well. Tragic pushing up with the flip though, and Zay finally wins the strike war on the goal line. And that's the quick start from Heavy Metal Gundam that we kind of expected.
Yeah, I think just about that. I think a good time to take a look at the Awakenings as well, or Replicator, which is been something that I think has really hit its stride, especially during the kind of starting half of our break week. It feels like it's a it's become kind of known as this very good universal awakening to take. Obviously, it's going to be a little bit better on goalies, but even on the midfield or the brawler, if you really have nothing else to pick, it can provide a lot of value. And I think with the momentum boots as well here on this era, Tragic could really contest a lot of his own as well as the midfield orbs, and that's going to give a big energy advantage. I think coming out to HMG, and Juliet especially is going to be using these flips. Not only can she use it for scoring, but also to extend her dash punch combo, which I think is going to be a lot. Oh, wow. Very, very scary clear coming out from Dave and Jay, but they get it through, though they're not out of the woods yet. Just Logan, unfortunately not able to really interact with the play in the core. Sent into the bottom half in between Jay and Dave. 2-0 already for HMG.
And like while the Orb Replicator is such a good generalist option, the Colossus on Zay is going to make getting those Juliet kills a lot easier early on, and even Doxy on this Amy gets a lot of bonus to her Cyber Swipe from that impact. It's so good, it's just solid choice for her. And is the energy really going to catch up from Jay? I don't really think so, and we're seeing the pressure that Heavy Metal Gundam are still able to put out here. Tragic finally losing a barrier, but when it takes 30 seconds to lose a barrier when you're playing Era Goalie, that means you're winning.
Yeah, absolutely agreed right now, and it looks like Zay Forever, I feel like I just got a sense of deja vu, as immediately gets that final barrier, finds the flip right in front of the net, and immediately sinks it in. HMG, an incredibly dominant first set of the series here. Zay Forever looking at that size, looking at that 1-2 punch. We'll see what he ends up taking.
Yeah, I feel like the 1-2 punch is going to come up. It is actually Big Fish. Making sure to have that extra health, the extra size just makes this Julie so much harder in the box for a ranged goalie like Finny to deal with. And the 1-2 dropping down to Juno and Castellas to Era, a lot of people got what they wanted in this draft.
Yep, definitely agreed. I think there's a world where Tragic denies the Super Surge from just Logan so that he'd have a fully denied draft on the Kazan. Ended up not going for that, just wanted the power spike that came with the Castellas, which, you know, against a Kazan, you know, getting rid of that size and speed for a very long amount of time can be incredibly helpful. Especially, again, that 0.3 second beam, not what it once was, but still very easy to hit. As right now, HMG's pressure is just non-stop, it feels like. The minute it gets in front of Dave's hand, it really feels like he's got Doxy and Zay Forever right in front of him the entire time, and they are not letting the core get past them.
Heavy Metal Gundam are just playing so well at abusing the ranged goalie here. Atlas or like the Hubu would be like fine in this situation. They have some more escape tools, but because it's Tiffany, because they have this generalist midfielder in Juno, they can't really put that much pressure on him And even right there, Zay with a flip, Doxy following up just in case, but Zay gets it past him anyway. And again, Heavy Metal Gundam are running away with this game.
Yeah, it just feels like every point has been, I don't think it's hit overtime in this game. I could be wrong. It might have hit overtime for like a point or two. But it feels like the minute it's defensive. I mean, look at this. It's already scary clears coming through for Dave. And even though they might get maybe a barrier here from Jay, maybe two even, it just feels like it's incredibly hard for Dave to hold. Yeah, right there. Zay Forever gets it for a nanosecond, immediately gets the goal. And now, Tragic, Doxy, and Zay Forever are all pressuring this goal here. The Flame Flurry comes out, the punch comes through. Flip, unfortunately, got a whiff, and the play's still not over. Zay Forever, a good strike bottom side, means that Jay has to bunker up here. Just Logan not able to really interact with his play too, has to respect it. The flip now comes through from Tragic. The flip for the KO coming out from Zay, and another set just ends with HMG absolutely pulverizing Starbreakers.
Why was Tragic up there? Tragic was literally on the offense, the other goal line. He just ran up there and flipped, and they couldn't do anything. That's the level of pressure that Zay and Doxy are able to put out with Tragic's help here. And bulk up to the Julie just means there's not really anything Dave can do to keep Zay off of him.
Yeah. And I mean, look at this draft. This draft is, I mean, this is like beyond Exodia. This is like turbo Exodia, like super Exodia. Like evil, fucked up Exodia.
Pretty rude.
Yeah. Look at the Zay Forever build, by the way. I mean, Might of the Colossus, Big Fish, Hulk up. I mean, that is just a stat stick of human being that has come to kill you. And it feels like Doxy, right? Fight or flight as well. Very happy with his hotshot on the Aimi as well. And not to mention Tragic with a glass cannon. Something that basically is just Era's entire playstyle. That being said, gets KO'd here. Doxy with a good save though on the flip side. But even though it really feels like it's the first time Starbreakers have gotten pressure so far this game, it only really came off of something that was kind of lucky, and these builds are disgusting.
Yeah, it doesn't really seem like it's going to slow down. Even though Tragic is somehow level 4, actually Logan again, the same thing with that open primary, getting the kill onto Doxy as well. But that doesn't mean anything if they can't get it past, because Just Logan does in fact get it through Tragic. The Juno climb almost sends it in, but we're back and it's overtime. Pushing forward, the flip combined with the Era Tornado manages to take out Just Logan. Doxy is setting Zay up, but the poor gets out of there. Great defense here from Starbreakers. Here's the flip. Not the best angle from Jay. Pretty neutral state for a second here, and then a lot of pressure and a great, that's 1-2. That's Juno hitting it straight into the corner, and Jay gets the first goal for Starbreakers.
Yeah, finally a bit of reprieve. It really did feel like though that even though they got two really good KOs just from a topspin from Just Logan, it really didn't feel like they were really in control until Jay got that core speed ramped up. So potentially the answer here for the side of Starbreakers is to get to that overtime. Not something that they've done a lot so far this game. So if they aren't able to do that, then it's all for a moot point. That being said, finally it does seem like some pressure is coming through. Good corner offense coming out from the side of Starbreakers. Dave as well, using that big finish to keep the core up. Though that being said, it's now time to face the music. The defense is not there. Doxy with a flip, barely sent away by Dave, but a double KO and a score. 1, 2, 3 things in the net right now, and Doxy's going to be credited with that one. HMG seemed to get right back on the bike after getting a little bit of a tough one.
Genuinely, I really want to watch a replay of that and just watch Doxy, because she, I think, hit the core 5 times in a row there with Amy and just completely dominated the end at that point. Just really incredible play, and this team is supporting her, and they're just coming together so well. I don't really see how Starbreakers can do this except for making it to overtime. That's really the big thing that's going to slow us down with the Era goalie, is when it gets so fast and harder to hit anything. And that's why Jay's going for these 1-2s as well. But so much damage suddenly onto Logan from Tragic. but they can't save the barrier, and it looks like it's going in. Doxy saves it, but just Logan puts it in, and suddenly they're on set point.
Okay, yeah, it really feels like a little bit of a blunder here on the defense. Tragic playing a bit too over-aggressive, felt confident from the flip, but didn't end up using it. And, hey, that's a point. You know, and we've been talking about how the Fennecan really struggle here on the defense. Era struggles significantly more, I think, even though both of them, well, a little bit more, I think, relative. And if it does end up in the situation where Jay can do the things that Jay is known for, then, you know, things can absolutely happen for the side of Starbreakers. Gonna help as well that Zay Forever whipped his flip here. As we continue into the game itself, potential opportunity here. Yep, one thing is going to go down, one goalie berry going to go down. Not going to be answered though by the core speed of Jay. Cyber swipe comes through, the flame flurries there. Those are a lot of red hitboxes. Looking like a Final Fantasy 14 raid on that clear. And it's going to be another point going the way of HMG, potentially game point here.
What a good glitch pop from Doxy again there. Really set up everything on that play for Zay, but Zay doesn't need setup there. Absolutely demolishes Jay. Loses a barrier for it, but I think they're alright with that as long as they can keep it going here. And Doxy puts up the pressure, Zay follows up on it. Doxy has the flip, uses it a little far out, and it gets stopped by a slime. They're not quite done yet, but Starbreakers are looking to hold on. Zay has this flip though, lurking in the front. Can't quite get the core in control, but there's the flip, there's the punch. Double kill in the game. Heavy Metal Gundam are 1, not 2 on the table right now.
Oh my god. That was brutal. That's like a not gonna sugarcoat it gift right there. That one was brutal. Zay Forever getting the MVP, but I think you mentioned it briefly in that previous game. I really want to talk about Doxy's performance. It really felt like she was kind of playing the ultimate support in that game, getting damage support, getting core control support, really everything that you want from the midfielder. Even though she didn't end up getting MVP, it really felt like she was a pivotal part and was kind of an enabler for what Tragic and Zay Forever wanted to do. And I think that's very important, right? I think Zay Forever is something to note, right? Zay Forever, once the pride of PLX, Tragic, once the pride of Pass, which is now Oncoming Traffic, right? These are two players that have been star players on their own NASA teams in previous seasons, and I think that Doxy has kind of a name to make for herself on the team, and I think that she kind of outshone the other two, at least in the midfielder performance, on a supporting role, which I think is a really, really interesting dynamic that I want to point out. I think that she played incredibly good in that game, and I'd like to see more of that play. I think that sort of enabling play is absolutely what you want to do when you're playing with Zay and Tragic, and if that keeps up, Heavy Metal Gundam are gonna look good if they take the series, right? That'll put them solidly in the middle of the pack. But for now, Kupo, unless you have any parting thoughts, we'll hop on over to game 2 in just a second.
No, I think we can hop over to game 2. This is looking really good for them, though. I really have a high opinion of this team watching that.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. They looked phenomenal here in game number 1. We'll see what they do, though, in game number 2. I'll start segueing pretty quickly to you.
Okay.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. Game 2 here, Heavy Metal Gundam versus Star Breakers. And I think we've got a bit of an interesting draft to talk about. Spark of Focus and Monumentalist. Monumentalist not showing up whatsoever. But I think what's more interesting to talk about here is the Star Breakers draft here. We've got Vice Zentaro Drakkar, even though Zay Forever has put it in already. I think that is a comp that might have some interesting results here in this game.
It's Momentum Boots Vice, too. I just noticed This is Momentum Boots Vice. With Drakkar, I guess Jay is playing back and essentially just pressing primary to save when Dave goes in now. But it feels like a bit of a strange choice. But, you know, they're defending really well on this point. This is better than a lot of the points were going for them last game. And Jay, there we go. There's the power of the Drakkar pick, I guess. Just picks up that kill onto Doxy. lots of control here for Starbreakers early in this second point, even passing it back there to try and set it up. Some weird plays going on with the black hole there, but Dave able to jump into a pretty good defensive position, get it right back up there to Logan, who already has split, and the Zentaro secondary doesn't quite get it in, neither does Jay, but Dave putting it back in, blocking off the top half, but Tragic says, that's okay, I'll go around. Dave putting some pressure onto Logan, trying to punch him into Doxy's blob. Jay can't get the core past Tragic, just Logan jumps up there and manages to do it with the Zentaro primary, pushes it straight through Tragic, and that was quite a good point from them. They really showed us what this comp can do with operating, you know, at maximum capacity.
Yeah, good clutch up as well from Logan. Good individual play as well. But yeah, like you mentioned, good kind of a very fortuitous KO. Already a lot of damage here on Stay Forever too. That's something that you can do to deal with a Juliet. For example, like if you just Juliet, you know, is a slow-moving brawler and does not have a lot of defensive tools herself. So if you don't want to deal with it and you are a Vice, you can just kill her. And that is a situation that Starbreakers want to do if they really feel like Zay Forever was kind of the big issue, right? Like we mentioned earlier, right, Doxy plays a very supportive role in the previous games, has been so far this series. So if you remove one of the players being enabled, then there isn't really much to enable in the first place, right? So a sound strategy, but we'll see if it pays off.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense from that way. I really just never see this momentum be spiked. Unfortunately, as soon as I start complimenting them, Dave puts that one in. Can't quite get this one out either, though. Doesn't get the barrier. Jay is getting pummeled by Zay, but Dave passes it around again. So much damage there from Vice, but Tragic has a flip, isn't worried at all. Zay is in your face now, and they can't quite put it in yet. Tragic pushing forward. Doxy's lob doesn't quite save it. We're in a pretty neutral position, but it just slips past Tragic. Even with that flip, Zay now blinking red, trying to get into safety. Unfortunately, Doxy sort of blocks Tragic's core flip there, but a good pass from Doxy over to Zay, getting the kill onto Logan for the power play in overtime. A lot of pressure for this Vice. That's only if they can keep it in. Great ultimate, just buys some time, buys enough, I think, to get Logan back, but it's not quite enough to take the point itself. This is a long one, and it's still going, Brickbat.
Yeah, and that being said, it feels like it is on a razor's edge. That being said, you're never going to use a jack button if you always just use it on the enemy brawler. If you use that Thunderstrike on the enemy brawler, which seems to just be the case right now, and this is buying critical, precious, space and time here for Dave, which I think has really been allowing him to make these plays and to make these saves that are needed, buying Logan and Jay the time to actually get the core through. Again, another critical save made here. Pass goes up to Logan. Flip comes through. I'm sorry, dash comes through. An amazing redirect from just Logan, getting exactly where the core needed to be to get that point. This might actually work. It is a more it is a defensive core that could actually really threaten the enemy brawler and buy that space that Dave needs. It's something that Dave did not have in that night market game. So if that is the case, this could potentially be a very different sort of defense coming out from Step.
Yeah, I think that they're on the right track with this. We don't usually see teams adapt quite so quickly, and that's really good to see from a team that's still like not exactly at the top of the standings, but it's still a close game with their own strategy, and the fact that they're still willing to go out there and find these things makes me like I have a good opinion of this team now. I think this is such a great draft. Jay flipping to just get past Doxy there. Oh god, that's so much damage so quickly, actually.
Yeah, and that's something that all three of these characters are just fundamentally really good at, right? Drakkar, the Molten Bolt, Zentaro as Zentaro, and Vice as Vice can just do a lot of very hard to avoid damage on corner offenses, which again, it makes playing Juliet quite hard. And even though Doxy gets that point there, that's a point not scored by the Juliet, which means that, at least in that situation, it does feel like the game plan of Starbreakers is working. I'm just wondering if it's enough to take the entire game.
Hard to tell, because the thing is, the fact that they're keeping Zay out of this game so much as he gets a kill, is that even now, after that kill, he's still, I believe, last in levels. He would still be drafting last at this moment. And if they can keep him that way, I think that this has the potential to be a very, very good strategy. But if Zay sneaks in another kill or two here, this could really turn out bad for them.
Yeah, absolutely agree. That being said, Zay Forever is going to be the one threatened right now. Able to regenerate, though, as the core comes to him. Flame Flare is going to send it backwards, unfortunately. Vice comes through, a bit of a stressful situation, but Jess Logan's there to respond. Command comes through from Jay. We'll see if the rest of Starbreakers are going to be able to oblige. One flip comes through from Doxy, going to be traded here with the one from Dave. Strike Shotgun comes through, makes Tragic blow his flip as well now, and we're overtime. Power Chord comes through, is now Jess Logan's going to be the one fighting for his life. Giga Blast goes wide, but Doxy now finds herself with possession. The core has that 50-50 shot. And even though it's a bit harder this time, 2 overtime points, it is going the way of Heavy Metal Gundam. That being said, though, like you mentioned, that Juliet going to be last in draft.
Oh, no, he got enough. He got past Logan. That's
Tragic.
That's, you know, that is tragic. You're so right.
Yeah, actually, it's Zay, but yeah.
Team player is the pick for Dave in a really interesting draft. No one's taken Spark of Leadership. Everyone has Spark.
Yeah.
No one.
I guess so. Well, okay. I think.
I mean, they're all good picks. They're all good picks.
Yeah, I think the thought behind it is that you pick up Spark to either get your Exodia, Spark of Leadership specifically, to get your Spark Exodia, or you do it to deny a Spark from someone who's going to get an Exodia, right? But there isn't really much denying here because there's still 2 Sparks left and everyone has Spark. So anyone could deny you in the future, right? Anyone could deny you in the future and they're not going to be that sad. So really setting up your Spark build with Spark of Leadership isn't going to give you that much value potentially. That being said, right, like you mentioned, all individually incredibly strong pickups, right? That prime time with the Spark of Focus, I think is going to make this Kai very hard to get through. On the flip side, right, team player for Dave also as well, going to be definitely something that could help out in these overtime situations that we have been getting to. So right now, it looks like just Logan's going to be on the offensive. Power Chord keeps the core up, and Jay now able to get the Strike War win. It's going to be up to Logan, though, to finish the job. Strike gets it through Doxy right now, passed down to Zay Forever, not intercepted by just Logan 2 here, as now we're going to be entering overtime. Oh! Logan, hop, skip the jump, comes in, steals that goal away right in front of Tragic's nose, and that was another good individual play here from just Logan too. If that keeps up, though, it's going to be very hard, even with this prime time, for Tragic to defend. Yeah,
when you're hitting that sort of combo there with the knockback, it's not really anything that Kai can do to get it out of there. He's just not in the spot to do it. He gets it out of there, though. Only the one barrier left. It's really, really close. And immediately just a kill there. Dave still has this flip, though, so they're not too worried. Although he doesn't use it, and Zay just pushes it in. Yeah, it happens.
Yeah, it definitely happens. In fact, it could even be argued, right? Dave was just trying to save the flip for the next point, right? Your disadvantage, open goal versus not open goal. You have a KO down, right? What does your defense actually accomplish there? So sometimes it's better to preserve the resource. That being said, you're going to be forced to use it here on this point, and to no avail as well. That's not what you want to see. The core flipped, save 4, and now again has to defend here. Supernova comes through, but just Logan's Oni's Blade unfortunately going to send it right back in. Dave forced to defend with no stagger and low HP here. Another set of rotations is going to spell curtains. Oh my. That is absolutely tragic, the one that scored the goal, but it's also tragic in that that angle was very, very unfortunate for the side of Starbreakers.
Yeah, just coming off the bottom corner like that, they can't really predict that angle. It's just a tough one for him to get, and it's just starting to get a little unlucky here for the Starbreakers, as if they didn't have enough to deal with. The thing is that, oh, never mind. The thing is that they scored immediately.
No,
Jay?
that wasn't. Yeah, hey, sometimes it works. Strike shotgun. Hey, God bless the USA or something like that. Strike shotgun. I guess, I don't know. Yeah, sometimes it worked, but it did feel like an uncharacteristic slip up. I think it's still solidly in the hands of Heavy Metal Gundam unless some KOs are going to be found here.
Yeah, it feels like they're only punishing mistakes. Starbreakers are punishing mistakes, and they're punishing mistakes well, but they're also going to make mistakes. It doesn't feel like Heavy Metal Gundam are making mistakes as much, but they're just putting up so much pressure. Doxy, again, just passing it into Zay over and over and over. Tragic with just so much speed and the prime time. They just primary the core straight in. The barrage takes it, and Heavy Metal Gundam are only one set away from the whole series.
Yeah. Very strong performance. Closer in sets, I believe this is the second set, 5-point set that we've had this game.
It is.
Yeah, and this is going to be an interesting draft. Heavy pickups, potentially heavy impacts on this Vice. A hot shot for the Drakkar, denied for Juno, but also incredibly good in its own right. And bulk up being passed up by the Juliet. I wonder what this is going to mean, as it really feels like this is a bit of an advantage draft for the side of Starbreakers. It feels like that potentially this Vice and Drakkar can now come into their own with these cooldowns. Which is something that could send Tragic, Zay, and Doxy, honestly, all of them, right, off the map quite often.
Oh.
Just, yeah, there we go. Already, that's the heavy impact difference. I think Zay would have survived that if not for it.
I think you're correct there. I'm really interested in Logan picking among Titans there.
Yeah.
Had the extra size from Built Different, I guess just picking it for the flat speed, and I guess a bigger Drakkar is pretty good too. Dave's not going to do too much with the size, but you know, maybe the speed is enough here? I'm not really sure. Zay also went for speed with the stacks, and it doesn't seem like it's really changed the equation much at all so far. Logan almost dies, but still, these points are close. Every point has been close, it feels like, but Heavy Metal Gundam has just been able to take it when it matters most.
Yep, absolutely. Clutch has come through in favor of Heavy Metal Gundam each time, and now as we enter overtime, some more clutches are going to have to come through here. Shotgun doesn't send Zay forever off, which means that he could win the following strike war. Just one blunder there. It really feels like one missed opportunity right from that shotgun from Jay immediately caused the end of that point there. And, well, that being said, right, the damage is coming through, right? Staggers have been found, KOs have been found onto a recovery drone, admittedly, but still found nonetheless. And that is a potential victory condition here. Being said, wow, Tragic playing so aggressively. You're playing as a pseudo midfielder enabled by Doxy's position, but they're actually going to immediately pay for that. Jess Logan takes that over aggression, gets it through Tragic on the top side. Doxy not able to get through in time, and that's going to be an immediate goal, effectively, going over to the side of Starbreakers.
Really quick follow-up there, and the energy situation is actually looking pretty good for Starbreakers as well. Jay having this flip hopefully means that there's a lot of space here for Logan and Dave to get back up here. Jay puts it all the way around, and the bottom barrier goes down accidentally or on purpose. But they're pushing forward, and unless Tragic is using his primary, Dave is winning with his. Every time I see this core go on offense, the brawler up there immediately gets hit with like 3 abilities. And they're immediately put to half health.
Yeah, and that's something that Zentaro is infamously very weak to, right? And kind of especially one that doesn't have any stagger to his name. Just Logan can find himself in very bad situations for health. Like, I mean, look at that, right? 2 primaries from Akai and Juno, put him at half health, another ability coming out of nowhere, and he's already almost staggered. And look at that, Tragic and Doxy here on the back line, just making sure that Jess Logan not going to be able to play, buying some time for Zay as well. That being said, the defensive core that we talked about earlier is coming back. Zay Forever is not going to be able to really find too much purchase here. And yeah, Jay finally gets it through. Just Logan going to be the target, but Doxy, a critical strike war win here in the midfield now. Open goal for both teams. Molten Bolt comes through, but it's going to be reacted to by Tragic. The shotgun not far enough in order to get the goal. Now a 2v3 situation. Power Chord comes through. Juno with a super surge, able to get to the core first before Dave. And now 1 point is all that remains from Heavy Metal Gundam taking the series.
Such a tough save for a Vice to make. I don't even know if Dave's primary is back up, but so many times playing this character, you'll just go for the strike, use your primary to follow up, and sometimes it costs you, and I think it might have there. Jay, though, puts everything into it. Flip ult, and manages to get the kill onto Zay. Unfortunately, they're still on defense. Tragic and Doxy are just pushing the core in over and over. Eventually they get it out, but by then Zay is already back, and this is just the level of pressure that Heavy Metal Gundam have really been showing. But then again, there's Tragic forward a little bit too far again. Ends up going down, or at least losing the barrier, but it won't deter him. He's going forward, and the Pad Boys angle is hit again. Doxy with a great pass up to Zay here, but Dave has flipped. It's going to be a tough one. Just goes ahead and burns it against the Juliet. Passes to himself, but Zay can do that too. Passes it right back, gets the flip, gets the kill, can't get the save, and neither can Tragic. Dave gets the goal credit, and it's 2-2. Every set has gone to 5.
Yeah, honestly, I can't believe that play happened. That was crazy. They getting kind of the corner of that flip, and Tragic, unfortunately, just barely losing out on the core speed there. And this is a potential here. Getting a set right is the way backwards, or sorry, the way to fall back here if you are side of Starbreakers. That being said, Jess Logan 2 immediately punished, sent off the map by the dash punch. It's going to be up to Jay and Dave to play defensively here. They do have the cooldowns for that, and because of it, they are going to be able to get the core out. Jess Logan going to be back up in just 1 second. A little bit of an angry person right now. Wants to get that KO, does so against Zay Forever, and now it's going to be up to Tragic and Doxy, and it really feels like Tragic has been caught off guard just a little bit too far forward all points so far and has been punished for it. Now 1 barrier down as Zay Forever comes up. Doxy trying to play aggressive, trying to buy some time for Zay Forever to crawl his way upfield. Now has done so. Zay Forever here has the dash punch, but going to be tagged with a Molten Bolt. Flame Flurry comes through, actually does get the barrier despite the flip. Now just Logan looking to respond in kind, but Zay Forever wins the strike where the power chord comes through here in overtime. Dash comes through, the Giga Blast not able to find it. The overtime core going a little bit fast, especially with the Juno here. Strike Shotgun comes through, just Logan going to be tossed around right now. The primary is going to come through, but Tragic once again going to be caught a little bit too far forward here. An opportunity now for Starbreakers. The Molten Bolt dribble comes through, doesn't get to Just Logan, just barely out of his hands. As again, Just Logan going to be punished with ability after ability. Potentially an opportunity here. Flip comes through from Tragic. Now no flips for the side of Heavy Metal Gundam. No more outs here in this set. They have to win this play, but Tragic barely able to defend, and now the dash punch comes through, and it's a reversal of fortunes. Jay has to make this point right now, or it's going to be over. You have to make this shot. The flip comes through. The Molten Bolt dribble comes out as well, but unfortunately, it is for naught, and now it really feels like the side of Heavy Metal Gundam have their opportunity, their turn to play. Doxy now with the slime, sends it forward. Just Logan finally gets possession of the core, but it's going to be immediately knocked away here by Tragic. Primary barrage comes through. Zay Forever now has the flip. He could make it happen here right now, and there it is right in front of it. It's going to be defended by Dave. Jay now going to be punished by walking up, but the KO's not going to be found. The black hole going to be popped. Power chord comes through as well, but this is going to be a very hard clear to make for Dave, and unfortunately it just could not happen. Heavy Metal Gundam takes it home, 6-0 set sweep, and even though it really felt like Starbreakers were fighting for it, they could not pull it off. Heavy Metal Gundams now sit very comfortably here, 2-2.
I mean, that's about the best you can play while losing the game 0-3, right? If you go 5 points every set, if every point's going into overtime so long, the redirect counters, look at these redirect counts. That there's so much time in this game. It literally lasted 21.5 minutes, and it was 3 sets. Those are 3 really, really hard fought sets. And, you know, Starbreakers are 0-4, but it's at least something to look at and be like, no, we really are getting there, you know?
Hey, I mean, we've seen, recalling all the way back, those of you who've been watching since Season 2, Oshinoko has been in a similar situation before, and they made it to playoffs, but that's rough. 0-4, Starbreaker is a team that can absolutely do it. These are some veterans here on that team, and they do potentially have that ability, but it's going to be a rough journey in hell. HMG, they're 2-2, they're comfortable, but they're not out of the woods, right? They've found their little camping tent here in the middle of the pack, but the middle of the pack can quickly go either way if they end up losing a series or 2 in the future. We are officially here at that halfway point, or I mean, depending on where your halfway point of week 4, 5 is, whatever. But hey, we're here. Yeah, we're here. You're halfway through the season. It's lock-in season. It's lock-in time, and we'll see what both of these teams have for us as we wrap up the season. But for now, I'm Brickbat, joined by Cat Coop. Yeah, I think I am.
Kupo.
Yeah, I'd like to think. I'm Brickbat, joined by Cat Koopa here. And any parting thoughts? And you know what? Actually, yeah, I'm gonna demand parting thoughts. What is your favorite food chain to eat at lately? Not of all time, but lately. Just lately.
Lately? Yeah. Oh no, that's a bad answer.
Okay.
It's Subway. I just
You
like
know
a
what?
sandwich every now and then.
That's fair. Hey, I respect it. It's okay. And you know what? You get to make the sandwich. That's what it's known for, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, there are worse things. But that's what we're going to end the series on. You guys have a wonderful rest of your day.
Bye.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to this game of Jackpot versus Cortex. We have the full name Chaotic representing Polar at Color Craze Alonso Alpha Me for Jackpot. Joining me today is Brickbat. How's it going? We've got an exciting Demon Days game going on here.
Yeah, we've got a bit of a crazy start too. Heavy impacts on Demon Days is always going to go one specific way, and it's going to be murder, death, crazy killing, and that's what we're going to have already today. I'm also looking, generally speaking, this is a big game for the side of Jackpot. They are currently winless in the season, and if I believe correctly, they haven't won a set since week number 1. So if you do want to turn the season around, you're going to have to start doing it now. And on the flip side as well, Polar Cortex, a little bit of stakes for them as well. I believe they're sitting 2-1 right now, which means that they're looking very good for playoffs if they win this. So it's going to be a very important game, a very mid-season defining game for both teams. And already we see some KOs coming out, but it's going to be named Chaotic taking that first goal.
Yeah, the barriers went down real quick, and they just weren't able to crack the last barrier for Polar Cortex. So Polar Cortex taking that first point already, a little bit of an energy advantage. Coming into the second set, the IME turret does come down. Great pressure from the side of Jackpot, but the core does float back for now. That is a flip used by a great angle to find not one, but two of the barriers there. Now that is an open goal for the side of Jackpot. They still have yet to crack this goal open yet for Polar Cortex, but it is another KO and a power play for the side of Polar Cortex. And an unfortunate execution error is going to be Alonso own goaling that one.
Yeah, already we're just seeing a lot of damage coming out. It's actually coming out from the side of Polar Cortex, which, I mean, with level 2X, you are going to naturally be doing that. The now as well, being kind of that healer, brawler, midfielder that is able to play around the damage in both ways incredibly well. Already look at that, right? Color Craze is taking damage. Even though the Fool was picked off, right? They're still matching that damage, which I think is incredibly important. That being said, it looks like a potential goal opportunity for both teams.
Yeah, the Vice does come back, the full respawn, using the ult, and that's going to be a dash from Name Chaotic with the punch. X ult does secure the set for this team, and that is just a lot stacked up against Jackpot now, especially with this X coming in as the EXP leader, taking that set MVP.
Yeah. Take a look at this draft right now. That was an incredibly, actually, quick draft, and I think this bulk up is what I'm going to be looking at. Probably the best singular awakening in the game. Actually likes to go big fish, which I see it. You want to deal with Erasmus' size. You want to make sure that stops before it starts. Obviously, it's going to be incredibly good on the X as well, and Stagger is going to be always appreciated, but I think, again, bulk up is just something you need to click a lot of the time, especially on a map like Demon Dies, especially on a start like this. I think that Alonso now is going to do an incredible amount of damage, and even though he's not going to have that same strike war power, that same enhancement to Rasmus's abilities, he's going to be able to make up for it with just sheer damage alone. We'll see, though, if he'll be able to defend this, though, as already there's one goalie barrier down.
And one barrier down. Color Craze looking dangerously low. Name Chaotic gets a good bell ringer and is going to take just so much chip damage from the abilities used by the core. Taken out now, a power play on the side of Polar Cortex, but the barrier does go down. There is an opportunity here if Jackpot can hold out for their missing member to report. Pass down, almost getting it into the goal. Color Craze back on the pitch, and now it is an open goal on both sides. 20 seconds left in this match.
And right now, we're going to see Alpha Me being taken out right now. Color Craze, though, the piercing shot finds the exact position it needs. Steals that goal despite the KO. And one thing that I failed to talk about during that draft as well was the prize fighter here from Color Craze. And losing that on so early onto the set could have really dramatic consequences. It can be a win condition in and of itself, but those KOs are going to have to happen. Alpha Me, though, going to definitely be able to provide that. Has so much damage on this IME that something very explosive could happen. Yeah, one KO coming through, and now it's going to be a power play for the side of Jackpot.
And we're already back to one prize fighter stack. The Awakening is back to its usefulness, and unfortunately just getting in each other's way. The Fool and A not able to accomplish their goal of getting that last barrier. Did stall long enough, but Alpha Me with a great cyber swipe is going to score Jackpot's second goal in this second set. This could be the comeback that they're looking for.
Yeah, Alpha Me is looking a little bit like Alpha NXZD right now. These Cyber Switch glitch pop combos that NXZD has kind of been known for recently are looking incredibly clean. They're adding so much damage potential for Color Craze and Alonso to follow up on, and I think that actually can be a potential win condition, a potential way to fight back even through the now, especially because this Rasmus and the Estelle are going to be so good at confirming any sort of staggered KOs that come through. That being said, you got to stay alive for that to happen, and that cannot be said right now for Alpha Me.
Cannot be said, but Alpha V is just going to make you eat your words, taking out the Fool and scoring the set-winning goal all in one cyber swipe. Beautifully played. Well-deserved set MVP. Going to get something good here for sure.
I'm looking at that Adren Rush. I think that's going to be disgusting, right? Extra special also there as well.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm looking at this Adren Rush. I think whichever team, yep, Alpha Me. When you get like 3 glitch pop combos like that and you're just KOing them, you just got to pick it up. It's just going to be your win condition. That being said, right now the Fool has Hot Shot and Heavy Impacts, which can be a bit of an Exodia on Vice because it's so easy to proc the cooldown reduction of both of them at those times, right? With a Chain Lightning, which means that she's going to be sending out power chords, right? I believe 5 seconds or just under 5 seconds of cooldown reduction can be found just off of that power chord bouncing to the core alone off of someone. So that's basically taking your primary CD down by half. And if that continues, then, well, there's going to be a lot of damage coming the way of Jackpot this time as well.
That is a little bit of a disgusting awakening combo there, but Alonso did get them out of the Colossus, is going to help him out with that Pauldrons that he took. A lot of damage coming out from Alonso, named Chaotic, in front of the net, trying to find a barrier, trying to find anything for the side of Jackpot here. Color Craze with a great strike is going to find it, but the Fool playing up, using that Vice eject button, is going to find a way to find the score, and that is going to be Polar Cortex taking the first point in this set.
We'll play to the side of Polar Cortex. Gonna have a lot of energy coming out soon, but I really am just looking for which side is gonna start exploding, taking those KOs, especially for a Jackpot, right? Kind of living up to their name. They want to hit the jackpot of finding a single KO onto Alpha Me, and if they could do that, then with the prize fighter of Color Craze, right, with the adrenaline rush from Alpha Me, they really can find this Snowball already coming out. Look at that, the Fool, no energy here as well. Gonna take even more damage, fights back a little bit, but it's just so much damage coming through. Look how aggressive Jackpot is playing right now.
Oh, aggressive indeed, and they got a little lucky hit there. The core did not hit the barrier on that rebound, and with a great primary, Alonso is going to be securing that goal for his team. Jackpot has been found.
Yeah, cha-ching, and right now, for the rest of the set, I think Alpha Me and Color Craze are going to be looking to cash out on this advantage. They need to be able to snowball that damage, which they're more than capable of putting out. They're more than capable of securing, especially on Demon Dies. But if that does not happen, if this goes the way of the size of Polar Cortex, then all of a sudden that win condition can disappear. They have to be finding these KOs.
They have to find those KOs because Polar Cortex is just putting off so much pressure already. The goal barriers are down for the side of Jackpot. Do have a flip. Color Craze going to use it, is going to find the goal primary, not going to find its mark just yet. The core moving just a bit too fast. No KO found on A as well. The ultimate coming out, and oh no! Just threw everything. A great pass down into the bottom top. If you're the side of Jackpot, is going to find that goal from A. That is now 2-1. Polar Cortex up.
Yeah, in a nightmare scenario, well, right, the 0 stacks for Color Craze to maybe prevent that snowball from happening. With the energy advantage that Polar Cortex have right now, this could be the end of the set, especially with just a raw punch. Sending, I believe, Alpha Me into an early demise there here in the point.
Yeah, it's a little bit more than a raw punch. That is a specialized training, but that is still one punch needed. Very powerful. Alpha Me with the Cyber Stripe trying to find a barrier here, get some pressure, and the side of Polar Cortex is going to fight off the IME turret so well, timing their strikes just as needed. A great strike is going to send it back and take the last barrier. Now that is an open goal for the side of Jackpot. They now have to fight their way into finding a barrier. Named Chaotic is being killed, but a great now ultimate is going to revive him just for a little longer, get in front of the net, but no, getting taken out, and now that is a power play for the side of Jackpot. Double power play, Brickbat, double power play.
Yeah, that's what you hate to see, the midfielder getting picked off. Now going to be a 2v2 situation. Alpha Me has lost the adrenaline rush, and what a crazy shot. That did not look like that should have happened, but team player hot shot, I guess, just kind of ends it. Hey, all good. We love Red Corey on strike.
We do. I mean, it hit the ramp and it just went zoop. That was incredible. I was totally expecting it to go up, but we are into this draft. That is the full. Once again, that is the prime time on the hotshot heavy impact vice. That is disgusting. That is going to be a lot to deal with, but also some more damage going the way of Alonso through size. So, you know, both of these goalies getting very strong power picks, I think, that are playing to their win cons here.
Yeah, and some things that I'm looking at right now, right? Deadeye on this Imi already denied a 1-2 punch, right? That's not really something you care to get on the now in particular. Obviously, it can help with some strikes and core speed and stuff, but it was mostly an Imi deny there to prevent the dash punch. And oh my gosh, what a quick point coming out! I was not expecting that to happen, but hey, you know, every goalie gets his one. I think I wasn't even really paying attention to what was happening there.
It was again that little corner, that lip there, that really spelled Alonso's doom. He used his hook to try and get Name Chaotic out of the way of the goal, and it just, there was not enough speed. The core was going too fast and the direction was poor, but now this is a power play. This point already moving so fast once again, but no barriers found for anybody. Name Chaotic trying to find a way up. The Fool using the secondary is going to find that barrier, and now the power play is over, but two members of either team are now looking very low, and the power play extends.
And now to be 1-3 situation, the Fool has this energy as well, so it's a little bit scary, but Alpha Me able to stall for time. The flip does come through, goes right to Name Chaotic. Strike War win, though, from Alonso. Another opportunity. The X Maximus is there. The flip, not needed at all, and well, hey, Jackpot broke their dry spell. They were able to get a set this game, but it's looking a little rough right now. Alonso is going to have to make some very good defensive plays, or Alpha Me's going to have to find some nutty KOs. But that's going to be an open net in just a second. Yeah, this is looking bad.
This might be curtains for this game one, and it is the Polar Cortex taking game one. Name Chaotic and the Fool will take game one. Well played from them. Color Craze is going to have to... Sorry, not Color Craze. It's not just all on Color Craze. The team of Jackpot is going to need to really respond to this just incredible amount of pressure that came out in game two. You know, look at that MVP, the Fool, well earned, and the damage and KOs for a game that was 12 minutes long is looking... Yeah. It tells a story right there in the stat screen.
Yeah, I mean... 2k damage coming out from the goalies each, right, per minute. I think that's incredibly tough, and I think that now actually provided a lot of healing value, right? Name Chaotic as well, picking up that Reptile Remedy made him really, really hard to deal with, right? He got the Big Fish and the Reptile Remedy, so Alonso wasn't actually able to get a lot of damage pressure on him. A lot of that pressure was going over to the Fool and I. And now can be pretty easy to kill, but if she's constantly healing herself, if she's got like things like the Monumentalist as well to keep the core control up and damage you as well through chip, that KO kind of snowball effect can really become a back and forth and get you stuck in the mud. So I think that's kind of what happened as well. It really felt like Name Chaotic as well, and not being able to be pressured, was able to convert very aggressively onto Alonso, and I think that's what led to the very low timer count that we have in this game. So a really strong showing, at least though, one set going the way of Jackpot. That's something to at least improve the situation, right? There's, you know, at least not on the rock bottom anymore, and some signs of life. We'll see if they'll be able to convert that in game number 2, though.
We will climb out of this hole together, Jackpot. See you on the next map, Atlas Lab. Catch you soon.
All right, we're back, and I'm just looking at this comp. This Era Ivy Vice. I think that's a really interesting composition. Normally when you run Era goalie, you actually want to run it with 2 brawlers because Era can play the midfield role. But if you run it with 3 midfielders, I suppose that just means you have a really good midfielding situation. That being said, it kind of... The Imi obviously can play brawler, something popularized, right? That's something that's been popularized recently, kind of up there with a newer midfielder brawler pick with the Estelle. Very similar playstyles, right? Using a lot of the core to get it forward, using a lot of that hit, stun, and damage potentially, and already we're seeing that. Alpha Me is back, and he's got Pum's IME, he's got the explosive entrance, and that means that this IME can really get kills going right away, as we've seen.
Yeah, an explosive entrance from everybody involved, all taking the Awakening. Color Craze Alonso trying to get it out of their net, and the full on respawn is just going to run in. The Kai secondary popped the barrage, ready to go, and is going to secure the first goal of the set of game 2. Wow, what an explosive start.
Yeah, a bit crazy, and I think that the Kai response with the eject button is actually pretty smart. I think that if the side of Jackpot is going to be looking just to find, wow, what a good supernova. Yeah, they're just going to be looking and get a lot of these midfielder interactions. Being able to play midfield yourself and just support your midfielder there is going to match some of that fire with a firepower of your own. And I think that's going to be allowing the Fool to just play very aggressive, but already Jackpot have an open net as well, but the Fool's going to be running up.
The Fool runs up, has to go back though. Color Craze pops the black hole, taking dangerously low, is cracked now, could be KO'd at any time. I jumping in, trying to find something. The ultimate comes out from Name Chaotic, does not find Color Craze, gets the orb. The core is being passed back around between Name Chaotic, Alpha Me. Alpha Me now getting involved. Color Craze with the secondary, not going to find anything off of it, has the core flip for when it's needed. It is needed now, and a great cyber split from Alpha Me is going to secure all of the options that the Fool could have used. Great placement from Alpha Me.
Alpha Me is high key looking disgusting, looking filthy, looking absolutely sewage-like on this IME, I think, is looking amazing. Finding so many KOs, finding so many interaction wins against the Fool, and that's what you need to do, right? To play the IME Brawler, you have to be utilizing that hit stun very well to start pressuring the opponent, and the fact that you have extra range on top of that is just a bonus, really. And the fact that, you know, if Color Craze happens to go down, which might be very likely, you could just play midfield yourself. I think that could go and pay out in dividends for the side of Jackpot here, and potentially we might see another goal being found.
We could indeed. Name Chaotic in front of the net. A jumps in. Slime Up is unfortunately not going to recapture the core and is going to send it instead back onto their side of the field. The IME turret coming out. Alonso with the core now up into the top corner. Not going to find anything. A stray core falls back in front of the net. A dangerous situation. Alpha Me almost being taken out. A great shallow kick from Name Chaotic from the middle of the goal down to the bottom. Sinks it into the goal. Well played. Score now 2-1. Polar Cortex leading in this game too.
Hey, you gotta respect that extended dash range, right? Not Juliet's first choice. Typically, it does make dash punching harder, but explosive entrance could make up for that. But speaking of dash punches, Alpha Me coming through finds a very good KO, and if you don't respect that, this IME will catch you off guard because it can happen from most parts of the map. Unfortunately, though, Zoro, man, that one's not gonna make it into the clip highlights. Unfortunately, living up to his name a little bit there.
The Fool indeed does not know how to lose a barrier, even for his enemies, though. He is taken out. Alpha Me trying to find a way to score on this power play. Name Chaotic and A doing a great job here, playing the double goalie, and a great kick. Alonso forced to use the core flip there, takes the black hole. Alpha Me now in front of the net. Color Craze trying to find a way in, uses the Vice primary, not going to find it just yet. The Fool has respawned. The power play was killed. Great defense from Name Chaotic and I to save the goal.
A good back and forth right now. I'm looking at Alpha Me with this flip. Ooh, and that is a really scary Giga Blast to take because right now Name Chaotic, yeah, could easily find it, but Color Craze, a perfect supernova actually made Zoro have to guess the timing of it, and because of that, he guessed wrong. And that goal is going the way of Jackpot. I think a really good use of character mastery, knowing where to position himself in order to find that. And the pressure is going to be on for Zoro here. I think that if he does not respond to some of this damage, some of this pressure that's coming under his way, I think that Jackpot's going to steal a lot more goals like that. They have two characters with a lot of mobility and a lot of hit stun. It can very quickly go bad.
The triple midfield gamble might be paying out here, but unfortunately, the AtLab story of history, Juliet's in front of the net, double barrier down, has the flip, has the ultimate. What can you do? You are just an era, and that is going to be Polar Cortex taking set 1 now. The Fool, the set MVP.
Primetime's going to go the way here of Zoro. Actually, surprised he didn't really pick up the team player, but Primetime obviously incredibly good, but Alpha Me with prize fighter is a little bit scary. Has been KO'd quite a few times, right? The damage from the members of Polar Cortex are there. There are ways to deny this win condition, but it's definitely a little bit scary, especially because your team picked up stacks on stacks. I believe, yeah, stacks on stacks, prime time, and among Titans, right? Not necessarily the first thing that comes to mind when I think of damage, right? So now all of a sudden, damage has gone the way of Jackpot. You know, they're cashing out already, 2 stacks already for Alpha Me. And they're not going to have a way, unlike last game on Demon Dies, they're not really going to have a way to get those stacks back easily. So this is potentially a permanent stat gain for Alpha Me and something that they're just going to have to deal with for the rest of the set.
Yeah, aside from a misposition or a lucky dash punch from Name Chaotic, I don't see Alpha Me losing these stacks, but a barrier will be lost. Name Chaotic now with the strike, not going to find it to Alpha Me, trying to find this barrier on the Fool, not going to find it. Name Chaotic with a punch just wide of the core that would have secured the barrier. Now it is 1 barrier apiece. Alpha Me, a great cyber swipe and a great strike through Eye and the Fool that is going to open up the net for the side of Jackpot. Now Cortex going to have to find a way out of this situation. 2 core flips to 1 and what the heck was that? Color Craze Alpha Me with the core flip combo of combos.
Yeah,
wow.
I mean that is where you want to flash your teammate, but like that TV mode, that's a good time for it. Just freaking cha-ching. I can imagine like the slot machine, like insert slot machine sound effect here, just like you know.
I know.
But that was crazy, and that's a huge cash out as well, right? That's the 3rd stack for Alpha Me. This is a 169 power IME. Would have gotten a 4th stack there if that was physically allowed. And that's just so much damage, right? These dash punch things, these dash punch KOs, especially with that explosive entrance, cyber swipe, is scary. Glitch pop is an impact, and if you don't respect it, which you really, really have to now, you're going to be snowballed all game, which is exactly what's happening right now. A 4 KO streak from Alpha Me to end out the set.
What a KO fight. I'm not sure what ability did it, but the Fool riding the line just a little bit too severely gets taken out, and that is going to be a 3-0 set. Strong response coming out from Jackpot, definitely cashing out. And yeah, look at that. The Fool already hovering Reptile Remedy, trying to get back on the board, but nope, it is going to be taken away by Alpha B.
Yeah, and not to mention as well, the extra special deny isn't really going to do anything, right? That hot shot, not only is it still one of Vice's best in slots, right, for that cooldown, it's going to deny that Juno anyways. I think Color Craze had that plan from the start. We saw it from the hover, but that extra special deny, it's going to help a little bit, right? Those Giga Blast still an incredible ability in its own right. So much playing potential, but with the only kind of bulk denied here by Alpha Me and the way that the KOs are going, it's going to be very scary for the side of Polar Cortex going into this next set.
Very scary indeed, and there it is! The dash punch from the IME is going to take out the dash punch queen herself. Juliet, Name Chaotic, off the board now. Power play. Great glitch pop is going to stop the Fool from being able to respond to that barrier from Alpha Me, and now it is 1 apiece. The power play is over, but there is still so much pressure coming out from the side of Jackpot. Dash punch through, not going to find anything except for the barrier. Great strikes coming out. Just 1 more would have secured the goal, but it is going to be coming back onto the side of Polar Cortex. Now Alonso in a situation. Dash in from Alpha Me is going to be fought off for now. Double core flip coming out from Jackpot. Really trying to gamble there, but Name Chaotic with a great shelling kick is going to find the goal.
Yeah. Honestly, and this is no shade against Color Craze, but KOing Color Craze might not actually do that much for the side of Polar Cortex. What you're really looking for is going to be denying these stacks here for Alpha Me, who, by the way, is a KO monster in his own right. Like, and yeah, like obviously getting a KO is going to always be useful, but it's just not going to be as useful as getting the KO on the goalie or getting it onto Alpha Me. So the focus came through for them there, but I mean, Alpha Me is going to take over this game unless you play around that, and that's going to be incredibly scary to deal with.
Incredibly scary to deal with indeed. The secondary coming out from Color Craze. This is a power play. The Fool also very low. This could just be an extended power play if they manage to find the abilities. The Fool having to step away, loses the barrier, could lose their life at any point now, but it's Color Craze who is taken out. Too much pressure in that bottom against the wall, and now it is a power play for the side of Polar Cortex, and that is going to be the goal off of Name Chaotic's ultimates. Well played. They are staying alive despite all of the damage and KOs thrown their way.
Yes, Lime Dimer coming out from A right there, actually right into the Flame Flurry of Name Chaotic, and that was really well played, I think, from the midfielder of Polar Cortex. Kind of just like, you know, the best midfielders are those that mind control their brawlers, because it's not like the brawlers are using their own mind. So good KO found, though, from Alphamy right now. Color Craze forced to limp away, but it's going to be limping away to the enemy net and enemy territory, and this power play might be looking really good for the side of Jackpot.
Looks good for the side of Jackpot, but once again, to sing the praises of A, been in that position before, a well-known double goalier who can defend the net when the goalie is down, and we know the Fool loves going up, and now that is named Chaotic, who is up trying to find the goal, and another glitch punch KO on to the Fool! Almost just a couple of inches away from he previously died. The same interaction.
Bro, you can't be doing that, man. You just can't.
You can't.
No.
Oh, yeah, he's going up the other side now. He's done.
Yeah, sometimes that happens. Oh, wow. Hey, sometimes the arrow finds the NATO too. Happens once or twice a game, but you know, it happens. And that's a really good time to get it too. This power play is looking really good. The flip comes through Color Craze, just waiting for good measure. There is no HP coming out for the side of.
Oh my God.
What a crazy play. Sorry, I'm losing my train of thought, but that was brutal coming out from Jackpot. Just sometimes, hey, sometimes you go gambling and sometimes you win, you know?
Sometimes you win. I mean, yeah, no, if you asked me, is anything going to stop this core from going in? I would have said absolutely. The Judo Slide was going to do it. The Barrage was going to do it. But somehow that core flip from Alonso flipped through it. He's already dead. He's already being taken out. Changing the side you play kickoff with will not matter. But wait! A response from Name Chaotic. They lost both barriers while we were watching the Fool. And that is going to be Polar Cortex coming up with this set now. Potentially the set for series.
Yeah, A's kind of setting out these timers here. Name Chaotic, though, I think doing exactly what he needs to be. He's playing very consistently right now in front of the goal line, and I think that's allowing A to be a bit more creative with what he's doing and setting up his brawler for that continuous sustained success. And that's going to be helped out a lot by this bulk up, right? Any sort of power that goes to Juno means that she will be able to red core in these overtimes, I believe, especially because Juno benefits incredibly well from stagger trainings, right? She's one of the highest stagger characters in the game and the highest stagger midfield character. Looking on the other side, though, Deadeye, I'm looking at for Alphamy, already so destructive, able to get 3 stacks, and now he's going to be able to dash punch you from even farther away. So, yeah, just look at that, right? That damage coming out, 1 beam coming through, and already Name Chaotic's going to be just taken out, has to limp away and get this orb and take himself out of the play.
Out of the play, indeed, and that is a very brief moment where it was 3v2 against the side of Polar Cortex. Now Jackpot swarming this core, but I believe that was an unfortunate stray glitch pop that is going to assist in the goal. The ultimate coming out from Kai, the Giga Blast not finding anything just yet, but Name Chaotic's body will be found. A with a jump in, not going to find the core or the goal there. Now, this double goaling that we have become familiar with on these power plays going to have to find a way to crack through A, and the Fool not going to find it just yet. Core flip comes out from Alonso. The power play is over. The goal barrier is still up, and now the pressure is on for Jackpot. They have to find a way to get this last barrier.
But I think it's looking really good for the side of Polar Cortex right now. Yeah, the core goes right in the hands of Name Chaotic. Good brawler instincts just sits right on that line, right? If the core hits the bumper, it'll go right up and pass right through you. And hey, you know, sometimes it don't have to be flashy. Sometimes it's just honest brawler play. And you know what? Name Chaotic is an honest person right now. He's also dead in a tragic war backstory right now. He's been shot and killed in the foregrounds of Berlin or something.
No, he is not returning to duty. Actually, I lied. He's back now. Love that we could just respawn. That is great for us now. Unfortunately, for Jackpot, Name Chaotic respawning is the worst thing that could have happened as both barriers go down. The ultimate, the Flame Flurry comes out, and Alonso's life is taken. But back now, 2-0, final set potentially for Polar Cortex.
Yeah, and right now, Polar Cortex, they have the tools to win this game. They just have to enact upon them, but things are not looking good right now. 1 goalie barrier down, but Alphamy finds another crazy KO. It's so hard to deal with, but Name Chaotic right now has the flip, might be able to do it. Actually does get it. Gets 1, loses 1 in the process, so the Fool has to defend 2v1. Not able to do that, though. But right now, Name Chaotic, I see it happen. We've seen this before. It's going to happen again. that's just the game right there. Name Chaotic, just the rock, just the brawler that you want in the enemy net. Gets it right through, and hey, that's series.
It is the series indeed. We got to see just what the triple midfield could accomplish. Unfortunately, there was just a little bit too much taking up each other's space. Alchemy was able to get so many of those KOs, 15. But it does not matter if you're stacking on each other because you both want to be in the play. Unfortunately, that is going to be this series for Jackpot. But fortunately, if you are a Polar Cortex fan, you won, and I believe they that's now 3-1 that they are now.
3-1. Yeah, 3-1. Looking real good here. And if you are a middle of the pack team, right? If you're not one of those undefeated teams, right? The ADRs, the Cybers, right? The Dragon Slayers 2, right? You need every win that you could get, right? Because if the top 3 remain as dominant as they are right now, that's only, Yo, can I do my math? That's only 3 slots, or 2 other slots in playoffs, right? Am I stupid?
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 other slots. Wait, how many teams are gonna playoffs? Guys, I run this league, by the way. Right, but yeah, regardless, right? If a lot of these top competing teams are gonna be locked in, and they're the ones that you're gonna expect to be seed 1, 2, and 3, if you're Polar Cortex, right? If you're scrapping in the middle of the pack, every single win counts, even against, right, teams that are now 0-4, right, in Jackpot. And Jackpot aren't no slouches, right? Alchemy, an explosive performance here in the IME, right? A lot of people were saying as well, IME's looking like this might be the first ever era of time where IME's considered a weaker pick, but that's not by much. It really isn't. IME still has all the tools to KO, to core control, to pressure, right? And so I think she's going to have a lot of success in the forward position, right? In the midfield position, right? And we've seen her popularity on goalie wane quite a bit, but at least in that forward position, I think there's going to be so much that you could still do with the character. And we saw that here. And Alchemy piloted the IME amazingly, right? That being said, right? Looking at the other brawler, right? Name Chaotic, Rock Chaotic. That guy got knocked down and he got up again. I mean, I think that reflects it, right? 8+0 with 80 redirects, the only person to not hit 3 redirects. And I think a large part of that was because Alonso was constantly beaming him, playing around him, using that speed advantage that he naturally have with his midfielders. But every time A set him up and A did some amazing setups, Name Chaotic just got in. He understood, hey, if I do this thing followed by this things, I'm gonna score. And he did those things. And he did it consistently, and he didn't wane, he didn't do anything, and he just got it in. So W Name Chaotic, that's exactly what you want to see from your brawler. Hey, sometimes you don't need to think, you just need to score.
W indeed. You can't see it, but I'm making a W with both my hands here. You know the pointer finger, you know the thumb. Okay. That's happening right now. W Name Chaotic and W Polar Cortex, bringing this one home for the fans. And it is not over yet for Jackpot, I believe. So stay tuned, for next week. I'm sure they have a fire in their heart that has been lit. They will come back from this. I am a gambling believer. But that is enough for this game. I've been Psykeen, joined by Brick Bats. Thanks for watching. We'll see ya for the next game.
Bye.
Blobos. Oh yeah.
Yeah, both these teams kind of sitting on the opposite end of the scoreboard. We got ADR running at a 3-0, flawless in the season so far, while Flying Blobos yet to get on the scoreboard, exact opposite, 0-3. So you know they've got a bit of a chip on their shoulder, and they're going to be trying to use this non-standard pick to take absolute advantage and try and get on the scoreboard. That I feel not quite what they had wanted to start out with, though.
Not what they wanted to start out with, indeed, and a great back here from Pensando is going to kill this power play for now. But, you know, starting with some of these awakenings, what managed to get that power play going was this Bertram with the missile prop, right? Dubu, that soup that is going to do some major damage. And again, a power play. This is Imy's application. The KOs are going to be going crazy as we see stacks on stacks coming out from everybody on the side of Flying Blobos. And it is just the Pensando show. It is just his team dying over and over again, and his Juno being able to defend for so long. But General Twy with a great rocket is going to open up the goal, and that is a lot of energy on the side of ADR.
Yeah, a ton that they can use, and it's kind of a shame because you can see that Flying Blobos actually managed to get ADR's goal open first, but they just haven't been able to do anything about it. ADR has been so good on the defense already, got Flying Blobos goal open themselves, and now it's just on them to try and convert and score. And they already have like a great offense with Wallaby Gangsta just constantly posting up, and General Twy on the Luna just constantly diving in and causing very havoc for the Flying Blobos defense.
Oh my goodness, what a forklift. I expected it to just hit the lip of the circle there, right? The hole in the middle, but it did not.
Yeah, just barely managed to skate on by Wallaby Gangsta, right in position to make absolutely sure that was going in, and just like that, one off for ADR, and immediate kill almost. They really want this one to wrap it up, although again, their barrier goes down. They seem to not really be worrying too early about like these barriers going down because they are still on the offense.
They are still on the offense indeed. These power plays are just not finding their mark. Fire Madden does get taken out though after having just a little bit of core control for themselves. Wallaby Gangster now going to be trying to find a way in with General Twy. This Pensando J-Man combo is just too much to deal with. Era Juno might be the defensive powerhouse that no one was expecting.
Yeah, no, they've been doing very good on the defense. It took a fair bit of time for ADR to get that first goal, and they just barely managed to get that that barrier out in overtime as J-Man and Firemat managed to push the core through and tie it up.
That was just a well-placed punch out of Fire Madden, just getting it through General Twy. I mean, not to speak ill of J-Man, whose Tornado was able to set up that play to begin with. Just great stuff overall. Flying Blobos really coming in and making this one competitive. You know, there's been a lot of KOs, of course, we expect on Imy's app, but usually that means such an accelerated amount of play, which we haven't really been seeing, really. It's just been great defense from both sides, and these points have been taking for so long. This General Twy might be next on the chopping block.
Yeah, like already looking, almost looking like a little bit worse for wear, trying to contest for position. Meanwhile, Fire Madden trying to do the best they can to get it through that whole morass. Yeah, Flying Blobos not looking quite like an 0-3 team. They look like they maybe have had some bad turns of fortune, much like these KOs, but they are still in it. They are still making it competitive. It's not like these last 2 points not been like completely easy for them, though that is just unfortunate. Blob comes out, so does the Tofu, and it's the Tofu that wins that one.
It is indeed the Tofu, and I think we are now finding the adaptations coming out from ADR, right? They're getting these power plays, but they're not able to convert with just the Jakar, with just the Luna. Bertram's getting involved now, has that Tofu Fortress, is able to do it, but a great roll gone. A-Wire is now going to lead to the barrier dropping for the side of ADR. Now Fireman and J-Man and Pensando all involved, but a KO is going to come out and turn this great turn of fortune into a power play for ADR. Now Pensando, just a maestro with those back clears, is going to get it out again and just bought enough time. Power play has been killed. J-Man is back on the field.
Just very great defense by Pensando. Unfortunately, like, the defense has not been able to, you know, transition into successful offense completely, but they are showing signs, and they are showing, yeah, they are showing some measures of adaptivity. They're trying to figure out how to get that to happen. I was about to say, because the offense, the transition from defense to offense, great. It just hasn't been able to transition into scoring. Once they figure that out, Flying Blobos is suddenly like a much bigger threat.
Much bigger threat indeed. Just a great strike. I mean, taking everyone off guard there. I wasn't expecting it either. The nuke does come out though from General Fly, is going to secure this core flip. Fireman, a great shotgun, is going to be defended by the Juno secondary, and an arrow tornado is going to equalize the field. Now double power play has ended. The power play was killed along with General Fly, and now J-Man and Fireman are going to post up. Great Blobo, great strikes, pass down to Fireman, who was able to strike war in to get the barrier, and now it is open barriers on either side. This is going to be for the set win.
And nearly, they struggled for it, nearly got the Soarin' angle, but Fireman and J-Man pushed for it, launched everything they had, and they take the set, push it through. Flying Blobos up 1 on the undefeated Atlas's diversified resume, and what do they get rewarded with? Monumentalist off rip.
Is a great pickup for Era. I mean, we've already seen J-Man getting so many value tornadoes with just the tiny tornado, and with this, it's going to be so much more. I am interested to see this spark pickup coming out from General Twilight. That's going to be some long-term scaling, and the orb replicator coming out from Juliet. Opting for that over Stinger, and you know, I really do like this pickup from Pensando of Adrush. Not trying to talk about all the awakenings here, but I think this was a very good one, right? Because it stops some of the scaling that this side of Atlas's diversified resume is getting, right? They've gotten so many KOs already, and we do not want them to snowball off that.
Oh, absolutely. I can easily understand like that pick. And even if it was just for a deny, but even then, like Pensando with all these blobs coming out that can be functioning as like mines and whatnot, there is room to like utilize that offensively as well. So we need to see how these new pickups can allow them to kind of like push forward and see how things adapt basically come in this second set. Because Flying Blobos taking that first set with some struggle, but managing to push through, so this is just going to like be able to help them out.
Absolutely help them out. I mean, already we see General Twy now though with the core flip, and Bertram just a little bit too pushed up, and the abilities probably not working the way that he wanted them to, right? Lets the little core slip through, and that's going to be a goal where General Twy was just not able to get in position to make up for that lost space, and now the Lunar Nuke is going to come out right off rip, get some damage on Fireman, and just a little bit sloppy work there in the defensive line, already losing their barrier just because it feels like they were expecting one another to do something that the other didn't, and now that is the core flip down. So many resources being burned here on the side of ADR just to stem the bleeding.
Yeah, Tornado comes up, pushed Bertram straight into their own goal, and then Fireman and J-Man work to put that core in the goal. Beautiful teamwork from the Flying Blobos. They are looking like they're the ones that should be up in games, not ADR at this moment. And I don't know what turned around for him, but turned it has.
Turned it has indeed, and Fireman turning on the core flip is going to find a KO. Wallaby Gangster and Bertram are the only defensive resources left for this team of ADR. Great back there from Bertram, showing I can do that too. Now, Fireman and J-Man getting involved in the play, not finding anything. General Twy on the respawn flies in, not going to find anything but a great kick into strike from Fireman. Is going to secure the barrier. Bertram, nothing he can do about that one there. Past the Fireman and from J-Man, looking to get the goal here. General Twy and Wallaby trying to do something about this, but the core control is just so heavily favored for the side of Flying Blobos.
Yeah, it's just incredible how they've been managing to like slip past like all these obstacles that Bertram has been pulling out, and just all like the gunshots and stuff. Even though like they did get that barrier taken, it's proven that ADR is having a time and a half trying to get it past, as a wild boost goes a little bit awry, but not awry enough to prevent them from getting a little bit of an offensive push. Flip has to come out to try and save it, and Bertram putting on a masterclass defensively as they desperately try and make this a competitive set and not a 3-and-out.
Not a 3-and-out indeed. Dash Punch does go wide, not going to find it just yet. General Twy and Bertram doing a great job here, but the trust was just not there. Bertram using that flip, scared of things that might have been capable of happening. General Twy going to boost in, not going to find anything. Fire Madden going to go for the Dash Punch, is going to be stopped, and that is now a KO on J-Man. Wallaby finding the KO into that center hole, and now it is a power play. Wallaby is just going to have the core funneled. Tried to beat him in the 2v1, but that is a Dracar with a shotgun, and ADR is going to be taking their first point of this set.
Yeah, definitely still a bit of a hill to climb, but certainly not one unclimbable for ADR, as good as we've seen them. But Flying Blobos just kind of been playing lights out, although that jump somehow not punished the core just quite enough to not get that barrier. So right now it is still tied up. Nice dribble to get that rocket out there. Barrier is still up, and Sando just moving there, incredible, and a KO coming out too. Flying Blobos on and just on a real roll today.
On a roll indeed, and speaking of who is rolling, Bertram only has one of them who had to use it earlier, and unfortunately it is going to lead to the barrier, but Fireman was low for just long enough. The Blobo is going to capture the core there. It would have gone in. Power play is almost killed. Fireman is back on the field. General Twy, though, has some energy advantage to work with. Boost in to J-Man, not going to find anything off of it. Uses the flip and not going to find anything off of that except for a Julie ultimate. Pass down to Fireman, not going to find anything just yet. Blobo comes out and through Pensando to find their second goal. Wallaby Gangster securing this 2 points now for ADR.
That was just so close. Pensando just a little off on the draw there. Missed the attack, and now it's tied up. You know, like, Flying Blobos have been riding high clearly for a little bit. They don't want this to be taken from them. They don't want this kind of like reverse sweep for this set. Meanwhile, as this like barrier goes down, that's absolutely what ADR wants, and they are pushing for it. You can see Bertram down low, trying to kind of stay a little bit, trying to be a little bit of a menace. General Twy swooping in. It's got to be like Flying Blobos are a little bit in the hot seat now, and they have to try and do something to get this offensive push done and over with.
And they just need to find a way to keep core control just for a little bit longer on the other side of the field. Pensando taking a risky play. Risk versus Ward is going to be rewarded, and now off of that initial push is going to find the barrier. Core flip coming out from Bertram. They're trying to stack a lot of damage onto Fireman and do find the damage. Took a lot of their own HP bars from a tornado, but it was just not enough. And now the power play. Blobo, red core, overtime, not going to find the goal just yet. Bertram to General Twy. Pensando jumps in, eject buttons back. Fireman is back on the field, and a beautiful boost from General Twy with the strike is not going to be enough. Wallaby Gangster taken out, and now this is the power play that could secure the point for the side of ADR. Not ADR, I mean Flying Blobos, and it is a Flying Blobo that secures the goal. 3-2 Flying Blobos up by 2 sets. Already.
This would be a heck of an upset. Flying Blobos trying to take this first game with authority, and right now a couple of sparks extra special. There's a lot of good things on the table for Flying Blobos. They will have to be careful though. I can see some ways this could go a bit cockeyed.
Yeah, I can certainly see the line there. I mean, this bulk up from Jakar could be really dangerous, right? Already he's getting a lot of KOs and having more stagger. That's not really their game plan anyways, though, from the side of ADR. They've been a lot of knockback KOs, so, you know, it could be fine. Spark of Leadership coming out from Bertram. Kind of an awkward pick in the last place, but otherwise, the only real star I see here is the extra special taken from J-Man. These tornadoes are going to be here every single point from now on at the start, and the reduced cooldown is going to be a menace, especially from all of the value they've been getting from them so far.
Yeah, it's going to be a very dangerous, it's going to be very stormy weather for ADR, especially with that KO that came out for them. All three members moving up, barrier gets taken, they're trying to push it through. That's kind of been their game plan for scoring, like, okay, get the barrier, everybody stack up, launch everything you got at them, and hey, it's been working, so why not? Dance with what brung you.
Dance with the one who brung you, indeed, J-Man. Trying to get around General Twy, but a great boost into Strike is going to secure the goal and the barrier. There we go now. General Twy, while he gains through the power couple on this Dracar Luna, going to find the barrier once again. Now the hard part, finding the actual goal. J-Man in front of the net with Bertram, going to try and find a way in. Fireman getting involved. General Twy on the defense. Pensaldo jumps in, misses the core. Red core, Blobos. It is overtime, and the tornado comes in, but does save the barrier, save the goal. Fire Madden has forced a bit of great rockets. Was that a rockets?
I think that was I think Fire Madden punched at the same time almost the same time the rocket. I think that was just like a millisecond little strike war that Fire Madden won. But frankly, it doesn't matter because now there are only 2 downs, taking this first game from ADR, drawing some much needed blood from the top team so far.
This is everything that you want if you're a Flying Blobos fan, and that is what you want if you're a Flying Blobos player! J-Man White with these tornadoes, that extra special, the Monumentalist is just so much, and Fire Madden in front of the course, a very wacky, a little bit of a situation there in front of the net, does end up sinking it in, and oh my goodness, this is set and game point for Flying Blobos. ADR going to have to respond.
Yeah, like a little bit of an inadvertent fumble-rooski there on the side of the Flying Blobos. Went to hit the core, kind of missed it, and everybody kind of moved thinking it had gone somewhere. It hadn't, but that was enough to get him out of position, ADR, and Flying Blobos quick to take advantage. So as this continues, this is do or die for ADR, not Flying Blobos. Flying Blobos sitting very pretty, even as this gets taken.
That gets taken indeed. I want to glaze Pensando here for a moment. So much pressure is being alleviated on their side. I mean, okay, boost it, I'm Caster's Curse, but so much pressure is being alleviated from the offense, from these back clears that Pensando is just so consistent at hitting. It just completely eliminates the offense from ADR, but you know, a wild Luna boost is going to be enough to secure that goal. And wow, Fireman and this Flying Blobos, they are addicted to these back clears. Back clears it for Bertram with the Juliet kick, and now we are reset to neutral.
Yeah, that was a bit unfortunate, but they are definitely trying to push in now. They want to rectify that mistake very quickly. No dice though. You can see try to push out J-Man. Do not like that. Another tornado comes out. Watch yourselves. Another push in. Yeah, that's just been their game plan. They using that eject button Pensando just to kind of throw everything at that whole team. As the Crater Maker causes a bit of havoc, cannot respond to the attack, and Flying Blobos take the first game 3-0.
3-0 indeed. What a strong showing coming up from the Flying Blobos. And I mean, just so much uncontrolled chaos at the end there. There was not much you could do. There was another tornado flying in. Fire Madden was already heading down. There was just so much on the mental stack on the side of ADR, where they're going to have to go back to the drawing board and figure out what went wrong and, you know, try and figure out, okay, what did we do right? What can we still maintain and abuse from this? But I mean, looking at this scoreboard here, KOs definitely were leading on the side of ADR, but Fireman and J-Man, Y, and Pensando Flying Blobos seem to accomplish a little bit more with theirs, right? 9 KOs to 11 here, but what a showing.
Yeah, just absolutely incredible there. So, yeah, definitely gonna have to see how they respond to that new ADR. So, let's see what happens.
See what happens indeed. Game 2, I believe we are looking at a Atlas Lab game. So, stay tuned for that. We will be back in just a moment.
Hello again, we are back. This is P-Flare, I am Liz-Sarkane, and this is Game 2, Atlas's Diversified Resume ADR versus Flying Blobos, and contrary to common expectations, it is Flying Blobos in the lead, 1-0. They are looking to make this 2-0 and get on the board with a real victory.
Real victory indeed. It would be the slaying of the Titans if Flying Blobos were able to take this one, but we are seeing a judo ban here, really showing the power that Pensando held over the team of ADR last game, right? No longer will we be seeing that, but we'll be seeing the era instead. So also a very good goalie right now, in my experience. Either way, we're getting to this game. It is an ad rush, hot shot game, and we are seeing 2 adrenaline rushes already, one going off from the side of Atlas's Diversified Resume, and it is a 3 hot shots on the side of Flying Blobos as the first goal is scored off of this power play.
Yeah, with how Pensando was able to basically control the core and keep that backfield pretty safe most times, I can definitely see why the Juno had to go from the perspective of ADR, especially with this kind of KO comp that is just absolutely that's 2-0 at this point. Pensando kind of knows like there's not really a whole lot you can do there. I mean, basically Wallaby Gangsters almost said, let us score or you follow their fate, which never a situation you want to see.
Not when you want to see it indeed, and I think we're going to see a lot more of a lot more polarizing of a game than from last time, but as if to prove me wrong and then immediately right, yes, another KO coming out, and it's not as though the team of ADR was having trouble finding KOs last time. It's just they weren't able to do much off of them. And now with this ad rush, they're going to have the abilities to really capitalize on each and every KO, especially now with Wallaby Gangster running that Juliet that he is so comfortable on. This could be an entirely different showing, but it's looking like Flying Blobos is not ready to throw in the towel yet, even after such a strong first showing from ADR. That is going to be Flying Blobos taking their first point of this first set.
Yeah, and honestly, a pretty beautiful Fireman kind of shook General Twy out of their shoes, caught him to bite and boost completely out of position, and that was able to feed up to J-Man for a quick 1-2 into a goal. As the double barrier gets taken very fast. Yeah, Flying Blobos saying like, no, we gonna make this upset. Pillar nearly gets it in, but no dice, not yet. As one gets taken, flip goes out, another one gets, second one still holds, and that's usually the one that counts. So we need to see if Flying Blobos can hold this and cause a quick tie up for this game.
This game indeed, J-Man looking very low, is going to grab 2 orbs, all of the recovery that he needs. Pensando now going to get the core off of General Twy's boost. J-Man now in front of the net. Bertram with the flip, juked by J-Man's hook. A great play coming out from J-Man. And let me be clear, this is J-Man, the midfielder from last game on the Rasmus, Fireman, and the brawler from last game on the Rune. A little bit of like characters where we wouldn't expect to see them, but these two are piloting them like they belong on either side, and they are just masters of their craft so far in this game, already tying this game up.
That was absolutely sick. J-Man with like the old school Iverson crossover. Gave it to you, dragged it back, and now with that tie, with this tie game, you can definitely see Flying Blobos are definitely hanging tough with this undefeated ADR team. They are in prime position, honestly, to kind of like take it the way they've been playing.
Indeed, a great showing. Defense from both teams. Bertram just in the right spacing positions to keep this core from hitting his barrier off of the J-Man, Fireman, and Pensando 3v1. But now, speaking of unbalanced teams. It is a power play for the side of Atlas's diversified resume. The ultimate comes out from the air. The flip in front of the Juliet is not going to find anything, but the Juliet's not going to find anything either as Fireman is back on the board. J-Man trying to find a KO on Wallaby Gangsta. A great evade is going to stop any hope of that happening. Now, J-Man, without the energy and with some missing HP, is going to find the last barrier, and now it is an open goal on either side.
Yeah, oh, Wallaby Gangster went for the kill on J-Man, no sell on it, though. As the Crater Maker comes out and that accidentally transitions that into offense for Flying Blobos, may have accidentally kind of like sealed the doom here as it like that was a good vanish to go out to kind of like hold it, but this is Flying Blobos on the offense, ADR trying to hold.
Oh, what a pillar coming out from Fireman, and I was not expecting that to be there at all, and neither was Bertram or General Twy. It just popped up. The Luna's skin kind of just like made it blend in. You couldn't really tell. That was, wow.
That was incredible on their part, and Flying Blobos could, like you said, like slay the Titan, or at the very least draw a deep wound in them, and get a very, very needed win if they can keep this up. Still got 2 more sets to go, and with that prize fighter on Juliet and that extra special on Luna, that is looking a lot scarier. Team Player and Monumentalist are going to help out for sure, but it's very clear Atlas, ADR says, we just really, really, really want you dead right now.
And that is going to be the game plan, but as we have seen so far this series, that is no uncomfortable position for the side of the Flying Blobos. Been there before, and they're going to be there many more times before this game is over. Great awakenings, though, I think, coming out maybe just a little on the weak side from Flying Blobos, right? We got a spark. It's scaling for later, but you've already won the set. Kind of a hard place to be. But with all of the passing plays, who cares about Team Player? Your Team Player user is dead, and now that is Wallaby and General Twy with this add rush power play. General Twy out in front of the net, not going to find anything. The Era ultimate coming out. Tornado Maelstrom not going to lead to a goal yet. Now the power play has been killed. Fireman and J-Man on the offense, and a banish comes out on General Twy.
Very nice play, very nice like save on that offense as all the abilities come out, forces out a flip from Bertram, and they do manage to transition to offense. General Twy went for the boost flip, couldn't quite get it, but Wallaby Gangster was right there to pick up on that. Pensando just unable to get through to it. J-Man unable to react in time. They do take the lead for this set, but that was a hard fought one, and you can be sure that that's not going to happen every single time.
It's going to happen every single time, indeed. I mean, this is a hard place to be. Yes, you got the goal, but you had to use both a foreflip and your Juliet's dash punch combo. It is add rush, but if you don't get anything off of that dash punch combo other than a goal, you're not going to have those abilities for the next set. But dash punch does come out, not going to find anything. This is not what you want. If you are ADR, the banish is going to come out. The barrier is still standing strong. J-Man is going to retreat momentarily for this orb. Is going to find that lead pressure being back on the side of Flying Blobos as the pillar times out just in time to get this core out into a good position. But that is going to be Pensando going down. Power play now for Atlas's diversified resume.
Very nice play on the part of ADR as they try and push for this last goal barrier. Not quite able to do it before the power play is killed. They have been holding very well on these power plays. But Wallaby Gangster now the one looking very dangerously low. J-Man tries for a hook to try and wrap that up, but no dice. Still does get the barrier though. Banish goes out. Flip goes out, tries the 50-50, does Fireman. Bertram gets it correctly. Wild play going out as overtime causes this score to like turn red every single day. Meanwhile, kills going out, everything is flying in this overtime as neither team wants it to either get too out of hand or risk a tie-up.
Risk a tie-up, but a great clear from Pensando is going to secure this goal. General Twy so dangerous with this core flip, doesn't even need it though. A strike from Wallaby Gangster and finds the perfect undefended open space to just send it into the goal. A great way to end up the set.
Just incredible placement. Got between Scylla and Cryptus on that one, and managed to basically push their lead to and out. Definitely something that ADR would be more familiar with. Flying Blobos trying to get that rhythm back, trying to kind of like get that vibe going for him again. Almost gets that 2 barrier, but still no dice there. They are pushing up. Bertram, though, is putting on a masterclass defensively.
Masterclass, absolutely. But also the masterclass of this duo. Call it a trio with how often Pensando is getting involved. Just so much core pressure. But you have the right team for the job. Unfortunately, just so much pressure can only be maintained for so long. Fireman is going to find the goal off of the death of J-Man. That is one barrier left for the side of Flying Blobos and none for the side of ADR. A dash punch, almost finding another KO. Not quite yet. Maelstrom does come out to potentially split the sea of ADR. Not going to find what they're looking for. Bandit comes out, great evade from Wallaby Gangsta as he postures for this barrier, and a great pillar from Fireman. And just the core was in such a weird position for so much of this, and Fire Madden finds the goal, taking 1 point now in this set 2.
Yeah, they are definitely like fighting from under our Flying Blobos just because of the sheer damage that can come out in a split second from ADR. And like we said earlier, you're kind of used to that. But at this point, like, you just kind of like expect it and play around it. Beautiful Sad Boys does get hit a barrier nonetheless, and there goes both barriers down for Flying Blobos. They are trying to like get this set done and dusted.
Done and dusted indeed. Another KO is going to be just this continued power play from ADR. They needed this to get back in this game, and Wallaby with a great kick is going to stun J-Man, get into the right position. General Twy for the strike to go through. There is a flip in front of the net. Anything could have happened there, and it would have gone in. Well played from ADR.
And right now, with that, they are in good position. I'm seeing a lot of interesting drafts here for ADR. You've got missile prop, stacks on stacks, Might of the Colossus, bulk up. Yep, went for that bulk up. Yeah, there's a lot here that ADR can do to kind of like augment both their speed and their killing potential here. Meanwhile, on the other side, Flying Blobos need to find some way to kind of countermand that capability themselves, and it looks like they might actually be taking a page out of ADR's book with those awakenings.
Yeah, they really just want to get a lot of these defensive awakenings away from the side of ADR, right? Stop some of that damage that is coming out, eliminate some of that pressure. And this bulk up, though, is going to make it tremendously hard, because that is so much damage, so much HP on Wallaby. But no dash punch was found there. The ultimate comes out. Great ultimate from Pensando, the Maelstrom, just splitting everything apart, not allowing General Twy to get involved in the play. Now a potential goal as J-Man and Fireman in posture to find this goal. Passing plays not enough. General Twy into the black hole isn't going to find anything. The Maelstrom back down, a pillar, it goes wide, not going to find the goal just yet. Now it might just be ADR's time to put on some pressure.
Yeah, this is what they need. There were some very scary situations for ADR from the side of Flying Blobos with some very nice pillar placement. But you see, 2 flips had to go out to kind of continue that offensive pressure from ADR, and even then, still didn't quite assure them the goal. And now, even with J-Man low, that is a very scary situation. You've got Erasmus on one side and Rune on the other, threatening your goal line. Yeah, no, not something you want to be faced.
You want to face him deep, but a great call out from Pensando off of General Twy's core flip is going, or sorry, Pensando's core flip is going to be secured off of General Twy, responding to it, and now it is time for the Flying Blobos to get involved, to get the goal here. The pressure is on. J-Man is low. This could be what ADR needs to get back into this point. J-Man does have the recovery drone throw, does go for the orb, but the pressure is mounting. General Twy has the flip, could make something happen here. The Maelstrom is going to keep the core up for just a little bit longer, but Fireman has to go back. J-Man does lose the recovery drone, and now all of the tools are on the side of ADR, who have 2 flips to no energy on the side of Flying Blobos. This could be what ADR needs to score.
Yeah, although Tornado doing a great job of trying to cut that out. Goes up to J-Man, not quite. Bertram clears it out, threads the needle, and beautiful rocket from General Twy. Sends it red coring straight into the goal. Cassando cannot react in time. 1 up does ADR go.
1 point indeed. That is not what you want if you're Flying Blobos, but that was a lot of resources burnt for having none of their own. Energy is now equalized across both teams, and this could be the breakaway that the Flying Blobos need. A great tornado is going to send everyone to the bottom side, leaving so much open space for Flying Blobos to posture on, and Fire Madden with a great pillar is going to take full advantage of that.
Like, beautiful. Like, you can kind of see Bertram was actually starting to go low. I think he thought the same thing you did, so Fireman just immediately cleared it right back up to the top. Bertram a shade too slow on the attempted clear, but sometimes this is a battle of like milliseconds and frames, and at that time Bertram just a little bit too slow as these barriers go down 1 apiece for each side. But never mind that, none for each side. General Try posturing, trying to make something happen as the tornado comes out. J-Man in the 1v1. Are you? And Bertram actually manages to defend against that. You don't usually manage to pull that off against Erasmus.
Using every single kit tool in the toolbox from J-Man, not going to find it. Bertram, masterclass defense on the dude who's showing you just trust in your log and you will go far. And a Wallaby Gangster trusting in his ability to find KOs. Now this is a power play. Oh no, we got a little bit too much bloodlust there from Wallaby. Saw J-Man is like, I'm gonna get this guy's flip off if it kills me or if it, no matter what happens. And well, unfortunately what happened was you scored the goal on your own side. But hey, you got the flip out of J-Man one way or another. It is God whiffed, and now we can start to reset. But that is 2 points from Flying Blobos already in this set number 3.
Yeah, very, very dangerous situation for ADR. They got caught a little bit too much as Wild Tofu kind of stifles General Twice literal everything. Nothing doing for them. Like, the strikers gods against them for that incident. And it is Flying Blobos still on the offense, although Bertram doing their absolute best to make sure that that goal barrier stays up.
Doing everything he can indeed, but there's just too much in front of his net. J-Man and Fireman able to find that barrier. Now it is an open goal to no barriers taken. This is what Flying Blobos need and want. Wallaby in front of the net, using flip from Pensando before Wallaby can get his hands on it. Maelstrom comes out, not going to find anything. This flip will be unused as Fireman finds a way to get it through General Twyamber. That was J-Man. That was not Fireman. What am I talking about?
J-Man, I believe that was with the whiplash, and at that point, Bertram was just too far up to kind of like react to the red core in time. But I am seeing some, I'm seeing some good stuff on both sides, but obviously me being a Luna, the first thing I immediately see is that Deadeye, easy for the taking, and that should scare the pants off of Flying Blobos, in my opinion. General Twy has been dangerous and aggressive this whole game, so by all means, that is going to just mean things are going to like hit harder. This whole team, again, ADR, trying to hit harder. Got that built different, got the Timeless Creator, got the Deadeye, and it's going to be just a gauntlet for Flying Blobos to try and get through this. But they've done it once, and with this, and with the awakenings that I'm seeing on them, they could do it again.
Could do it again indeed. They need to take back control with this set, and that Timeless, that Deadeye is going to be what they might need as the stopgap, but it's just not enough. Both barriers go down once again. Fireman and J-Man too strong up front, and Pensando just with the perfect clears is so much for this team of ADR to handle, the consistency of which Flying Blobos are able to just crack open. The side of Bertram, General Twy, and Wallaby is being showcased right here as they take the first point of this potential final set of this series.
Like, just beautiful. J-Man had everything up in there, and Bertram not able to respond, even though they did manage to try something a little bit there. Pop goes the black hole. Fire Madden game decided that no, you will be spared for today, and they are looking to try and take advantage of that very fast, even as the entirety of ADR moving up, not wanting this to go too far south, but it is going south very fast. Bodies flying. ADR and Flying Blobos just throwing hands right now. This is just nasty.
Nasty indeed. KOs coming out from everybody. An unfortunate black hole pop is going to put Pensando in the perfect position for Wallaby Gangster to just dash punch off of that ad rush. You can't be taking those kinds of risks, but I think it was actually Wallaby who did pop that great game knowledge coming out from him and ends up securing the goal for those troubles. And oh my goodness, Fire Bandit is gone just as quickly as he respawned.
Popped it, just like immediate death. And it's starting to kind of like look like, yeah, ADR may have like a lot of like damage scaling on it, so it's going to take a lot of clever play, much like that, although threaded the needle again. And ADR kind of definitely stepping it up now and trying to make sure that Flying Blobos gets no more chances on goal. Mostly by making sure that they are not there to like hit at the goal.
Oh my goodness. So first, I want to talk about Pensando. These ultimates coming out from him, he is using unfinished tornadoes, maelstroms, to make sure that he has the core in his possession before, the expected time. He's using them masterfully to set up his team, and just J-Man was able to deconstruct the plans of Bertram and General Twy. Bertram, I think, was expecting General Twy to use the flip, and General Twy just wanted Twee. I don't know which one it is, but okay, we're in a power play right now. We can talk about that later. Great defense coming out from Pensando and Fireman, and potentially the cost of Pensando's life. But J-Man is back, and now we can try to stem the bleeding a little bit.
Yeah, J-Man tried to go for the barrier right there, not quite. Wallaby and General Twy doing their best to keep kind of like this front up, and they do manage to get it with a nice combination boost for the barrier and dash punch for the goal. Tied up are ADR and Flying Blobos.
Tied up, and this is what ADR needs. They need to get back into this. They can't lose this set or they lose the series, and J-Man is doing exactly what they need. They accidentally take a barrier with their own secondary, but a great Maelstrom is going to secure the other barrier for the side of Flying Blobos. Now it is one apiece. Bertram trying to defend this top barrier, loses it, and now it is everything you want to see if you are the Flying Blobos open net while you still have a barrier left standing.
Yep, this is the ideal moment for Flying Blobos. They are on the defense a little bit, and they do get taken very nice boost from General Twy, but it is still basically anyone, as it is Flying Blobos with most core control. Fakes out!
There we go!
Just the shape, the bake, the score, and that's it! Flying Blobos fell the piece. They didn't get 2 and out, and they have drawn blood. They have failed to beat whatever you want to call it. They have won against basically an undefeated team. Flying Blobos on the scoreboard with 1, and suddenly that perfect record down in the drain for ADR.
Down the drain indeed, to a team that until today all they knew was defeat. 3 losses, no more. Well, okay, those aren't going anywhere, but they have a win under their belt, and they proved their capabilities against one of the leading groups here, ADR, who so far has only dropped a single set this entire season. Drops 6 today to the Flying Blobos. Well played. I mean, looking at the stat screen, KOs don't matter. That is all she wrote about that. I mean, 16 KOs to 1. Wonder which team won.
Yeah. The answer may surprise you, but in all seriousness, excellent, fantastic. All respect to the team of the Flying Blobos. They came in with a game plan. They came in determined, and Pensando, I can't even say, oh, it was just Pensando. Oh, it was just, all three of them played out of their absolute minds. Pensando with the incredible defense, Fireman with the incredible like midfield placement, and J-Med just like on the offense, just the absolute crossovers that he showed like in this last game, just the mind games that it was able to play, just absolutely incredible play from all of them. And ADR clearly not expecting this level from Flying Blobos, and I feel like it showed here.
Showed indeed. Well played from the Flying Blobos. Hopefully, it'll be well played from the next series that you see coming out here. I've been Psykeen, joined by P Flair. We'll catch you later. Thank you for tuning in to this Atlas Diversified Resume versus the Flying Blobos. Any last words for the people, P Flair?
We will be seeing you likely very soon, and like keep it locked right here, because at this rate, it's almost, you never know what's gonna happen. Peace out.
Peace out indeed. Let's go. All right. Brick Batch.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Week 4 matches. Today we have Oncoming Traffic versus Cyberswipe. A lot of people repping these teams, a lot of popular people in these ones, and it should be a pretty good game, but I think, Yoshi, you have some lore for us on the draft and such.
Hello, I'm here to break down the draft we saw on this Hotshot Stacks and Sacks start. First of all, a ban on Luna and Rune, both great Hotshot characters. followed by a first pick Zen, which I think is very interesting. Zen, Siphoning Wand on the board, has just been performing really well recently, been looking really good. Other thing is that immediately we saw an Era Drakkar pick, and I'm looking at this Drakkar, and I think it's really interesting because obviously we have a stack start and Julie was up, and those two things I think really make a lot of sense together. And Drakkar kind of functions very similar to Julie, but here I have to wonder if it's a preferencing. There's something going on, but I think the Drakkar pick is very interesting. We'll have to see if it pays off. a little staggered right now, but then we also saw Juno fall to 5th pick, which I think is very interesting indeed. We're seeing the Juno goalie, but generally I think a lot of midfield picks have been really uncontested recently, and there. Oh my god, the hot shot start, you can see it flaring up right there. A big shot to the bottom corner, going a little bit too fast, and Cyberswipe unable to catch that one.
Yeah, was a really nice shot there from the side of Oncoming Traffic. One of the other things, this Juno looking a little bit like cakes there. The mom boot stacks on stacks. Very surprised well by the not hot shot there. We have that air Noda coming along the bottom here. Zoe almost getting a berry here. That is a kill flip, this time going the other way, because last time it was Zoe getting the kill flip. And the Slime winning Strike Wars on the bottom. Templemelon getting the bottom barrier, so we are now 1-2-1. Era almost having that core flip. There it is. And it's going to be passed along up the top here. Crystal Thorns goes a little wide. The Oni's Blade comes out with the passive as well. It's not quite enough to get this barrier. The core flip is burned, though. Waited, really nice patience there. And the Bewitching Beam as well. And now the goal is open. Cyberswipe on the back foot on this one. But Templemelon close to death. That's the option there for a power play to get things rolling. But it's going to be Zoe that actually goes down. This low health Drakkar still has enough health to kill you. So I'm buying time with the glitch pop. The Slimes as well. Assertive holding onto this core for dear life there. Use it. Struck by coin, but it buys so much time. Now Zentara's back, but it doesn't matter. Piercing shot gets the goal.
Yeah, bang. Wonderful piercing shot, just going right through everyone. I'm really curious how we've got the Oncoming Traffic arrangement. I have to be honest, I have not watched any of the previous games, but if you had to ask me, like, what positions are these three players playing, I would say Coin is playing Brawler, Templemelon midfield. But here, very clearly, we've got Coin midfield, Templemelon on the Brawler. But Coin's also been putting it in the net quite a bit on the Estelle, so I don't know, just a very interesting kind of freeform thing they've got going on. It's kind of how Estelle works, you know, you get in there, you're able to get barriers and score for your Brawler. It's very nice, but here both nets open. A lot of stagger buzz, but Templemelon just rushing in, getting that Strike War win, and taking a 3-0 set for Oncoming Traffic.
Yeah, turns out that Oncoming Traffic is pretty tough to go up against. Make sure you look both ways, because they've already taken one set in an absolute blitz, and that is potentially Estelle getting aerials right off the bat, but is hovering that prime time. Definitely a good pick as well. Gonna go for the aerials in the end, but a lot of good options there. Adrenaline Rush is also on the board. I'm expecting that to be taken up, but we'll see what they all go for. In the end, it's gonna be Drakkar.
Yeah, a Templemelon picking up Adrenaline Rush is absolutely, puts a smile on my face. Templemelon is one of those players, and you know exactly what I mean. And the Adrenaline Rush is just a perfect fit here. Especially, she's been picking up these KOs, getting a lot of damage. It's like everything's wonderful. Other things, I think Zoe the Witch picking up this Dash Awakening, it's going to be really impactful. It's going to be really big here. The net's already open. Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, the aerials was denied away, but it's really the explosive entrance that Zentaro wanted anyways, so a lot of opportunities. Of course, that does mean that Aimee didn't get any Dash Awakenings, but there it is. It's actually Expo Chain getting the goal there. Zoe was there just for the moral support, just in case anything happened, but really nice coming out here with the first point there for Cyberswipe. Not going to be swept away this time, but Oncoming Traffic was looking very strong, so I'm surprised if this is a sweep the other way.
Yeah, Oncoming Traffic has just been, was really dominant that last set. We saw them picking up a lot of barriers. Really nice, which is a little bit of the Juno goalie philosophy, is that your defense, it's tough. You can definitely pull it off, but that's not why you're making that pick. Has a lot of offensive potential with the Slimes, with the jump. Obviously not a eject button, but going quite fast. Makes the Slimes also incredibly fast, very devious, but that's an Adrenaline Adrenaline Rush proc for Tempo Melon right there. Look a little low, actually taken down in the middle of the rush. I hate to see it, but now we've got a 2v2 here for a little bit.
Yeah, and that's Expo Chen very low on health, going to retreat back. Nice rotate there from a sort of one of the benefits of that mom boot style of Junos. You're not really beholden to the goalie box as much as you are with eject button. Cakes, forgive me for saying it. But Aimi is going to go off the field. Core flip up to the top corner. Zoe trying to catch it, but it's actually going to be the coin getting it over to Tempo Melon. Now it's both barriers open on both sides. Nice defense against that Drakkar shotgun. Can be very brutal. Good defense as well with the Juno secondary to stop that from going in. But how long can this go on? It seems that Oncoming Traffic is just the ones that are... They're just the ones that are on the offense 24/7 here. Zoe the Witch is all the way in the midfield, not for lack of trying, but there's just so much aggression here from Oncoming Traffic that they can't get it forward. Piercing Shock tries to. Now Zoe the Witch is on the side of the field, but it goes all the way back. Tempo Melon's in front of the goal and puts it through into the goal there. Now Oncoming Traffic tie it up 1-1 and feeling very comfortable with that one set lead, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely. It's felt like this whole game they've just had control of the core overall. We're seeing like Expo Chen's just kind of getting shot quite a bit. Makes it a lot harder to function as a midfielder, getting a lot done. Zoe the Witch, and generally how this team functions is that both forwards contribute in the midfield quite significantly. But it's looking like one of them's always just struggling to stay alive, which makes it hard because then it's in the midfield 1v2 trying to fight this Drakkar and the Estelle, who just, they have a lot of speed, they have a lot of coverage just across the board, especially on such a narrow map like Night Market. Really hard to get through them, and they're putting out a lot of damage. Like a lot of factors are really working against Cyberswipe and the comp they have, and just generally how they play. But Assertive getting a little active, trying to get that barrier very, very close, but now Zoe the Witch having to get an orb. It's just, if they can take out Tempo Melon, entire tempo of the point changed, and they do. So that's one big power play on the board right here, one big barrier, and they seal it out.
Yeah, Coin also kind of low on health, so can't trade too much. The piercing shot almost gets the barrier in the negative power play, though, which would have been great to see. Tempo Melon back on the field now, but the core is red. Zoe just barely missed the secondary, unfortunately, so it's not going to go in off of that. The primary as well is diffused by Tempo Melon. Glitch Pop comes out, the bottom Oni's blade as well, but not enough. Really good defense here by Oncoming Traffic. Mangoes and Coin putting in so much work. Tempo Melon gets the core, puts it into the barrier. Glitchrop sends it up. Slime sends it over. They're trying to pass it around and confuse the enemy goalie here, but it's so difficult. And there we go. Finally, Zoe gets the connection with that secondary, and that's all you need on the Zentaro. That secondary strike is so powerful, but it can be very tricky to get it with all this core speed. So really good to see that finally coming through here. And yeah, just killing Tempo Melon kind of unlocked that point, as you were saying, changed the tempo of the point.
Yeah, really nice, especially because everyone except Mangoes Are Yummy and Expo Chen has stacks. So every KO found on Tempo Melon, Zoe the Witch, and all these players with stacks are going to be incredibly significant. Expo Chen not having stacks, not too worried about that. So, which, nice trade-off, but not having the speed, I think, is definitely making a big difference. Here though, oh, a devilish double barrier is going to be opening it up for Oncoming Traffic, but Assertive getting so active here, and a great touch from Zoe the Witch is going to seal out this point. Now tied 1-1 in sets. Cyberswipe is getting ready to come back.
One might even say that this Juno with all the forward pressure is being quite assertive in that. Really good to see that forward pressure on this goalie, and we see a lot of options here for that Juno. Third pick might not necessarily get the exact one, but 1-2 punch is up, team player is up. Could even go for an early Sparks build because it's still relatively, there's at least one more pick, one more draft. But it's going to be Super Surge going the way of Aimi, which is huge. So much damage coming out on that Cyber Swipe, and it's the name of the team, so you know they're going to be hitting it. And you just got to be on the lookout for that. If I'm Tempo Melon, I am quaking a little bit. Tempo Melon's pretty good, but I'd be concerned.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot happened looking into that draft. Like you said, the Super Surge picked up the Dash Awakening going Expo Chan's way. Going to be very nice. I'm looking at this. Assertive did not take Hot Shot on the start, but now has 1-2 punch. Like you said, they gave it up. Zoe the Witch taking a little bit of damage. Picked up some size, which is going to be nice for the ultimate. Going to be a big move getting in there. Cyberswipe here, I think they won out the draft really, really hard, and they have this open net They're really showing the case. But Tempo Melon shooting Zoe the Witch twice and getting the Adrenaline Rush proc might have something to say about all that.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things. This is actually Drakkar with some strength now. Before this point, Tempo Melon had no power. Did have pummelers, but only had stacks and adrenaline rush, so all the kills Drakkar was getting was without any actual help on the actual damage. So getting that Spark of Strength is actually allowing Drakkar to do a lot more damage. Now, of course, damage is going both ways here. Tempo Melon has no energy bar and could be very susceptible to a very quick Cyber Swipe, Glitch Pop combo or anything of that sort, so have to be aware of it. But I don't know if it's quite as much of a one draft. I'm going to disagree with you just a little bit on that one, but I do think it is still very good for Cyber Swipe.
And here, just all these slimes, all this forward pressure that Assertive is putting up is so significant. The prime time picked up in a previous draft has got to feel wonderful, you know, especially on goalie. Just so much, a whole extra ability to help you defend, but you know, all this speed, being able to walk up and throw out these slimes, throw out these ults, is just making such a difference here, and helping in the midfield, which is where they really need it because of the speed deficit. Again, Expo with Hotshot, and generally just all the damage coming out. And speaking of damage, Oncoming Traffic looking like they're weaving in between the cars here, because right now they're... Oh, that's one down, and Coin's just looking really low.
Yeah, looking low, but also looking to maybe get a kill. Never mind, Zoe the Witch is going to be using the core flip to secure the barrier. The Imi chart is out as well with Glitch Pop around the top, but not quite enough. Mangos is solid on this defense. Drakkar back on the field, not going to quite be able to get too much done, but they do get it across the field. Core flip is used from Assertive. Molten Bolt almost gets the kill on Zoe, but that is a lot of damage. Doesn't matter, though, because with the ending of the point, Expo saving Zoe the Witch from the kill there, and also herself with that low health bar. So timely point. If it went any longer, I feel that would be a complete 180. Tempo, Coin, absolutely brawling out with Cyber Swipe.
Yeah, really, and it's working out. I mean, off rip 5 seconds in, Coin and Zoe the Witch both just incredibly chunked. This Siphoning Wand Zoe the Witch has, we haven't been seeing a whole lot of Siphoning Wand out of anyone, but seems to be doing a lot in the healing department, helping Zoe stay alive. And the dash, being able to grab orbs from pretty much anywhere on the map also, you know, all of these tools Taro has to stay alive are really paying off. Meanwhile, Coin does have aerials, also has a dash awakening range, but it's having a bit of a tougher time. And in the meantime, all the barriers are down. They're all gone.
Yeah, Coin managed to get that with the last tick, the Crystal Thorns there, but it's not going to matter. Phenomenal offense there from Cyber Swipe. Rough first set, but they seem to really have locked in, especially after this last draft. And I think I'll revise my opinions match here a little bit more. Cyber Swipe kind of won that draft. I was like, you know, team player's really good, extra special is really good, especially on Estelle, and then strength on Drakkar is great, but the 1-2 punch speed, the Super Surge Imi, and the built difference in Taro, they're just able to brawl so much better all around, and bulk up going the way of Juno. Great deny from Drakkar, although he does get that spark of agility, so he's faster and stronger now.
Yeah, I love the bulk up deny. I think brawlers, any brawler picking up bulk up is really dangerous. Obviously, like you said, spark of agility, it's pretty similar. No extra stagger, which is going to help a lot because they have been KOing Tempo Melon. But now sitting at 139 power, a very significant threat on the edge right there. You can see just Zoe the Witch taken down immediately. A second Size Awakening picked up the recovery drone. Going to be very nice into all of this damage and for keeping the stacks up. The bulk up on Assertive going to be nice for sending the slimes just that much harder, that much faster, especially with 1-2. And the damage, like everything, is going to be really nice. But Tempo Melon's securing that point. I think Stinger on Coin and Glass Cannon on Mangoes are going to be incredibly significant. It was a pretty close draft, but I think it went slightly in favor of Oncoming Traffic, which is exactly what they need. You know, down a set, gonna have to win this one and the next if they want to win the game. So, got a little bit of work cut out for them. First point on the board, though, a great start.
That is not a great start there. Great kill from Expo getting the Coin, that Estelle, off the field. So much pressure, but they actually lose a lot in the power play because the stall on the core, their unfortunate angle and good interception here. Tempo Melon getting a barrier as well, and now Coin's back on the field and it's completely swapped around. Zoe the Witch having to retreat as well, picked up an orb, but is still low on health. Now finally the stagger ends. Great corp from Expo, counters the Aranado, but it's not going to get too much done. Great corp from Assertive, almost got bounced around by Tempo Melon, but not quite. The glitch drop goes up to the top, not quite enough. Witching Beam gets it over, but a pass up to Zoe. Now almost getting killed. The Oni's blade comes out. The Ami's turret is enough to get it through down to the bottom. There's so much pressure. I was a little bit behind there because it was just everything exploded all at once. Suddenly, all the ultimates came out, and the pressure from Cyber Swipe just immediately was there, 0 to 100.
Yeah, really. They've got this combo going on where Expo-chan drops the turret, and then Zoe the Witch just uses all of this dash range to explode in with the turret, and it's working out really well. That whole point, the double barrier into the night market bounce, just back to back to back, another explosive point, and now we're on match point.
Yeah, I was a little fearful there with that first set, so dominant from Oncoming Traffic, but it's completely flipped the other way now. Now, Zoe the Witch is pretty low, but they still haven't popped the recovery drone. They get the double barrier as well. That's an amazing play here for Cyber Swipe, and they still haven't lost a barrier. They did lose the recovery drone, but Expo-chan is going forward with the turret, with the flip, countered by Tempo Melon as well. The Oni's blade the pass as well, coming out. Coin gets the interception. The glitch drop doesn't quite get the connection that Expo-chan was looking for, and Drakar also doesn't go off the map, but there are so many low health bars here. Mango's holding onto this core flip, might have to use it right then, and will, but doesn't get too much done. Buys a little bit of time. The health bars are recovering a little bit, but Mango's is still very low there in the goalie box, and that's not really where you want to be against this Imi that has the Cyber Swipe and the glitch drop to just take you down at a moment's notice.
Yeah, just so much potential to just get in there and explode, especially onto the Era, who does not have that many tools to defend. Much better in the open net, but still, any hit stun's going to be getting through. But Zoe with a great save on that with the Oni's blade, which covers the entire lane. It's so massive, but that's an adrenaline rush. Brock Tempo Melon rushing in. Zoe doing a nice dribble, trying to dash and bring the core down, but Tempo Melon able to intercept it before it gets there. It's tying up this set here.
Yeah, was a great attempt by Zoe to try and go for that tricky dribble, but Tempo Melon was just aware of it and got the perfect intercept with that overtime speed. You hate to see it if you're on Cyber Swipe, but if you're on Oncoming Traffic, that is a lot of relief because 1 point ties you up with Cyber Swipe, and they really need that right now. Coin very low on health, dodges the glitch pop though, really nice. Didn't have any energy, just needed to move slightly to the side, but did see it coming, was able to correctly dodge that one. Takes a barrier as well because of all the pressure that was used up. You know, when you miss an ability on a kill comp team, it's so much worse. But there we go. That's a kill flip onto Tempo. Another flip as well, trying to kill Coin. Low health bars are starting to really take their toll here. The piercing shot, though, does a lot. Coin sacrificing the health bar for the defense. Is alive in this corner for now. Era having to play up as well. The Cyber Swipe misses, and the Rose Warp actually is so nice. Gets around the glitch pop as well. Zoe the Witch now the one that's low, but gonna be both teams losing a player there as Intaro also gets whisked off the field. Assertive playing really far up here with the Imi chart as well, kind of a third player in some ways. Cyber Swipe though hitting it into the bottom corner. The glitch drop though really nice getting that barrier, and now we have the advantage for Cyber Swipe. The core is red all over the place, even from the strikes on team player. Tempo Melon though gets a barrier, loses the health bar for it, but is still alive for now. Crystal Thorns gets it forward. Piercing shot goes wide. Arenado comes out as well. Zoe the Witch trying to win the strike war, but just barely doesn't quite get it. Glitch pop self pass, not quite perfectly executed. Gets caught up in the night market middle there. Cyber Swipe used ambitiously there to try and secure it, but it didn't quite get there because the interception. Glitch pop as well. The midfield defense combo here, kind of the double midfield here, is really paying dividends here for Oncoming Traffic as they're able to just rotate so well.
Yeah, they have all of this potential to just get around so much mobility, but Zoe the Witch expending the ult there, dashing in, looking for it all, but not able to, and the piercing, the crystal, the warp from
Rose
Coin, Rose Warp dashing in, able to snipe out that clear, bringing us to a set 5. It all comes down to this, both teams trading incredibly dominant performances, but it all came to a head that set, and here, Mango's Oyami being the first pick. Not gonna have none of these awakenings really scream Era, except maybe Castellas, but really a lot of opportunity. I feel like almost want to. You can't deny both Heavy Impact and Deadeye.
Wait.
But
The Spark of
Lord,
Focus.
the third spark has hit the Drakar. Wait a minute. That's massive.
I kind of understand denying the Missile Prop and the Heavy Impact from the Drakar. Those are both really good awakenings him. But taking Missile Prop on Juno of all characters and leaving the Spark of Focus for the triple Spark, and not even Spark of Leadership, is brutal. That's already a kill coming out here. I believe that was Tempo Melon getting the kill with all that extra strength. And yeah, it doesn't have the extra range, but you have a stealth for the range. You don't need the piercing shot or the missile prop on that Drakkar necessarily when you have coin there. Glitch drop is really nice, but the strike from Tempo is better, and I can't help but feel kind of sad for Cyberswipe there with what I think is an incredible misdraft there. Drakkar is looking so much stronger now.
Yeah, 159 power, 32 CDR. Like, no stagger, admittedly. You know, I think that the solution really is to just try and look for KOs onto Tempo Melon or coin. Hey, you take what you can get, but Tempo Melon is such a threat here. Secretary of Sparks rocking out with all of these stats, and and it's taken a lot of damage. We saw Zoe the Witch picking up recovery drone, or has recovery drone, picking up Reptile Remedy as well, which is going to be very nice. As Tempo Melon is down, this is their opportunity. They have a chance. They're able to reconcile with the demonic Drakkar that they've created, but they weren't able to score there. Now things are looking really rough.
Yeah, and that was also all of their cooldowns there. Both the Cyber Swipe and the EI Rush were both used to try and get this forward. The IME chart also coming out, the Glitch Pump getting it forward, but Coin is so good on this defense. Bit of an unfortunate angle there, forces out the core flip from Expo Chan as well, but the Oni's Blade comes out, sends it backwards, and the shotgun redirect from Tempo Melon is incredible there. Really nicely set up. Zoe the Witch almost with the checkmate on the Era in the goalie, but Mangoes was just barely able with the team player speed to get it through the Oni's Blade, sending it rocketing to Tempo Melon. And that redirect at the end was just beautiful.
Yeah, Chef's Kiss, just a little a little nudge on the course correction there. And like you said, great play from Mango Zuyami to catch that, able to get it through the Oni's Blade. A bit of a like weird situation with the ability. It's so good for setting up scoring situations like that, but it's also very dangerous if the opponent's able to get it through. Then that's it. You just kind of forfeit all control to them. So it's very tough. Else is tough is Tempo Melon has a flip here. Could use it to kill someone. Might have to use it to stay alive here, but there's one barrier left, and using it to get through the Juno here would be nice. But goes right there in the midfield. Expo Chan taking a ton of damage. Tempo Melon getting the barrier, but these Cyberswipe has the core, but they don't have the health to continue the push. Able to get the barrier, but now things are just, it's so scary when Oncoming Traffic is on offense.
Yeah, you gotta be careful at Oncoming Traffic, and there we go! Scoring that last point. The Drakkar, the kind of steady throughout the entire game, by no means bad, but this last set was absolutely, like you said earlier, demonic on this Drakkar. The triple spark with the ad rush, the stacks on stacks, so much speed, so much power, so much cooldown. You really love to see it if you are on the team of Oncoming Traffic. Really nicely picked up by Tempo Melon.
Yeah, incredibly well done. Hey, I was wondering at the beginning of the game, like, hey, wouldn't Julie be awesome here? Nope. It's a Drakkar sweep, Drakkar Nation, rise up. Drakkar is a character that can scale out of control pretty easily, I think, and that's where this character's strength lies. And we saw it, you know. Anyone can take sparks, but not anyone can get 3 sparks and then just start, you know, blowing people's heads off. So Tempo Melon there playing to the character's strengths really well, able to again get those 3 sparks and just go crazy with it. I'm talking 7 KOs, and Cyberswipe had more KOs total, but I feel like they used a lot of abilities to get the KOs and then trying to convert off of the power plays. Early in the game worked pretty well, but the longer the game went, the harder it was to convert. And I think it really came back to bite them as Oncoming Traffic just surged into this immovable force, you know?
Yeah, incredible immovable force there. I mean, it is Oncoming Traffic after all. You can't take it can't take it too lightly there. You know, you think it's clear, and then suddenly there's an entire 16-wheeler there, and it says Tempo Melon on the side of it with a bunch of sparks, and it's pretty rough, especially when all 7 of those KOs on Tempo Melon also had ad rush on them. So absolutely brutal game, but I don't believe that is the end. There is still a chance here for Cyberswipe to redeem themselves. So we'll be back after a bit. Hello everyone, and welcome back. We are here in Game 2 of Oncoming Traffic versus Cyberswipe. First game, Oncoming Traffic. Second game, we'll see if Cyberswipe can take it and take us to game 3. But starting off, it's going to be pretty nice with Oncoming Traffic taking that first barrier and looking pretty strong. But then again, they did start off strong last time. So we'll see how this goes.
Right. It seems like between these two teams, it really is just a game of, I don't know, finishing quickly, not letting the other team get out of control, because I think both these teams, especially with these comps, can just explode out of control. We're seeing the Finny Zentaro forward come out of Cyberswipe here, and on this recovery drone Spark of Agility start, we see Zoe the Witch with this size start again, and I think with Finny midfield, the Zentaro damage can just become incredibly overwhelming. You know, one or two drafts in especially, or set one. It might just be enough, as everyone's looking a little low on the side of Oncoming Traffic, who also have a very strong comp. Big fan of the Era goalie, but it is not going to be enough to stop all this damage coming out from Cyberswipe right away.
Yeah, nice blick as well from Zoe the Witch there at the end. Pretty nice to see that. Doesn't get the kill on the Era, but does at least get the goal, so that's something. Very aggressive slime there as well from Tempo Melon. Almost was trying to 1v1 assertive there. Great shotgun, though, stops the core flip out of coin. And Extra Chan is looking very low, but they do get the defense through. Juno playing super far up as well. The big finish comes out, not enough to get the barrier. Dodged out of the way of the Cyberswipe, too. And the Glitch Hop also comes through. So many abilities being used, but this barrier is still standing. And 2 on the other side. Oncoming Traffic getting that second barrier, opening it up. The Glitch Hop comes out, the Era NATO as well. A lot of pressure here. The slime comes up, the Cyberswipe, too. The core flip is countered by coin. And that is tying it up. Oncoming Traffic not going to be swept out.
They're right. Got to make sure to keep it even. Here on Oncoming Traffic, we've got another double midfield sort of thing going on. Got what I would imagine they would describe as the Ami Brawler here, and Coin, you know, picking up the Brawler mantle once again, if that's the case. Going for Expo Chan's life here. And yeah, with how they're positioned, Tempo Melon playing the Juno in the midfield, helping on defense here. This team seems so flexible. They seem to just be down for whatever, and it's working. You know, that's a second barrier right there, and the Arenado coming in, getting a KO. This Oncoming Traffic really does feel unstoppable here.
Yeah, and with the Imi turret placement as well, and Tempo Melon in the thick of it, ready to block any kind of clear. Just an absolute checkmate scenario there from Oncoming Traffic. And Cyberswipe, not going to say looking weak, they did get 1 point, and you know they have an opportunity to scale here with the Fini, the Drakar, the Zentaro. A lot of damage ability there, but definitely looking favored for Oncoming Traffic so far.
Yeah, definitely. We've seen an Oncoming Traffic very successful set 1, and I wouldn't be surprised to see it again. Obviously, not a complete shutout like the first set 1. We saw the first point go to Cyberswipe. But right now, looking pretty done and dusted. A great defense from Zoe the Witch, and all of Cyberswipe right there, able to keep it out, able to stop the turret and get it through. I think this map, they have a lot of options to try and get the barrier, as long as they can keep the core out. You know, the Era not exceptional at defending in such a small, closed-off section, but still, all the ball control is just in the hands of Oncoming Traffic right now. Cyberswipe is just stuck on the back foot.
Yeah, but they're doing fairly well for being on the back foot there. Able to get a lot of defenses. The shotgun is really nice to interrupt the Cyberswipe, but in the end, just barely gets the strike back up in time. Whiffing that first strike, gave a bit of a heart attack, but gets the defense through the Glitch Hop, misses, unfortunately. Pass down to Tempo Melon, pass up to Coin. They're getting around with the red cores everywhere as well, bouncing off the drum. We are in very high core speed territory, and unfortunately, Assertive used the shotgun early, and the core went down, shotgun went to the side, and that is first set to Oncoming Traffic. But I believe last time it was a sweep, so still an improvement there from Cyberswipe, and maybe they're the ones who now get the Drakar stacking going. They're looking at it.
Yeah, they do have the Drakar on their side this time, but I'm looking at this first pick, Extra Special or Deadeye, both of them just really phenomenal Imi Awakenings, and definitely not what Cyberswipe wants to see. The Reptile Remedy going to Zoe, going to be incredible. Zentaro with Stagger, and we're back, you know. Saved character with 0 flaws. And the spark of focus on Drakkar, like you said, getting a little scaling going there. A spark of leadership falling to Tempo Melon so that she can contest the sparks. Going to be nice later on. Right now, not a whole lot, but that extra special Imi is just going to be so hard to deal with. Every kickoff now is going to be incredibly oncoming traffic favored. You know, like the traffic, you know, it's the turret is oncoming, and losing on kickoff every point is not something I think this team wants to do.
Yeah, I mean, no team really does. It's very difficult, especially with a team that has this Juno-Imi combo that really can just put so much pressure. If you give them an inch, they are basically guaranteed to take a mile afterwards. Great strike warning there, bit of a dicey clear by Assertive, but does get the job done in the end. This Drakkar is going all the way forward. Risky to see that. Core flip comes out of Zoe, but nothing really gets done. Unfortunately, it was a really good defense there from Mango and Tempo. Coin as well on the other side here in this bush. I call it a bush, but in the stealth zone, and then able to just run down, secure the point. Nice and casual, no worries. One more point for oncoming traffic.
Yeah, in the last game, set 2 kicked in, and it was a very, very different tone off the bat. You know, it was very clear that Cyberswipe was just back, and I'm pretty sure they 3-0'd or 3-1. They won out that set very well. This one is feeling like more of set 1 this game, or even the last game. This is not. I feel like Cyberswipe is really continuing to be on the back foot. They're having a lot of trouble just getting any core control. They keep losing the barriers really early, which is tough. I think this double midfield comp is really, really giving them a tough time here, forcing out flips in the midfield, and just I feel like their win condition is to win through damage, and they were able to do it early on, but they haven't been able to match that since.
Yeah, and speaking of damage, Zoe the Witch losing the entire health bar and getting knocked off the map there. That's the recovery drone gone. Still has the size at least, but that's all-important passive ability on that. And the core flip as well from the slime. Manual redirect, really nice, but unfortunately not too much follow-up. Bit of an unfortunate angle, bounces in the middle of the map and stalls a lot of time. Slime's coming out, going down to the bottom. Really nice manual redirect there, I believe, from Tempo Melon to secure that. Expo Chan crying there, unfortunately, but Tempo Melon are just really using those slimes all throughout that point very effectively.
Yeah, the coverage that Tempo Melon has is not to be understated. And with the spark of agility and leadership, that's 2 sparks and a ton of speed for all these slimes. They're able to cover so much space. And really, again, just I'm racking my brain to find a way for Cyberswipe to win this, and it looks so tough. I do like that they have the Drakkar. I think Drakkar goalie is an underrated pick, and it's definitely going to defend a lot better than Juno. And here, they got an offense rolling. They got both barriers. Drakkar getting in there, asserting herself in the enemy net, but that's going to be another barrier down. And now this could be oncoming Traffic's opportunity to just seal out another set here.
Yeah, big finish comes out, going to set things up, but it's deflected really nicely by Coin. The Witching Beam also comes out from Mango's. The Imi turret is deployed forward. And, of course, with that extra special, it's going to be coming up pretty soon anyways. So you might as well throw it out there, try to get the clear. But the clear was not really successful. They finally get the core to the other side. Cyberswipe goes a little bit too high there. Great core flip to counter the glitch drop. Goes up to the top there. Mango's Yummy is ready to receive it. But the core is just still bouncing around here. The flip is used, the passive from Zentaro to secure it. And Cyberswipe is on the board, but they used so many resources, so much energy. And now that Imi turret is back and oncoming traffic, they may have lost 1 point, but getting both of those flips is huge.
Yeah, definitely. It's the flip was really well done by Zoe to get that point. And something I mentioned it in a previous week, but I think Cyberswipe is one of the greatest teams in every league, in any league, with their core flips. I think every one of their core flips always feels really impactful. At least most of them, you know. Nobody has 100% win rate. But just the patience, the execution is always phenomenal. And now using 2 core flips, being down in the enemy energy economy, is going to make it tough to win this point. We're seeing here net open for them. It's going to take a bit of a miracle play if they want to get this point. But if they can, you know, that's building up energy for that 5th point. That's a great opportunity to get something done, you know, with on that even playing field, the 2-2 set. But they're holding out so far. Getting there, though, I don't know how they do it.
And it would seem that they do not. Tempermelon using the core flip there to put an end to this set, but not to the game. This could be the reverse sweep angle. You take back the 3 sets, you take back the next 3 sets in the next game, you sweep it all the way out from here. But it's going to be pretty difficult to do that if your Drakkar gets denied the Spark. So I'm looking at that Aimi on that Spark of Strength deny. Are they going to let what happened to them? They are going to let the Drakkar get the Sparks. Going to go for the Timeless Creator, which is very good with that extra special, but I can't help but feel that the Ad Rush Spark of Strength going to the other side might spell a little bit of disaster here for Oncoming Traffic.
Yeah, that is a triple Spark Drakkar on the board. It is Drakkar goalie, bit of a different situation. No pummelers here. No, we've seen a sort of, fly out of the goal box and get very active. So a lot of opportunities, if they should present themselves. And Adrenaline Rush. No other damage on Zoe here, but still going for the KOs. Just one will change the landscape of a point entirely. That being said, Mango Xiaomi picked up Team Player, which very, very good. And we've been seeing Core Speed catch Assertive off guard a lot in these points. And I think it's just general weakness of Drakkar. Has the shotgun, but doesn't necessarily have that much influence. It doesn't matter, though. A crazy core flip coming out, putting the core in the net for Cyber Swipe. If they want to win, it has to start here. So 1 point on the board's got to feel nice.
Yeah, I mean, you have to start somewhere, even if it is a long climb. You start with 1 step. Big Finish comes out. Really nice defense. Gets it out of there with the Air NATO as well to keep it out. Can be very difficult defending against that ability, but Zoe the Witch does take 1 barrier in the end. Almost 2, but it is defending. Coin taking a lot of damage from that, though, and is going to die to the triple take. We're going to have a sort of on the back side of this play, trying to get it forward. Might even have to use the core flip just for the tempo on this one, because there's only 3 seconds until Aimi comes back. Use the flip. Used up all the slimes. Really nice diffusing of that Juno ultimate. But there goes the Firewall Sentry. The Big Finish down to the bottom, though. Really nicely played by Expo Chan there, saying that you cannot use my spells against me. You might take my Aimi, but I will still beat you on it. Really nicely done.
Yeah, just the execution, the timing on the Big Finish was wonderful. Expo Chan picking Finny in situations where other picks aren't on the table. Paying off here. The Finny, again, able to supplement the damage for Zoe here to get these Adrenaline Rush procs. Tempermelon taken very, very low. Their win condition is clear now. They have the tools that they need to execute on KOing and then getting incredible value out of their power plays. And here, that's a 3-0 set. That's, bang, bang, bang. 3 big booms on the board. 6 more if they want to win, but this is what the start of a comeback looks like.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of damage, Bulk Up is there, 1-2 punches there. Hot Shot as well. You can deny the Juno because she's last pick here, unfortunately for her. And we're going to see what happens. It might just be Finny holding up the draft there, making sure that not everything gets denied. Bulk Up going the way of Aimi is pretty scary. That's a lot of damage. This ult is going to be hitting like a truck. But they're actually going to hang the draft with the Zentaro as well. There's the 1-2 punch. Ariel's going the way of Drakkar. And Hot Shot going the way of Finny means Fight or Flight ends up on Juno. Not the worst thing in the world. And Twin Drive on Era. But I do feel like that is a really nice draft there for the side of Cyber Swipe. The extra range on the Drakkar to enable him to play even more forward. Core speed, cooldown on the Hot Shot, and then, of course, 1-2 punch, so Zentaro actually has some damage now. Basically just everything they needed.
Yeah, really. Incredible draft for Cyber Swipe. Like you said, Tempermelon picking up Fight or Flight. Can't be too upset. If I'm in that situation, I'm like, awesome. Fight or Flight on my midfielder. Yeah, wonderful. But again, the damage for Zoe the Witch already paying off here. And again, I really think that's their win condition. That's how they have to direct their efforts if they want to win this game. And so the path is clear. Someone had to deny the Hot Shot from Tempermelon as well. Expo Chan picking up very nice. I would have. There's a world where I would have wanted to see Assertive take it, but I think the Aerials is going to be a lot more impactful, especially with how Assertive is playing, especially with the Mom Boots, everything. Here, though, Zoe the Witch looking incredibly low. Oncoming Traffic might be able to take her out and get a much more comfortable point, but until then, Cyber Swipe is is really looking like they're in the driver's seat now.
Yeah, but that is the recovery drone being taken out, so that is a potential angle for Oncoming Traffic to take out Zentaro here, and there's been a lot of damage traded back and forth as we've been talking about. Cyberswipe comes out as well. The shotgun is really nice on this defense. The Corp as well is a little too steep on the angle, goes into the firewall sentry, but a really nice Drakkar counter almost got the perfect angle off the bouncy castle there, but isn't quite going to get the goal off of it. Zoe the Witch gets stunned up by the core flip out of Mangoes, and it sort of misses the strike. Unfortunate to see it, but with all that speed, it's not surprising. The core just rocketed all the way across the field.
Yeah, it's time for the mandatory Clarion discussion. I think that variant is not very Cyberswipe favored. I think all the coverage that Oncoming Traffic has really makes them favored on that map. For that point to go as it did, I think really speaks to how Cyberswipe is doing now as opposed to the first two sets. You're really getting ready to bring it back. And hey, this is the damage variant. This, Zoe the Witch taken low, dipping in the purple a little bit, but this is really what they want to see. Get a lot of damage out, find the KOs, get these opportunities. Until then, we're just in a bit of a stalemate, going back and forth until any of the damage really sticks on someone.
Yeah, both the teams too good to really fall for the poison zones. Not really going to spend too much time if they can help it. I say that, and then Tempermelon does run in to try and cover the clear angle, and doesn't get the barrier forward set. Now, Juno, very low on health. Core flip comes out, but is defended really nicely by this. It is a triple stack goalie, but sometimes you need to do that. Molten Bolt from downtown. The aerial's paying dividends, and Assertive has the core flip now. Just freely ping-ponging on the bottom map, and I don't even think it's a bad thing with the core flip coming out as well. But just with all the cooldown on this Drakkar, yeah, feel free to ping-pong. You can always win with a shotgun because you have basically unlimited of them. Big Finish comes out, sets it up for Zoe, but unfortunately the defense is just too good. The angles aren't quite perfect, and this core is rocketing. He does hit the barrier. Molten Bolt comes out, but it's intercepted by a slime. Arenado comes out. Cyberswipe forces the evasion from Expo-chan, who now has no energy if that happens again. Oni's Blade comes out as well. So many abilities are being used up here. The Firewall Sentry is probably up in not too much time either. So the Witch trying to get the position as well. The Cyberswipe comes out. So the Witch almost has core flip. One more strike might secure this point from that perspective. A couple more. That's your Drakkar going off the map. That is actually going to be the goal being scored by Coin. Fini went off the map, and that was just enough for Oncoming Traffic to take this and put themselves 1 point away from securing the entire series.
Yeah, I want to shout out Assertive for almost making the save there. Had the shotgun into the bumper and just, if winning that strike war on the line there would have sealed it out. But now Cyberswipe, again, if they want to win this game, if they want to have a shot at winning this series, now's the time to make some moves. Coin looking low, gonna lose some stagger once he goes small again. Able to recover a little bit, but a great stuff from Mango Zuyami is just, or Zoe the Witch on Mango Zuyami, just barely not gonna get the barrier. Just gone wide, and now it's Oncoming Traffic is looking pretty unstoppable here. Pedal to the metal. With the open net, they are so close to securing this series. Cyberswipe needs to make a move now. Yeah, and so the Witch unfortunately taking a lot of damage from Firewall Sentry as well. The orb in the middle is pretty low for whoever claims it and gets that all-important cooldown reduction. It's going to be Tempo Melon. And the core flip from Mango stops the goal from outing. Big Finish is really nice. Does defuse the slime, but that's a kill flip. Coin taking the opportunity. The glitch drop comes out as well. Arenado gets Molten Bolted. The flip from Zoe the Witch buys a lot of time, but it sort of ran too far forward. And Zoe the Witch unfortunately was a little too slow on that dash strike. Didn't have the perfect timing. And that is going to be Oncoming Traffic taking out Cyberswipe in a 2-0 victory. Cyberswipe almost coming back. Had the hope, had the vision, but just was not able to secure it, just barely in the end. Yeah, it was very close, and really, it just, so, I feel like they were just so disadvantaged from the start going into this double midfield comp. They're just struggling to manage all the control that they had. Again, almost brought it back, got very close, and I really commend everything that they put up, but unfortunately just barely not enough. But I believe that means that Oncoming Traffic, I think, is undefeated. I don't think we have the... I don't have the week 3 results, but they were 2-0 before and doing pretty well. I'm pretty sure Cyberswipe was 3-0, now 3-1. Both these teams are absolutely in competition for playoffs, and I think that here, a loss for Cyberswipe, not overwhelmingly bad. You know, and a win for Oncoming Traffic, obviously, every win is another step closer to playoffs, so hey, good job to Oncoming Traffic there. Again, very, very strange team. I can't really put my finger on how they play. They seem very open. They're just kind of, they're doing whatever they want, and it's really working out for them. So, you know, I'm expecting to see those guys in playoffs, and that's all I have to say.
Yeah, was a great game. I am excited to see more of them. I was just checking the results real quick. It's actually Cyberswipe was 3-0 and Oncoming Traffic appears to have been 2-0, if my numbers are correct there. So slight upset here, but I don't think that it was, again, 2-0 in the game score, yes, but felt so close throughout the entire thing. So Cyberswipe, you can hold your head up high. This was not a total defeat, and a couple of changes here or there would basically win the game. So go back to the drawing board, come out here strong for basically the next half of the season, and I think we will be seeing Cyberswipe coming into playoffs eventually. But that is all we have. Thank you to the team, thank you to the TOs, thank you for Yoshi for joining me here. That's going to be all for tonight. See y'all.
Hello, you nasty, nasty gamers, and welcome to the North American Strikers Training Grounds. We've got a massive game here today. It's Dynasty Party versus Handless Dogs. And we are getting into the game right here. Dynasty Party playing the Drakkar forward and Kazan goalie that they played in week 3 against freaking esports to great effect. Able to win that series, and now have gone undefeated in the season. Currently the favorites to win it all here. Handless Dogs in a similar position, doing very well, taking their first loss last week in week 3, and now going up against a team that they've never beat before. They've never won against Dynasty Party, and so if they want to win, it's going to be a massive mountain to climb here. They've got the Finny goalie, Zentaro, and Rune. All picks that these 3 players are just like their favorite. Incredible picks that they love here. So getting through on the first point. I'm joined here today by Paddle Means Wave. Unless you want to be called something else, I don't know.
No,
how are you doing
fine,
today?
Yoshi. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, Swaghaver immediately goes off the field as I come in, so a little bit of bad juju there. But yeah, Handless Dogs have a pretty big mountain to climb in the form of Dynasty Gaming, but so far they are doing pretty well. They get a kill on a Pummeler Drakkar, and they open up the barriers, evening both goals up. But Nicky Middleton might go off the field, and Swaghaver is on the chase. Nicky Middleton uses a special. They are on the prowl here. Swaghaver wants to kill Nicky Middleton to get that Pummeler's reset, but it looks like the stagger is coming back from the Zentaro, and now it's Flambeau and Nicky Middleton working together to kill this Drakkar. And Weston uses his core flip expertly, and Flambeau reads Swaghaver's redirect, but no matter because Jack Limestone, wonderful primary into the net.
Yeah, gotta be feeling the era buffs, ripping that primary. Hey, 0.1 second sooner, very significant. It's still gonna be hitting big there. And now a little square dance on kickoff, trying to get anything going, but that's gonna be Handless Dogs winning there. And honestly, I really like how they played that last point. They got a lot of damage onto Swaghaver, who is playing Drakkar. That's a very killable guy. He doesn't move around that much, and I liked the patience that Nicky Middleton had to open the barrier. It's really well done. We're just seeing them have trouble get the ball out right now on defense. But once they do, I think Zentaro has a great matchup into Kazan and will be able to break through the barriers and get things going. After that, they just need to put the ball in the net, which easier said than done. Kazan really nice on the open net, but with the dead Drakkar, they might have plenty of opportunity to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. Mr. Flambeau going for a kill onto Aginator. Unfortunately, Aginator coming back a little too quick from the banish into Obscura, but Flambeau sees the open net, puts the core in there, and great equalizer from Handless Dogs here.
Yeah, all tied up. A ton of damage came onto Aginator, who does have the pauldrons, so incredibly impressive there.
Yeah, I think Nicky Middleton playing a squishy character, I thought they might die quite often to Drakkar, but so far it's been Swaghaver that's been on the back foot a little bit, but I'm out of Caster's Curse there, as it is Dynasty Party who opens up double barriers now. Handless Dogs answering back with their first barrier, and Nicky Middleton here with the flip, with the primary, gets the second barrier. So both goals open for both teams here. Mr. Flambeau rotating the core down, making sure Jack Limestone has to eat some damage in order to open up the black hole here, and Swaghaver is banished, but no pillar follow-up here. And Nicky Middleton going into the top corner. Jack Limestone trying to keep it away from Flambeau. Aginator goes for the dash, but the special actually gets an own goal in there into the net, and Mr. Flambeau is very happy about that, as you can see.
Yeah, much to think about at the end of that point. Mr. Flambeau ripping that flip, and it went in, and we'll just
barrier once again. Mr. Flambeau on point here with the rune, and yeah, really good control from Handless Dogs against in the first set right now. And if they close off this first set, it might be really, really big for Mr. Flambeau to get a nice awakening here to kind of start scaling, because the Pummeler Drakkar hasn't really shown the reason for picking it just yet, but I say that as Swaghaver pushes the core in through Weston, and Mr. Flambeau trying to go for a banish into the shot, but Nicky Middleton gets so many strikes and just resets everything and gets the goal in. And yeah, it's Dogs' first set victory here, and we are going into the draft.
Yeah, insane coverage by Handless Dogs there. We saw Mr. Flambeau just shut down the entire corner. Nicky Middleton covered the cross, and here Mr. Flambeau has been rewarded with Hot Shot, and it looks like Nicky Middleton might be picking up heavy impact unless Jack Limestone denies it. Might just have to, but no, takes them on you. That's probably the two best awakenings for these characters. Handless Dogs have such a nice draft going, but And that being said, Swaghaver picking up 1-2 punch. The start this game was explosive and fight or flight. So we see Swaghaver on the explosive entrance. That's a lot of damage, a lot of potential to KO on the edges. 1-2 punch just makes that even more true. Kind of like a weird, disgusting Juliet, the Drakkar Brawler is, where you just show up and try and snipe people off the edge with pummelers. And if you can do that, it works really well. And with 1-2 punch, I think the opportunities to do so are going to be abundant. Unless Swaghaver is just dead, which, again, the heavy impact Zen, the rune, the Finny, all of that's going to make it really hard for Swaghaver to do his job. But just 1 KO can turn this entire game around.
Yeah, Swaghaver dangerously low time and time again here. Handler Stars are doing a really good job. Nikki Menelin actually on Swaghaver duty here, as she doesn't really care about her own health. She just really cares about having Swaghaver off the field. And now it's Nikki Menelin with energy dashing in here, and she might use the flip once this Monumentalist NATO goes away. Or is she saving it? Yep, she uses the flip, looking for the second barrier, wins the strike war against Swaghaver, but she is playing dangerously close to the edge without an evade here. But Flambeau is there to cover all the angles, and the Beneath special, the curtain call, super good. Nikki Menelin putting out damage. This is a pretty new pick from Nikki, as far as I'm aware, but like this is really working out for Handless Dogs here, as Jack Limestone rotates the core, gets their own barrier for Dynasty Party. But Swaghaver the fact that Swaghaver is on the red side of the field itself is not a good feeling for Swaghaver here. He does not want to be here. He wants to be on the edges, hunting for kills, not running away from Nikki Menelin with using his special. And Mr. Flambeau has flipped here. He could even flip Swaghaver off the field. Swaghaver looks for a snipe onto Mr. Flambeau, dodged expertly. They both know what each other wants to do. And Nikki Menelin goes for the kill instead of the goal, and that pays off wonderfully as Mr. Flambeau with the redirected core gets it to the back of the net. And this is such momentum from Handless Dogs coming out.
Yeah, absolutely. It's with all the damage they're able to crank out, they're just controlling the entire pace of the game. They always have someone staggered on Dynasty Party, and it feels like they always have the core. Right now, it's also just been Jack Limestone running the offense almost entirely on his own, as Swaghaver has been stuck on the red side, just looking to dodge the damage or just anything to stay alive. So Jack Limestone has been doing a great job, honestly, especially on the era, pushing forward and getting these barriers. But that's both barriers down for Handless Dogs once again. And another score, a great dash, winning the strike war. That's just the 1-2. Going to bring us up 2 points in the favor of Handless Dogs, 1 point away from winning their second set.
Yeah, I mean, Dynasty Party, they had their pretty good draft, right? Aginator getting Size, Jack Limestone getting Monumentalist, and Swaghaver getting 1-2. This could have snowballed the other way very quickly, but Handless Dogs putting the momentum onto Swaghaver just like that. Mr. Flambeau not shy about using his long rune special cooldown, and Swaghaver just forced to retreat over and over again. And this is Dynasty Party fighting for their lives in the corner here, as the Monumentalist NATO is used defensively. Nikki Menelin opening up the black hole for Weston to have a clear pass through, and now Nikki Menelin survives the onslaught of Swaghaver and can heal up very easily now. And Swaghaver now once again getting sniped by Weston from downtown, and Mr. Flambeau just covering the outclears. Asianator having some trouble in the corner, but they do manage to get it out here. Nikki Menelin has to die here for Dynasty Party to have some chance, but Nikki Menelin has passive, just walks out there as Flambeau stymies their attempt to kill kill and get some kind of momentum going for the Handless Dogs here. And Asianator pushing out, but yeah, once again, Weston is there. This era NATO always kind of unlucky, always a little bit too late to the party. As yeah, even Swaghaver, they're using his flip even to just get anything done, to get any pummeler synergy going. But it's there on the back foot time and time. Asianator has to use his flip. Weston just gets a really easy clear off, and Nikki Menelin trying to stuff it through. Weston is alone here with Swaghaver, but the curtain call just enough to get the core out. Wonderful redirect from Swaghaver, and Flambeau's Rune Pillar not quite there. But now Swaghaver might be banished into the black hole here, and it might be a dead Swaghaver using the camo cloak to get out of there. Mr. Flambeau dribbling up. Nikki Menelin can kill Swaghaver here, and Swaghaver getting killed a little bit more. There's a little bit of respite thanks to the cooldowns being used on other things, but Swaghaver still fighting for his life. He is playing on the other side of the field though, and that's at least good. And now he heals up fully. He's ready to be back in the action, as Weston and Nikki Menelin trying to get the core to the rune for the big finish here, for an unexpected primary maybe. And Flambeau has flipped now, gets it to Nikki Menelin, who bounces it off into the goal. And such momentum taking second set Handless Dogs over Dynasty Party.
Yeah, 3-0. Great pass coming out from Mr. Flambeau to win the set. Nicky Midland puts it in, and here, kind of a weird draft. Looking at it, no one's... There's not a whole lot that people are really, like, excited for. Missile Prop might fall to Swaghaver, which would be pretty big. Might have Colossus going to be denied from Asianator, who has Pauldrons and Big Fish already. Extra Special onto Mr. Flambeau with the hot shot too is incredibly dangerous. Extra Special alone is just great, but there's the Missile Prop deny, not letting that go through. And now Swaghaver's kind of stuck with not a whole lot. Twin Drive going to be picked up, getting 2 dashes. Prize Fighter could have also been pretty nice for the extra power. Drake having 95 power at base, but here, jumping into the next point, Swaghaver going for it all on Nicky Midland, putting her low, but a lot of damage also came out. This is just who can survive the damage war here, and Swaghaver and Nicky Midland both grabbing the orbs, getting back up, ready to go. We kind of set back to a neutral state here, but just both Zen and Drakkar can just explode with a ton of damage at once, and anytime that happens, kind of like that, it'll be pretty big for that team. And here, Handless Dogs just going in. They have the core, they just have to get it up.
Yeah, I mean, both teams have a ton of damage, and yeah, they're using it, but at the end of the day, it feels like Handless Dogs have been the ones coming out ahead. Handless Dogs are the ones that have the barrier. Handless Dogs are the one that have both forwards on Dynasty Party out, and it's just Handless Dogs having fun and then getting the value out as well, and that's another point from Handless Dogs, while knocking out both Jack Limestone and Swaghaver. And yeah, like Rune getting the extra special here is going to be a ton of value, as you can just banish people for days, like just like that. Doesn't have to worry about the cooldowns anymore. Does Mr. Flambeau here, and Nicky Midland surviving a shotgun blast from Swaghaver again, and that's it for your offense. Swaghaver, he has to go back and recharge his health before he can do anything about a shotgun. This is Nicky Midland with energy, just building up slashes for her passive, for this entire passive to come up. And that was a dangerous moment from Jack Limestone, but he does dodge the EI rush coming out from the Zentaro, and the Sad Poison go hit again. Classic Atlas Lab as Nicky Midland and Mr. Flambeau look to pressure the top side, top barrier. The nice twin drive using the camo, the Swaghaver, but the push was kind of doomed from that point. And Nicky Midland dies to the NATO, gets the second barrier, but that might not be worth it. Weston does have flip though now with that orb, and he uses Curtain Call to get it away. Asianator trying to rotate it through Swaghaver, but the flip! Oh, nasty flip from Weston. Asianator is wise to it though, and now with the help of Jack Limestone and Swaghaver, Dynasty Party do get the barrier up. Mr. Flambeau gets the black hole, and Nicky Midland dashes in, but Asianator uses the flip. Very smart to get it out, nice and safe. Mr. Flambeau waits for Swaghaver to use his special. Both players of Handless Dogs right now are playing with such open field of vision, such open views that they can kind of react to a lot of the things that Dynasty Party are going for. And the black hole pops, and Swaghaver is the one that's getting hit by it, and Mr. Flambeau is the one that dodges even. And now they're all piling up on top of the Swaghaver. The Monumentalist NATO misses, and now Nicky Midland making sure Swaghaver never gets an orb again. Never sees the orb again. Swaghaver might need to dodge here. Uses the special for the snipe, but again, Handless Dogs so patient with it right now. Jack Limestone, every black hole that pops, that hits him is so painful, and Nicky Midland teleports herself with a black hole to just snipe Swaghaver, and now Nicky Midland has the flip to pressure Jack Limestone, and there he goes. It's a double KO. Asianator all on his lonesome. He can hold like a beast. He is a Kazan, but all it takes is just one. It's a 3v1, and Nicky Midland, using Weston's primary card, gets Asianator stunned, and core slips through. 2-0. Handless Dogs are on match point here. They look to close it out against Dynasty Party.
Yep, just one more point, and they'll be taking a big win against the team that's currently favored to win, it all. But that's going to be both barriers down for them right now. Bit of a scary situation. Weston has the flip, but now they're going to need to look for an opportunity to kind of bring it back. That last point, we really saw that Handless Dogs just had so much control over the field. They had so much open space to work with. And now, bringing it back, things are getting close, down to the wire here, as both nets are open. But I feel like Dynasty Party's closed the space so much, it's going to be a lot harder, but that is a big KO right here.
That's super good defense between both teams, but yeah, Handless Dogs tipping the scale as they get a card swipe onto Swaghaver, and Asianator actually almost goes off, even with Pauldrons, even in the goal arc here. And this is Weston with a flip. He can even make an offensive play with it potentially, but right now it's, he can use it defensively just like that. The Drakkar mind games do not work, and Mr. Flambeau just dribbles for days and gets it off to Nicky Minolan, who nails it. And even previously, as they get the double barriers off with Nicky Minolan's special right on top of Asianator, whose Kazan strikes weren't enough to combat that. And Handless Dogs take a 1-0 lead, match lead over Dynasty Party here.
Yeah, big win for the Dogs right there. Up a game. Great performance coming out from all of them. And really, I think a big thing is that both their forward picks, Zentaro and Rune, are just great into damage. Zentaro is definitely feast or famine. You can show up and take a lot of damage with your low, stagger and get blown up, but you also have a lot of tools to maneuver around. And we saw Nicky Minolan playing really well against Swaghammer in the damage battle. Hardly ever, I don't think ever getting knocked off on the edge, or sometimes taking a lot of damage, but then maneuvering around any sort of KO attempts really well. And then Rune is Rune. This guy, he goes fast, he's got to teleport away. That's great. Meanwhile, Era and Drakkar, I think, don't do as well into damage. Their only mobility tools are haste abilities that can help them get away, but especially into Zentaro, a lot harder to get away when someone's just dashing across the map at you. So, really,
I think the stat line tells the story here. Swaghammer kind of contained, can't have as many redirects, just forced to run around grabbing orbs, and not allowed to participate in the Handless Dogs party here, as Nicky Minolan coming out with 5 KOs, and Weston just adding on snipes from across the field, making sure Swaghammer's uncomfortable pushing into corners, I think just made all the difference here for the Handless Dogs.
Yeah, the Dogs stole this guy's swag. What's up with that? Messed up. Not cool. And hey, Dynasty Party is going to have to show up and figure out how they want to beat this team in the next game.
Absolutely.
Which we will be seeing you there right now. Right now. Bye. We'll see you there. Bye.
I'm Demon Dice, that's right.
And we're back, getting onto a devious Demon Deus game where the start is heavy impact super surge. And you might hear that and be thinking, this game's going to be awesome. And you're right. And if you like the last game, welcome back to more. We see some really interesting comps come out. The Finny being first picked by Dynasty Party, Asianators. I'm pretty sure just favorite pick. It makes a ton of sense. Weston here on the Era goalie. Nicky Minolan on the Kazan, executed immediately. It does have the Van Brace, but it's not going to help against the Super Surge X. Just diving in and getting a KO on the edge right there. Now both barriers down. I really like the Dynasty Party comp, I want to say. I like the X on this map. I think it's great. Finny is also... They just picked 3 great characters. And here, a little scary, but that's not to say that the Handless Dogs comp is not also nice. I think the Kazan can be a little feast or famine, gonna be a little tough, but I like the Era, and I especially like the Rune. I think Rune's going to be an exceptional pick here. And it's gonna have to do a lot of work, because I think X into Era, when the X isn't shrunk, is going to be really difficult to defend against, and Estelle. And both of them really tough to deal with. So Mr. Flambeau has a lot of work to do on the defense, and a lot of work to do on the offense, trying to help Nicky Minolan stay alive and get these barriers here.
Yeah. Nicky Minolan has her work cut out for herself. First job is to hit level 2. She did that. Second job is to get barriers, which she also did. And now Swaghammer has to use all his skills to stay alive here. And both teams are brought so low here. And Mr. Flambeau just shoves it through with a pillar as Asianator tries to clear to Jack Limestone. And nice primary from Handless Dogs, tying up the score 1-1. And Swaghammer actually is the only member here in the lobby to have taken Super Surge. So this is a Super Surged X with a kind of crazy dash. And you did see him use it to take Nicky Minolan off the table here in point 1. But Nicky Minolan is back with Van Brace, with a vengeance, as she gets 2 barriers in quick succession. And this has been the Kazan show ever since Nicky Minolan hit level 2 here, and Flambeau assisting with the ult. Has to run away from Swaghammer, though. Will get the flip. Swaghammer might beat it out of him, though. Weston, nice angle. Flambeau gets it. 3 flips used in short succession here. And Dynasty Party trying to equalize the barrier count at the very, very least. Weston slides it past Swaghammer ever so smoothly, but there he goes. Goodbye, Mr. Flambeau. And Swaghammer is here with the X Maximus. Weston's Era Beam does not stun Swaghammer. he can just push it through even if he is a little tiny. And it is Nikki Middleton on the defense now with Weston as she uses the hook to get it through, and Nikki Middleton has the core flip now and can use it to kill Swaghammer maybe, or maybe even get a nice core flip, and that's the one she uses as she gets it past Asianator. 2-1 Handless Dogs. They are seeing value from their picks.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that flip. I like it a lot. Just on the midfield, you can see the opening, and you just take it, especially in overtime, just abuse the core speed. What we're seeing right now, I think, is both brawlers are able to just like blow the barriers away in an instant. They're both just having a pretty easy time with that. It's got to feel really nice. We're seeing a lot of damage come out from both of them, obviously, and it's only going to get worse and worse as the game goes on. Swaghammer here struggling. Nikki Middleton just got blown up for all of her health. Lucky there's an orb right there for her to pick it up, but really it's just these brawlers are battling it out. I think the Van Brace on Nikki Middleton is going to do wonders though in helping her stay alive. And overall, like, though this point does not look like a Handless Dog's favorite point, they are up right now 2-1 and looking pretty good. I think they have a great opportunity here. Unless Swaghammer has something to say about it, diving in. Oh my god.
Handless Dogs, they held on for so long. I mean, I can't believe they cleared the bull rush attempt, but Asianator with the curtain call ties up the score 2-2. This is looking very, very competitive here. And yeah, both forwards taking turns blowing each other off with their cooldowns, and kind of caught in the middle are these goalies from both teams. And right now it's Weston trying to push out with NATO, and Weston does make it happen. And now Mr. Flambeau kind of getting zoned out by Swaghammer, and all the Asianator has to do is kind of get the ball to him, but waits out the X Maximus very patiently, does Handless Dogs, and now it's Nikki Middleton and Flambeau's turn, and Swaghammer coming in to give an extra help to the clear perhaps, but now it's the Mr. Flambeau's pillars finally coming in clutch aggressively, using the pillar to core control over getting a kill. And now it's Weston and Flambeau who both have core flips, but Jack Limestone just Estelle beams it through them. And Mr. Flambeau might get beat up if he's not too careful. He has to spend his flip now, trying to get it to Nikki Middleton. Dodges Jack Limestone's beam, but I think he's getting taken off the field. He survives! Once again, Swaghammer. It looks like he has the perfect angles, but the damage is just a little too low. Nikki Middleton misses the angle, and Swaghammer uses the flip. Finally, Mr. Flambeau taken off the field, and that's barriers gone. That's a lot of Handless Dogs defense right here because Weston is on an arrow. Weston has to spend his flip because of that, but does get it through the bell ringer, and Nikki Middleton can hold it down for base. She has marvelous control on the Kazan seat, getting the second barrier right now for Handless Dogs. Flambeau using the pillar, giving an extra strike to the Handless Dogs. Nice banish as well. That was a really dangerous moment here. Redirect from Swaghammer, redirect from Weston. Barely missing the pillar. Perhaps that was calculated. Nikki Middleton with full size now walking towards Mr. Flambeau, locking down that side of the corner, but gets it through anyway to Dynasty Party. And now it's with the NATO. They push through. Flambeau controlling the midfield with his pillars, and Nikki Middleton just waiting out Swaghammer's abilities, and they do. And Asianator making sure the triple take comes in, getting the core back for offense for Dynasty Party. But Weston is keeping the core very controlled here, using the NATOs to slow down the pace, just like that, and Mr. Flambeau can set up his pillars. And yeah, this is a very competitive first set, and whoever wins first set can really snowball, because as you said, Yoshi, this is a very feast or famine comp for Handless Dogs. It can snowball out of control, especially if the X scales. This is a very, very scary moment. But right now, it is both teams with barriers open, fighting for their lives on Demon Days.
Yeah, both teams just battling it out right now. Overtime for a while. We're seeing Handless Dogs, they have so much control here, but they're really just struggling to get it through into the net. Jack Limestone and Asianator both in the net defending, which gives Handless Dogs a ton of space to work with, but obviously it's so hard to get through them. You know, and that's the important part. You have to get through these two people if you want to score. But it doesn't matter how much space you have. A great flip, though. Almost shut out by Asianator's big finish, but not going to be, as Mr. Flambeau pauses for a moment, takes that top corner, and seals out the set for Handless Dogs. And here, that's a bulk up. That's the first big brawler special. Gonna be putting that one in the bag. We're gonna see if Asianator denies the hot shot or lets Mr. Flambeau get it. I think hot shot on Mr. Flambeau is like game warping, and it's looking like, yep, it's just going right there. We're probably gonna see Jack Limestone pick up the aerials, leaving. You know, honestly, Glass Cannon also pick. I was gonna say leaving Weston with Glass Cannon or Among Titans, both pretty nice picks. I think the Among Titans is pretty scary, especially into the X. I think another big thing is that we are dealing with an X. You know, it's in the first 2 sets, he's gonna sit there and like do just okay. We've been seeing, honestly, Swaghaver put up a great performance in spite of being on the X, and so get that guy. He picked up Knight, get that guy Size Awakening, you know, or just like anything, get him anything. Reptile Remedy, like by next set, that guy's going to be a threat. And with how well Dynasty Party did in that first set, I think if Handless Dogs don't scale out of control before that next set, it's going to be really tough for them to win.
Yeah, the Among Titans pick actually kind of works for Weston right now because he did take Pauldrons initially, so he's actually not too far behind in size. Flambeau gets multiple double banishes, and Nicky Millen capitalizes on that wonderfully with the Kazan hook, the crooked leverage coming in, pulling Swaghaver off the field. And now, again, it's Dynasty Party on the back foot starting set 2. The momentum for Handless Dogs are very, very strong with each passing point as they're the ones fighting. They're trying to get the core in the open barrier. Dynasty Party just struggling to get even one barrier up the side of Handless Dogs. And Weston has a flip, and he might even use that aggressively if he can. But now both barriers are open. Mr. Flambeau, wonderful pillars, making sure the core is always going down one lane that is controlled by the Handless Dogs. Swaghaver dashing in, but Super Surge still a little too late for the X. And that might have been a really scary moment if Asianator cleared the more obvious way, but Asianator makes sure that that doesn't happen. After all, he is tending to the goal of Dynasty Party, who are 3-0 and nasty, by the way, here. So as both teams once again make the core red, it's Flambeau with the dash, getting cute with the pillars. Oh my goodness, Mr. Flambeau making sure he has a strike set up as well for the strike war. As yeah, Handless Dogs continue their momentum, 1-0 over Dynasty Party in set 2 here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think again, the hot shot rune is just putting in a crazy amount of work. The core goes so fast, and he's gonna have so many more pillars as the point goes on. That being said, I think Jack Limestone with the glass cannon pickup was really nice. He was hitting red cores that last point. It just which caught me off guard, and I'm not the guy playing. So really scary there. Ton of damage coming out, but I think Handless Dogs don't have an easy way to commit a cooldown to getting rid of the glass cannon, so being allowed to let that run freely is going to be pretty scary. That being said, no goalie. Asianator has been assassinated, and it's going to be a pretty easy point for Handless Dogs to seal out, bringing them up 2-0 really quickly. It's a completely different story than what we saw last set.
Yeah, I mean, Handless Dogs are really making this momentum work because we saw in the corner, Dynasty Party just getting chunked down time and time again even. And I think this is really nice from Swaghaver though, because he has flip here. He is in a domineering position. They just need to get it out. Flambeau does get a clutch banish off, and they can even kill Swaghaver if he's not careful. And nope, Nicky Middleton there with the crooked leverage answering back. Nicky Middleton has been instrumental. This Kazan has been absolutely a menace in the field, even body blocking Jack Limestone's Crystal Thorns so that Weston can get a safe clear off straight through. And now they have the barriers open, does Dynasty Party, but Handless Dogs have control of the field again, and they can make a lot of things happen. Weston is smartly waiting out Jack Limestone's Estelle Beam, making sure he's not caught in the crossfire, and Nicky Middleton just moving in there, getting the second barrier almost so easily. This is Jack Limestone with a flip with the Crystal Thorns is out. He has a dash coming up soon though, so you gotta really watch out for the cross clears. Nicky Middleton baits out Jack Limestone, and Flambeau clears in the perfect spot to avoid the Estelle Beam. They're playing around Estelle so well here, and Nicky Middleton just mixes up Asianator with the crooked leverage, second strike, and second set secured even for Handless Dogs here as they move on to set 3 in a domineering position, and this could be a 2-0 victory for Handless Dogs. This is set point as we see a lot of good awakenings.
Yeah, really. I'm looking at this recovery drone and Nicky Middleton hovering it right there, going to be taking that first pick. The extra special. We can't let Mr. Flambeau get hotshot extra special again. Oh, but there it is. Team player picked up for Jack Limestone. I like that quite a bit. I think team player is very impactful on this map for midfield, for goalie, for anyone. That's going to be great. The stacks, though, going to be very nice on Weston here. Going to be moving that much faster, especially on... You got the Among Titans, the Pauldrons to cancel it out and just give you a ton more power and damage reduction. And now the stacks for even more speed, and that's dangerous. Swaghaver also being left with not a whole lot, picking up the Deadeye, which with the Super Surge, honestly really, really cool. You know, a lot of damage potential there, but still just not the X Awakening that you're looking for. And I think Handless Dogs had a really, really nice draft. It had pretty much everything they could want here. And so I'd be surprised if they didn't steal this one out, as that's a big KO, and they have the net open. It's looking really good for them.
Yeah, wonderful KO onto Jack Limestone. He dodges the banish from the room, but that wasn't enough. He just has so many things coming his way, and now it's Weston and Flambeau kind of posing in the midfield, waiting for Swaghaver to get chunked out, and Nicky Middleton is hunting for Swaghaver. I mean, Handless Dogs have been so patient on these points. Like, Nicky Middleton just making sure to wait out the curtain call instead of going for like a core redirect or something like that, so that she can live, and like, it's paying off in dividends for them. They're calm, collected, and they're leading 1-0 in set 3. This might be a Handless Dogs victory, taking their first win over Dynasty Party, as sources tell us. So this is very good for them, and hopefully they can keep up the momentum here, as they're stepping it up with the double banish coming out against Asianator, who has no evade, getting chunked down by Nicky Middleton. Oh, great value off of that creator though. Weston uses flip even, but was unable to beat the curtain call from Asianator, and Finny is his comfort pick. Finny is what Asianator is known for, so if any goalie magic can come out of Dynasty Party, it's definitely Asianator's Finny here. But Mr. Flambeau, with almost full energy, he is coming in. He is trying to make sure that Handless Dogs can seal it out, and there goes the banish. Was unable to react with Swaghaver, and Nicky Middleton lines up her open form, but unfortunately wasn't able to get the kill. And Weston protecting Nicky Middleton with a perfectly placed NATO as Swaghaver kind of lays on the pressure. And Handless Dogs have not been in real threat because their team synergy has been really good. Dynasty Party have been doing their offenses right, but Handless Dogs are just, their synergy feels so good this one. And another banish coming out into the corner they go, and unfortunate core speed gets the core back in, and some signs of life from Dynasty Party, but Handless Dogs, that was kind of all them there until the very end.
Yeah, really. We saw Hotshot there. Hotshot, it'd give it, they'd take it away, and there took a bit of an unfortunate point, but I 100% agree. We're seeing a much more lively Dynasty Party here. Not ready to call it yet. Still fighting here, and really putting Handless Dogs in an uncomfortable position. I think their comp really does not want to lose the barriers or have to play defense for any extended period of time, because then they're trying to fight off the X and the Estelle in an open net, and that seems like terror, you know. And so they're fighting back really well, you know, able to get both barriers there, doing a lot of damage. But
Asianator down.
Oh my god!
Down, double KO coming out from Handless Dogs as they try to close out, as they try to take a 2-1 lead and make it match point for them. They want to go home with a win and make it 3-1 for both teams, and Nicky Middleton gets it around Jack Limestone. Dynasty Party trying valiantly to survive, but Handless Dogs closing out the points time and time again. And they have energy on Weston, so they can probably weather the storm with Jack Limestone coming in with energy if he gets there. And yeah, Handless Dogs look to be in a domineering position because this is match point for Handless Dogs. They might 2-0 Dynasty Party here. And Swaghaver gets banished once again here. Mr. Flambeau, the room pillar, so oppressive. And Nicky Middleton getting beat up by Swaghaver, but a kill onto Jack Limestone as the core redirects around Asianator. Handless Dogs 2-0 Dynasty Party.
Yeah, just a beautiful end to the point. Weston with the flip, able to bounce it back while Nicky Middleton KOs Jack Limestone. I think that's really the story of this team, is that they have such great synergy. Nicky Middleton and Mr. Flambeau have been playing together for so long, and they started playing with Weston last season, and I think we can see they all just, like a well-oiled machine, they're all just doing their parts, functioning really well, bouncing off each other perfectly, and it really paid off in this game right here, in this series. Whole series, they executed on damage really well, and I think you have to have that team synergy to do that. And this game was there were a lot more KOs coming out from Dynasty Party, especially early on. We saw a couple early KOs in that first set, but in the end, even under any of the pressure that Dynasty Party was putting up, we saw Handless Dogs were able to manage it well enough and turn it around. You know, reply that much stronger with their comp, get the barriers, get the goals, and seal out this series for their first win against this team.
Congratulations, Handless Dogs. They look very prepared and ready to take on Dynasty Party, even drafting Demon Dice themselves and executing damage very perfectly, honestly, in both games that they played. And Dynasty Party definitely have some unpacking to do on this game, but they will come back stronger next week once they do. And props to Dynasty Party as well. They had a lot of almost kills, almost confirms onto Handless Dogs. It was just, you know, Mr. Flambeau surviving by a hair's breadth, or Nikki Middleton just being like extra patient when maybe she wouldn't have before. And whatever it was, it really compounded, and we saw a 2-0 victory. But looking at the games themselves, it was pretty close until the draft started scaling out of control. So Dynasty Party played really well. Handless Dogs played amazing. So yeah, congratulations.
Yeah, W Handless Dogs getting it done, but that's gonna be it for this match. And yep, we're done here. We're packing it up. Next match should be freaking esports versus eBoy Entourage. So stay tuned for that. And happy Nasty gamers. Yippee! Let's go. Bye. See you later. Bye.
Bye.
All right.
Oh, welcome to week 4 of North American Striker Training Grounds, and we start off with a kill from Flowers, playing Luna here as the sub for Groundhog, and they're playing against Puda and Sons, who just picked up the first win last week, but they are on a tear now with a 14-second first point here coming in from Groundhog, as Groundhog actually was 2-0 and they lost their first week. So this is two teams kind of trying to see who will get a nice spot for playoffs. Puda and Suns definitely do not want to be 1-3, and obviously Groundhog wants to become another 3-1 team in Nasty here. And right now it looks like it is all Groundhog as they get the first barrier once again, and Puda's Atlas here trying to stave off the offense as long as possible, and they answer back now with the Zentaro coming in, getting top barrier themselves. But yeah, so the pressure has been on for Puda and Suns, despite it being a start here that might benefit them, and Flowers just knocks off Zentaro once again off the cliff. And this Jakar shotgun holding it in place while Luna kind of comes up and follows up has been amazing, and Jewish Asian unfortunately has to concede that lower barrier with the strike shot. And we see the Jakar kind of covering the angles that Puda might want to clear, and with a flip, a decisive 2-0 here for Groundhog.
Yeah, it's... Well, for one thing, I'm here too. Don't forget that. This is P Flair on the mic as well with Pado. And yeah, quick 2-0 starting off for none other than Groundhog Day. Got to admit, these two definitely have... They both have some serious reasons to want to fight, and with that, that is a perfect example of how willing they both are to basically try and push ahead and try and either get into like the winning side of ways, or to basically keep more of their streak going. So what do you think is going to have to be done for Puda and Suns to be able to kind of pull this one away from Groundhog Day?
Well, I'll say it. I think Puda and Suns have a really nice comp. Puda's Atlas, obviously, I think it's one of the characters that associate Puda with the most, and it gives a little bit more sustain, a little bit more healing, and can just expanse block stuff like that when Flowers and Jakar just want to kind of push in there. But unfortunately, it really hasn't been working. But if they want to win this game, they really need to get this Luna off. They really get the Jakar off and really take the first set and start scaling off of Awakenings, get more stagger in them, and whatever they can. So, and on the opposing side, right, Groundhog Day also wants to snowball as much as they can so they can kind of continue piling on the damage, make sure the Zentaro is never around to do things, and survive here, because especially as Flowers is, and the Jakar right now is kind of stacking up here. There we go, the Zentaro with the special, knocking off, making it a power play for Puda and Suns. Unfortunately, Puda does miss the strike shot, though, kind of pausing the offense, but there we go with the wonderful redirect from Wolfang, getting the score 2-1, and Puda and Suns trying to follow up here on this ever-important first set.
Yeah, very, very, already kind of like a tough first set for Puda and Suns, just trying to, you know, keep themselves alive for it and try and like get what you said, very important first set, try and get these Awakenings going so that they can kind of shut down this very nasty potential that Groundhog Day have for like all this offensive capability. You can see already, yeah, Zach Crater Maker did some serious damage, but they did get both barriers off of that push. So, you know, not all bad. They're going to have to find a way to keep themselves alive, though. And that's going to be a whole lot harder as the match goes on, especially if they're getting dinged like that. Beautiful, beautiful rocket from Flowers, and there goes Zentaro, which has kind of been like a cornerstone of their offensive setup, right?
Yeah, so yeah, Wolfang really wants to be there to make sure the Vinny can't just knock the core out of Cliff's hands, but that's exactly why Flowers and Jewish Asian have been kind of pressuring Wolfang so that he can't do his job, and we see how good the Atlas pick can be here from Pudash, making sure the Zentaro can survive. And now it's Flowers who is low and has to kind of be on the back foot a little bit with the flip from Cliff, but unfortunately the angle was a little too far. Jewish Agent is able to just get it, and yeah, and now is the Zentaro on the offense, but just combined with the snipe, the Molten Blast from the Jakar into the special from Luna, just nukes Aimee out of orbit. And now Jakar with that missile pro pickup, I mean, it's a starting Awakening, and it definitely just scales him a lot stronger than most other characters in the lobby right now for round one. And so yeah, we're gonna have to see Spinks really maneuver that Jakar and give Groundhog Day some first set value here. And another Luna nuke coming in from the skies, unfortunately, does not lead to a goal, and makes Atlas use his special, though. And look at that, all healed up again is the Aimee. And now we're seeing Wolfmane trying to use his special, trying to shove it in past Affinity, but Jewish Asian is just holding like a king here. And Atlas expands coming out to thwart the core flip from a very dangerous angle. And now it's all damage once again, as we have no evade Luna and low Jakar, and the core slips through with power of Puda as well as Wolfmane.
A very, very tense point for both sides yet again. Kind of saw how difficult it was for Puda and Sons to fight this massive, you know, like damage output that these two are doing. Look at already, Pudash is nearly dead. Pudash is dead, pardon me, goalie down. So yeah, that's definitely, you can definitely see like the difference in game plan. And what it really comes down to, like you said, is that Pudash and Sons just have to kind of like survive this onslaught that Groundhog Day can give. If they do not do that, it is wraps. And unfortunately for Pudash and Sons, it is Groundhog Day that takes the set, and they get a chance to scale and start tacking on the damage. That Deadeye, there is no way in hell that Deadeye is going through all the way to Luna. I mean, even just to be safe, I think Zentaro can use it if absolutely necessary. Although, you know, like that explosive entry is going to be good too. It's going to be, do you think it's going to go in?
I think it might go to the Luna. You see Finny opening it up. Zentaro wants to take explosive entrance. He does not want to take Deadeye. And Atlas denying the speed, and Finny takes the creator away from Aimee. And yeah, so we're left with kind of have to spark it up for the Aimee. But I think definitely the notable pick here was the Deadeye for the Luna here, as Luna has both her Bis at the same time. It's just set 2 here, and already Luna has Missile Pro Deadeye in addition to Tumbler. So this is a really scary Flowers coming out. And as long as Sphinx and Flowers can continue this pressure, continue to pound on this pressure, we're going to have a really good time for Groundhog Day. But yeah, there we go. Off the field, the clip goes, and now we're seeing Groundhog Day with an open net, but putting on all the pressure with this power play. Pudash is holding like a hero, but Luna trying to thwart him. The ball goes around Black Hole once again, and now a double defense coming out from Jewish Asian. And Sphinx, as they look to get the... Oh, but the nuke kind of greased, unfortunately, the barrier. Unfortunately, it happens sometimes with the Luna. Jewish Agent mind gaming with his big finish, unfortunately, does not lead to anything. But Luna is holding the offense really nicely. Wolfmane wants to finish Flowers off, but has to retreat to kind of make sure the tempo doesn't go over completely, as the barrier for Pudash and Sons do open now. And Cliff rotating it around, Cliff at the top side trying to make sure to get there. Wolfmane uses the flip to no avail. The misdirection actually knocks Zentaro out of the nuke range, so that was a little bit lucky there for Wolfmane. And now we see Sphinx getting a nasty angle, Flowers getting a nasty angle around Pudash. He was too slow to stop it. He had no strike shot up. So 1-0, momentum looks to be on the side of Groundhog Day.
Yeah, definitely worrisome. Like, don't get me wrong, the stacks on Pudash will help a little bit with the, with, you know, being able to move around faster. But yeah, just Deadeye missile prop Luna, those rockets are murder. And you can see how that is almost like completely changing the game by itself. Like, God help them if Luna, like, if they do go up for this next one, for this next set, which is looking likely. God help them if it gets like a twin drive, because that would just be horrible. Because like one of the things that Luna is kind of like iffy to is that when she does have damage, she does have to like retreat, but she can just like boost right back in. She's not out of it for as long as others. And Jewish Asian reminding people that, like, hey, I got some pain too for you. So good gracious, this is becoming a bullet hell very fast.
Yeah, Flowers coming into sub 4 spring rolls, and she's making a real big impact on this, as Groundhog they take a quick second set over Puda and Sons here. As we go into the draft, we're gonna see a lot of critical things coming out here that can potentially impact the game.
Yeah, aerial, super sharp. A lot of this is very pick your poison for this Groundhog Day team. They can get anything. Adrenaline Rush, yeah, also. Flowers, she's been making big KO, so I don't even blame her for going for like just Adrenaline Rush and just be able to launch even more stuff. Soon as one kill happens, it is party time now. And especially with that, like, Spark of Focus, not only just decent, but it also kind of denies Cliff from, you know, like kind of trying to spark up the team. So has to take aerials. Not exactly a bad take, let's be real. But in general, this is just a very worrisome Groundhog Day team that's coming out now. And so like everybody's got to worry about that Luna now. Like she's just kind of like a roaming, horrible target of destruction. Also sad, boys.
Yeah, it's a really scary situation. It's a very unfortunate situation as well for Puda and Sons, because Zentaro was kind of taking Orb Replicator here, not necessarily because he might have wanted to, but because he really wants to survive here. He already took extra special. He already took EE already, Explosive Entrance, so he couldn't take Super Surge or anything. And like Flowers continues to just pile on the pressure here, and the damage shows no signs of stopping. There was no Big Fish in the thing. There was no Reptile Remedy, and Puda and Sons can't really answer for damage yet, and they have to really hold on, because if they lose this, it's over. The first match is over just like that.
Yeah, for real, like that is it. And like, don't get me wrong, Atlas, yes, he can heal, but he can only heal, you know, like for so long and so often. So pretty much you can see that like Wolfman had to kind of like dodge, not just the Crater Maker, he had to dodge the rocket. And that tells you like just how absolutely scary that Flowers is right now. Not to say that the others are any less dangerous at this point, but anything that's coming out of Flowers is so scary. You basically kind of have to treat it as, again, like that evasion text that's usually reserved for like the Crater Maker. You got to pay that for the rocket now. They got no energy to do anything because they're trying not to die, and they're still dying. So it's like, how do you resolve that?
I mean, Puda's eking out every value he can with the Atlas special. You can see Aimee just heal up to full health when Cliff was just so low. But even so, this combination of the Black Hole with the Shrinkar Blast and Luna nukes are just really impressive, and Wolfman just has to kind of play DDR in the bottom left corner there as he tries to not die. Zentaro turns to Aimee with the shotgun. Unfortunately, it was on cooldown, so Cliff got to live. An unfortunate late reaction from Puda on the Corplet himself, so now open net for Groundhog Day to kind of capitalize on in here, and great redirect coming in from Spinks. As Zentaro goes off the field again, he had no evade, he used everything he could, he's doing everything right, but there's just a limit to what you can do here, and it's a really scary moment. Once again, Groundhog Day just triple teaming this with the big finish. It was almost there. Unfortunately, Jewish Agent does mistime it with the Drakkar strike. But yeah, with the seemingly unlimited number of power plays that they have, Groundhog Day can take a lot of time to really set up their plays. Flowers does have to fall back a little bit there and maybe a little bit greedy, but no matter, because Spinks has a wonderful redirect off of the Expanse into a shotgun into the top corner of the net, and it's already match point here for Groundhog Day.
Like how control this team are, Flowers can quite literally afford to take like these risky biscuit plays just because they're so far ahead and there's so much damage that's coming out of this whole team that, you know, she can kind of like go for the gusto, and if it happens, then hey, they got some time to they got a little bit of room to play with their food. It's not the best, like obviously it's never the recommended choice of action. Nice flip take on the flip there, but the fact that they can do that and still be in good shape is just a sign of how things have been working out for them. Again, gotta like evade so many things, and not for too long at this point, because yeah, got killed, but you can see like again, Spinks took the barrier and they're still in a very precarious position, especially now that Flowers is like right back into it.
Yeah, Flowers is back with cooldowns. I mean, good thing from Puda and Sons is that they are still showing, like, they're definitely haven't given up yet, right? They're not thinking about the next game. They're focusing on how to win this game, and that's a big play there, making sure that they still alive in this game, and that's how they're gonna get back in the game, with Wolfman kind of being able to stay alive, get the kills, turn the table on their heads, yeah, I mean, definitely, like you said, Flowers was taking some more risky plays there because they are in a dominant position. They can afford to take those risks and taking the top barrier just like that, and now they're pushing out Cliff, rotating core through the black hole, but now Wolfman trying to get it through. It's a little bit hard, especially with Spinks that has energy. It's going to be kind of scary, and it's going to be really, really important because they want to make sure that they live not just for match point, because a lot of the stagger awakenings haven't come out yet. So things might still go around if they win, because bulk up this year, and if Zentaro gets Reptile Remedy or something like that, like he can scale very, very hard. And Zentaro already does a ton of damage. They've been doing a lot of damage. They just haven't been, they've just been too busy dying themselves to really kill confirm here. So Puda making sure he uses his flip to get the core out. They're fighting for his life on the bottom barrier, especially with Cliff. Unfortunately, the barrier does fall here, and now a setup. Flem Flowers blocked by Wolfmang, just throwing his body in the way to make sure the core does not get to Puda. Puda needs to live. Puda needs to conserve his cooldowns for the most important moments. Wolfmang rotating around. Jewish Agent, this is a tough clear, but he does have his flip. He uses it. A nasty angle coming out, hitting the demon angle perfectly. And Puda was not able to get there. The expanse was not big, was not able to get there in time. And that's a 3-0 victory on the first game from Groundhog.
That was a crazy way to end it. Like, the demonist of angles pretty much skated along the edge there to go in, but go in it did, and now they have, like I said, clean 3-0, and they are 1-0.
I mean, double-digit KOs from Flowers here, but we definitely got to talk about the Jakar as well, right? Spinks just controlling the midfield. I mean, if you look at the redirect numbers, he has 178 redirects compared to, you know, the rest of the lobby. Honestly, only other person kind of matching it is Puda. Yeah, so props to Spinks for really holding it down, locking stuff in, making sure that Luna can get the kills off. And yeah, they tried their best, but that was a lot of damage just stacked on top of each other, making it difficult for Puda and Suns to get their defense set up.
They're going to have to definitely take that in mind for the next game. I would not be horribly surprised to see them ban out the Luna next game if possible. I mean, but in general, that was just that was rough road for Puda and Suns. So they've got to really just calm it down and think about, okay, things definitely did not go as planned, but that does not mean, you know, like, obviously they're not invincible. We just need to figure out what we need to focus on and do better on, like, just zeroing in on that win condition if possible. Because unfortunately, they kind of got, like, Groundhog Day got what they wanted basically from draft, basically from, you know, like, opening awakening, and it was just, the pain started and it never stopped. Like, they didn't get it, like you said, they didn't get any defensive drafts, they didn't get any stagger, nothing of that. So that was basically like the ideal game rather for Groundhog Day. So hopefully this next one won't be quite like that.
And we are live with game 2 between Groundhog Day and Puda and Suns. This match is really important for both teams if they want to get into playoffs. Can Groundhog Day end it here, go home with a 2-0 this week, or can Puda and Suns make it tight, make it competitive on a 1-1 situation? So we're off to a start with Cliff on the Juno with a 1-2 punch, and Pudash and Wolfmang both taking twin drive here, as opposed to Jewish Asian and Spinks both taking twin drive, and Flowers on the Pummeler's 1-2 Vice. And Flowers has had a lot of KOs in the last game, and we'll see if she can make the same happen again, because they are certainly playing for damage as Groundhog Day.
Yeah, for sure. But I do feel that Pudash has a bit better of an answer this time, in particular because of the Juno pick on Cliff. Just, that's a lot of mines for Vice to be wading through. And, you know, like, Vice can't teleport all the time. So, got to either, like, set that up in advance or just prepare for it. And they do manage to get, like, a kill, kind of like a bit of a vengeance for earlier. But it is, I feel, going to be just like a little bit closer, especially considering this is night market. And you can see that with the different team compositions for both sides, things are not going to be quite as straightforward for obtaining the damage and those kills for either team, really.
Yeah, I mean, Cliff's 1-2 punch coming in really nice. Yeah, with the mine slowing Vice down, making sure she has to kind of eat damage, as well as the Juno Blobos just redirecting it around Jewish Agent here. But unfortunately, Pudash does go off the field here as Flowers got powers, and Spinks just making a crazy angle into the goal in a goalieless net. And Groundhog Day continues momentum.
Yeah, that was one, but I do feel like that one was a bit more well fought than previous games. So it is going to be something to see if they can kind of like keep that up and try and push back almost took the barrier. There we go. One on each side, taking opposites though. So the question really here is going to be, can Puda, you know, kind of like survive this kind of like offensive setup, or can they manage to like pull something out offensively themselves? Can Puda, I mean.
Yeah, Wolfman looking for an aggressive pick off the Sphinx, but unfortunately he did miss. Jewish Agent got him in the cage, and now he is the one having to hug the corners, just making sure that Flowers can't end them. And a nice Tofu Fortress from Puda, making sure that the core is controlled. And Cliff, yeah, the Juno pick coming in really clutch, and Wolfman gets to kill Flowers finally. Revenge after all those years. Jewish Agent with a clutch flip here though, making sure he is holding it down like crazy in the Night Market Gate. And contested Cliff rotating around, making sure Jewish Agent's clears are covered, but Jewish Agent wins the Strike Force anyway. Wolfman unable to find that final bit of the puzzle. And now with the Mako Cage coming up, with the Flowers teleporting in there, Pudash has to make crazy saves. With the flip is in, goes around Jewish Asian, and it's a 1-1. A lot more competitive, a lot more life from Puda and Sons here on the second game.
Yeah, they're definitely gonna have to try and like keep that up. They are ahead as well in the energy department. Cliff got a flip ready on deck. Pudash not one too far behind. There goes that first flip. They do get the barriers out of it, and Pudash, nice little save there on a bit of a rebound as they take it. Very fast supernova from Flowers to secure the kill. They get the one barrier off of that. So they're gonna definitely want to try and like push this, because like you said, this has been a lot more competitive, and Pudash and Sons have been able to make like a lot more sustained offensive pushes. So they're going to have to try and like find any kind of way to short circuit those as efficiently as possible, especially because when Pudash, they do get any kind of offensive push, Pudash himself can like push up and provide like support with those logs and with that Tofu Fortress to try and make sure that they do have, as I said earlier, that sustained offense that can lead to these goals.
Yeah, so far Groundhog Day has been putting up a really stellar defense with both barriers down, and Wolfman trying to break Jewish Agent's ankles, but Sphinx is always there to back him up. And look at that, 2 sequences where Sphinx was instrumental in the defense for Groundhog Day here, as Jewish Agent makes some really wild saves to get it around, and even gets the great angle into the flip, waits out the slimes, and now Flowers does have energy. She can use a flip here, aggressively uses Supernova first instead, gets the Night Market Barrier, dashing in with the teleport, now uses the flip. Unfortunately, the angle was a little easy for Pudash to Torpid Fortress off, but Flowers still is playing at the forefront at line number 1, playing almost a brawler position here with the Vice. Jewish Agent contesting Wolfman's strike and wins, and now Flowers looking to get it past Pudash. Sphinx looking to get it past Pudash. The skills are coming up, the primaries are layered, but once again, a great defense with Jewish Agent and Sphinx, making sure Wolfman can't break any ankles, just making sure Sphinx is covering whatever Jewish Agent can't cover. But Wolfman has a flip, he's walking up, preemptively using Cage, but the Cage misses. But you had the desired effect regardless, as the core is once again back in red team position. And now Supernova, wonderful dash from Pudash, alleviating that pressure for Puda and Sons, letting Wolfman come in once again with the energy, with the speed, uses the flip, unfortunately was not able to get it off, but now the special might be the key. No, it's not, but Sphinx very low, has to play around the minefield, has to play around Wolfman. Jewish Agent misses a strike shot, and that's all it takes. Wolfman will not let that mistake go by, and Puda and Sons finally take a lead, 2-1.
Yeah, crazy passing plays coming out from both sides, honestly. Trying to, at this point, like, you saw like the game plan kind of shifted from pure damage to we just need to get it around these people. We needed to get it around Cliff. We need to get it around Pudash, and it wasn't working out. And Cliff immediately dies for it, and suddenly Groundhog Day in a much better position. Cage comes out. They're trying to snipe it past. No sale, unfortunately. But Flip says, you will buy it, you will like it, and they very quickly tie it up. But you can see that I think their Groundhog Day kind of got intimidated by them being able to survive so long, and so tried to switch game plans, and they were like, this isn't working out, let's just go back to what we knew. So, I mean, that's just my guess at least, or maybe they just, you know, got fortunate in their positioning. But honestly, in general, just like very good hold, very good defensive posturing from this team, although that was a little bit eager, that early flip. So, yeah, if Pudash and Sons can basically psych out Groundhog Day into abandoning ship on their initial game plan and basically trying to play their game, that's how I think Pudash and Sons win this, by convincing by convincing Groundhog Day that you're not going to win your game, you have to outplay us at our game, and then proving you still can't outplay us at our game.
Yeah, I mean, Flowers is doing a great job making sure that Puda and Suns, every member is punished for kind of standing too near the corner, and they really want to control, they really want to force Puda and Suns to take worse positionings in terms of core control so that they can survive there. And Sphinx, even with the secondary, if Wolfgang was a little bit too close to the edge, he might have just gone bye-bye. And yeah, Flowers with the very crazy supernova snipes, like, it doesn't need to be fully charged, it just needs to be at the right place at the right time, and Flowers is putting on a masterful display of Vice, just playing both core control and damage at the same time. And that was a crazy angle from Cliff. Unfortunately, Jewish Agent is positioned there, and another supernova. Yeah, just setting it up for herself at the perfect time, buying time for Sphinx to kind of set up as well in the midfield. Can't get too aggressive though, because Sphinx is low, credits to Cliff and Wolfgang. But Chain Lightning, Flowers has it. Seems like she's figured it out on how to make sure the Groundhog offense comes and gets the point. Because Wolfgang and Cliff are railing on Jewish Asian and Sphinx over and over again, but they're both getting cleared by the members of Groundhog Day, as opposed to Flowers, who is making these offenses work against Pudash. And there we go, a clear, but a nice secondary placement from Sphinx, just sniping the core in, and another set lead from Groundhog Day here.
Yeah, a lot harder fought, but very well fought on the side of Flowers, proving that, like, look, you don't always need to, you know, go into like a 5-minute solo. Sometimes you just need 3 chords, you know what I'm saying? So being able to figure out, like, okay, now's the time, and just hit a big ass power chord with that supernova, yeah, very well deserved. Adrenaline Rush is going to make that very scary. Puda and Suns really need to watch themselves at the corners and now on the edges now, because nothing on the side of Groundhog Day is going to, like, let that go now. Like, with the aerials as well, ad rush aerials and, like, fight or flight, that is just going to be scary moments. And you can see already Wolfgang had to evade there to avoid another supernova snipe as one of the barriers goes down for them, and already looking like very low in very dire straits. And this is kind of what Groundhog Day really wants, even though they are on the defense at this moment. But they do absolutely have the potential to kind of, like, even this up very quickly.
Yeah, Flowers looking to use the secondary to great effect, but Pudash was wise to it. Somersaults in, stunning Flowers, stymieing the offense here. And Cliff taking Casta last year, his slimes are a really good line of defense against device skills, and we might see it even if Cliff dies, his slimes are still going to be there. And now this is Wolfgang without evade, using his super surge dashes, but he might go off the cliff soon if he continues to play aggressively without any evades. He does have energy now though, but and Sphinx and Flowers looking to kill Wolfgang once again. That might turn. Wolfgang has to use his evade preemptively. He wants to control the core, get it around the Mako. He wants to find any angles, sneaks the orb from around Sphinx's watchful eyes, and trying to dash in. Jewish Asian with some crazy clears, and Sphinx there to back him up as well. And that you see that Aerial's Estelle power finally coming into play, trying to snipe. Pudash does block it, but Wolfgang is off the market now, and it's a power play once again for Groundhog Day here, as Flowers is just running around with Ad Rush and Pump speed boost. And she can just reposition so easily with her secondary up. You can see using that secondary, Pudash trying to clear, but Flowers is already there and gets the lower barrier here. And once again, Wolfgang Cliff trying to make that offense happen, but Sphinx is there in between. Slime redirects happen, but Jewish Agent eats the slime first and then redirects the core. Just perfect defense from Jewish Agent coming out. Smartly waiting out Sphinx's beam, and now that might go out into an unfortunate angle. Wolfgang gets the shot. And a 1-0 lead now from Puda and Sons on the second set.
Very impressive patience. Just knew the snipe was coming and just paused long enough to bait it out and just hit it at a position that just could not clear. And you can see that, yeah, Flowers has been doing some amazing positioning and some amazing timing. Like, Flowers is on demon time right now. It is absurd what she's pulling out of the gate here. But that's not to say Wolfgang is not, like, fighting their heart out right now, trying to get these offensive pushes to last. And if they can, and early, early flip, but Sphinx does manage to help clean it up, feeds it to Flowers, and they do get a quick tie. So props to them for that, but this is just a very, very dangerous situation, and you can kind of see, like, it's that mental chess game that's going on where it's like, I figured out, no, I figured out, you're figuring out. So now it's like, can Puda and Sons try to figure out the counteract to this, like, offensive setup? And that's another flip burned, like, inadvertently by Sphinx. So the question is, like, yeah, like I said, can Puda and Sons kind of, like, figure out the solution here before this gets out of control?
So it's looking really difficult here because Puda is holding really well, even though, you know, the two forwards on the other on Groundhog Day are just stacking primaries on primaries. But unfortunately, like, the control coming out from Sphinx in the midfield is kind of crazy, and Jewish Agent uses the flip, and Wolfman just gets caught in the crossfire here and goes off the field. Once again, it's another power play, and every time this happens, every time Groundhog Day uses their energy is to get some kind of value. Last time they did it was a double barrier, this time it gets Wolfman down, and now Flowers has another aggressive TP set up, and is just playing with Sphinx. And Puda and Sons just kind of have to stack up to make this defense happen. And Cliff trying to get the Blobo in position in time, unfortunately, was not able to happen. And this Mako exerting such pressure with her primary, making sure the core stays up all the time. And Flowers is low. She has evade. She can just pop Supernova and weather out the storm. This might be it for her. Nope. And Wolfmane has to either compromise the offense or the defense, because Flowers is just making sure that even when she's low, she provides value to the team here, as there's just no easy way to finish off this wounded Vice. And back against full health is Flowers here. Pudash finally getting up past midfield using the Token Fortress aggressively, but Jewish Agent holds even that. Jewish Agent and Sphinx just crazy defense coming out. Wolfmane strike wars perfectly, but needs another little push to get the barrier open, but this might be it for Pudat and Sons. If they can't get it under control, this could be the second set, and Pudash waiting out everything very smartly here, uses the log to great effect, and Flip and Pudash are holding, but now energy economy is in favor of Groundhog Day. Flowers, Supernova not quite close enough. Sphinx uses a flip, using the beam, but the core was a little too far, so Pudash could recover for that, but very good play from Sphinx. Now Wolfmane trying to break Jewish Agent's ankles a little bit more, but Jewish Agent just making sure his abilities can be used for these defensive situations like that. They just have, Jewish has just so much open space right now with his ability cooldowns that he just has everything at the right place at the right time. But now he did use everything, but he has strike shot up once again. Jewish Asian making some crazy holds here. Now Flowers almost with the energy. Wolfmane has flipped out. They want to get to Wolfmane. Wolfmane unfortunately was not able to get it off here. Pudash wonderful somersault into Flowers. Flowers uses the energy as well, so it's a strike war situation. Wolfmane gets it in. 2-2 now. Pudat and Sons, they can make a comeback potentially here on Night Market.
They can. It has been an absolute struggle, I feel, for Pudash and Sons to kind of like break this defense and kind of like set up the plays. They are managing it though, so like don't say they can't. Like they got those two barriers down very fast. This might go in. Yeah, that was kind of a weird quick one. I feel like Jewish Asian lost the two barriers very fast, and he kind of like sets to. I'm not gonna say Jewish Asian kind of like gave up, but I am kind of wondering what happened there when that was like very. That wasn't. I don't think that necessitated a flip.
Team player for Pudash. This is going to help a lot in getting the core around. This strike for hot shot on Estelle is going to be really good with the core speed, and you can see Jewish Agent kind of holding on to the picks, making sure that Vice can get what she wants. Taking Reptile Remedy, I think this is going to be a nice deny as well. And Zentar Wolfmane taking stacks on stacks is pretty big. I feel, because if he can survive, they've been really winning through these core rotations, and it's going to help a lot. 150 stacks of pancakes, that's a lot of speed to get.
Yeah, but like you said, that's if Wolfmane survives, which is certainly not implausible. Wolfmane has been making some heavily like survival situations, and that is actually Sphinx going down. That's the first power play, I believe, this entire series on the side of Pudash and Sons. So things may be turning around for them. Yeah.
Yeah, that is definitely. I think it's the first time I've seen Sphinx die in this game for sure. And now, unfortunately, he does come back but now Pudat and Sons have an open net to work with. So they're going to try and rotate it around, especially with the 1-2 punch Juno again. That's going to be really, really scary, but Flowers just perfect chain lightning. Once again, getting the lower barrier down. Jewish Agent holding again, using the flip, waiting out Wolfmane's dash, And now Spinks is back here and back on the offense, trying to make stuff happen on the midfield. Yeah, shoots, Puda gets around, and Flowers there with the teleport, just ready. Trusting in Spinks to really make the plays here, and the Supernova hitting the demon angle. Puda leaps for it, but the somersault not quite there. And yeah, the momentum that Puda and Sons had is getting halted a little now by Groundhog Day, because they take the first point here.
Yeah, incredible like timing and play by Flowers, by Spinks. Very nice hold. So yeah, a little bit of a concern here now. First barrier goes down. Second barrier comes centimeters from going down. And Pudash has a flip ready to go. Flowers might have one. There it is. So those could come in very handy. Never mind, that's that first flip. Wow, wild angle does get around Pudash. Excuse me. So yeah, again, it's a back to that chess game. They need to fit. Now it's Groundhog Day that kind of needs to figure out how to solve the problem of Pudash and Sons being able to like hold and maneuver around and cause a lot more damage than they have been. So like they need to figure out the solution on their end now.
Yeah, I mean, Cliff keeping Spinks on his toes. Spinks is going to recover from this now, for the time being at least. And Wolfman, yeah, coming in with the Slice and Dice, unfortunately does not get meaningful damage onto Spinks, but does get a barrier off of that. So now both teams have an open net they have to work with. And Flowers and Spinks making sure they're double lower laning here, and Pudad wants to rotate it around, waiting out Flowers' teleport, making sure that she has to commit to it before making a decision. But oh my goodness, just the general rotation in Night Market, it can be so rough sometimes because Flowers just gets around Pudash. And yeah, it's a Pauldron's dupe, but it's a little slow, unfortunately, and Puda couldn't get to it.
Yeah, just like a very nice shot up to the top corner, and Dubu's a big hamster, but he's also a slow hamster, so they didn't have a whole lot of recourse at that point. Their best answer right now, they just got to kind of like find a way to rally back, answer back, and trying to get on the board here.
Yeah, and I think it might be like Cliff's Blobos that make the plays, because that was some great rotations through the Blobo redirects. But again, Flowers just kind of walking in, winning the strike war, getting the barrier. Cliff dashes in, Spinks is wise to it, and immediately reacts. Just kind of matadors the Juno out of the picture, and Flowers wins another strike war against Pudash. This is dangerous. And when Wolfmane dashes in to kill Flowers, Flowers just supernovas and tanks everything, and Spinks flips and gets the goal. It's another 2-1. Groundhog Day gets ahead once again.
That was a beautiful timing. You saw, like, they both saw that coming almost. I saw the vision as it was happening. As soon as Flowers revved up that supernova, it was Spinks like immediately going down. It was like, oh, I got you. I know exactly what's about to happen. Because at that point, they were either going to get hit and stun, and then he would flip and shoot, or they would have to dodge and flip and shoot. So yeah, I mean, being able to pull that off, great.
Some key awakenings coming out. Primetime on the Estelle is going to be really scary. Juno taking extra special. This is good. The nice device also helps kind of slow the core down when the supernova comes out. So that might be really good. But explosive entrance from Flowers is going to make her damage a lot more potent, especially because she's been so good on the Thunderstruck.
Yeah.
So this could be. This is the set. This is the set that Groundhog Day could take it all, but. We've been seeing some good adjustments from Puda and Sons in the mid set, so hopefully they can keep this game competitive. As Spinks, even though he is low, spends his secondary to make sure that they keep the offense going. But Flowers just finds Puda in the middle of the fear, and there it goes again. Jewish Agent finding the kill, and now it's 3-1 here. And poor Wolfmane, he's just a Zentaro. He's just a little Oni boy, and the core goes in. This 1-0 Groundhog Day, no signs of slowing down. This is going to be a very tough game. It's a very uphill climb here for Puda and Sons to turn back.
That is not how you wanted to start set 3. Like, got the supernova, got the snipe. He's just an innocent boy. I mean, not that innocent, he's in Taro, but still just a boy. So you've got to imagine that Groundhog Day feeling good about that one. Flip goes out. They do manage to stop it, but this is already this is dire straits for Puda and Sons. And nice dribble there. Yeah, they've got to kind of figure out a solution to this very fast.
Yeah, they can't deny Jewish Agent from just dribbling there because Wolfmane wants to kill Spinks, but if he wants to kill Spinks, he can't pressure Jewish Agent. And so that's the kind of defense we're seeing here from Groundhog Day. And Flowers just using the flip, get the lower barrier, and that could have been a 2-0 right there. It is Flowers linking the thread, and now it's 2-0. It's match point for Groundhog Day.
That was insane. Caught the bounce like off the center line and just shot it in. And quick warp, quick thunderstruck, and barriers traded. And this could be it. This could be 2 and out. This could be game point, set point, series point. So it is on Puda and Sons. They've got, if there is anything left in the tank, they've got to spend it now.
I mean, Jewish Agent absolutely crazy save. Puda making the clutch saves too, buying time for his team to knock Sphinx off the field. And this might be the power play they've been hoping for because they have Blobos for days now. And finally, Wolfman uses his flip, and Groundhog, they hold. They hold, and Sphinx is back. They did spend the flip, and the barrier's down. And Flowers goes down now, and this might be it. Cliff is coming up with an energy. Sphinx does not kill Cliff, and Cliff trying to make it work, trying to go around, and Puda, nice somersault, blocks it. Pace slow down a little bit, and Jewish Agent grabs it, but unfortunately Cliff is there. And signs of life, Puda and Sons, they can do it. They can hold on for another point.
Yep, there is still a heartbeat there left, but it's still a bit of a road for them. So we're gonna have to see if they can push this out. So very, very hoping to see what Puda and Sons can do when their backs are against the wall like they are now.
Yeah, Cliff actually survived that last point with his energy intact, and he used that core flip to get the first barrier for Puda and Sons, and they need to capitalize on this advantage somehow, and Cliff's defensive slimes are really good, and Wolfgang just wants to keep it up in time for Cliff to kind of get that Night Market gate and speed up and get to him. Unfortunately, Sphinx and Flowers are really tight on the defense as well, and it's once again Sphinx with the flip. Flowers not as much on sync there, unfortunately misses the pass, but yeah, with the stun gets Cliff off the field, and now it's once again the power plays that Groundhog they are so used to doing. The supernova might have been deadly, but had to end it a little soon. Sphinx playing a dangerous game with Pudash, but Pudash throws the somersault, unfortunately misses the core, hits Sphinx, and Sphinx is off. But I would say that's well worth it for Groundhog Day as they join the club of P1s here on week 4.
Just amazing play from Groundhog Day. Absolutely, like, hyper dangerous, like very aggressive. I mean, they had 2 players who could basically just warp around the field and set up without being able to, like, you know, be followed immediately. It was basically on Puda and Sons to try and anticipate these movements, and sometimes it just wasn't there, wasn't able to be there. Flowers with those absolutely insane, like, supernova snipes or supernova like plants just having to make you run for cover whenever she starts jamming out. So just very good play there, and Puda and Sons, there were signs of life. They did take a set, and in general they were able to, like, find a little bit of success here and there, but just not enough to overcome this offense that Groundhog Day actually managed. It's just very nice play from them.
I mean, we saw Puda and Sons try to adjust, take feedback on what went wrong on the first set, but yeah, unfortunately, it was too little to stop the bleeding. But yeah, a lot of good adjustments coming in. Cliff with the Juno and showing a lot more stability on the defense as well. But unfortunately, yeah, it wasn't their day today. And Groundhog Day goes on to be 3-1 in Nasty.
Congratulations to them, and we still have more to go. So don't go anywhere. Cool.
That is right. That was a very quick game. Holy moly.
All right, Zyoshi, we're in for a bit of a banger of a series. It's Woe Chills versus Wee's Little Furrets, and it's going to be a crazy start, right? Among Titans, Hotshot. It's all Among Titans. Never mind. Forget about the core speed.
Yeah, we are rocking out. Everyone is going to be moving just that much faster. We see Wee's Little Furrets rocking out with the double barrier and this massive stuff comp. We've got the Asher, we've got the Now, we've got the Julie, all looking good. And just cleaning up a quick 16-second goal right there. Bright and early today. And we see Woe Chills rocking out with the Era X comp. And Lyrie and Liars rocking out on the IME midfield. It's going to be looking for a lot of damage. Going to be waiting to get online. Got a lot of work ahead of them. A bit of a mountain to climb through this Julie and Asher, I think.
Oh, Angle Senpai almost taken out. Not quite here. It's an important game for both teams as nasty playoff races are really beginning now that we're in the second third of the season here. If you don't have the greatest record, you do want to start bossing up. An Overgrown Lemon allowed on the Juliet is bossing up as expected, but wait a second, how did that individual get the Juliet?
Yeah, this guy known for the Juliet on Taiko Temple, no less. Like, what a good map for the character. Has just been, like you said, bossing up, going crazy mode, getting a massive KO, and like just barrier after barrier. It's looking phenomenal right now. Probably going to be getting another one pretty soon. Ooh. Oh, but not if ZZZ has anything to say about it. Big core flip KO, and now the power play is reversed here.
Oh, and an insta-flip there to open it up here. Flip from Ripstick to the midfield. Good save attempt by Ayla Lyra, but the Flame Flurry follow-up is just enough to close it out. And that's a 3-0 set for Wee's Little Furrets. Very decisive, and Overgrown Lemon as good as always on the Julie.
Yeah, gonna be rewarded with a whole bunch. We've got Bulk Up, we've got 1-2 Punch, got 2 Size Awakenings, one of which is probably gonna go to ZZZ unless he takes, either 1-2 or Bulk Up, whichever one is not being picked up. That's the bulk. Gonna see what ZZZ picks. It is 1-2 Punch, foregoing the Size for now. And honestly, like, I'm there for it. This Woe Chills has, especially after that first set, a lot of work to do to catch up, and obviously ZZZ and Lyrie both just like massive KO-oriented players. Going for that 1-2 punch is just going to enable so much more damage, so much more KO pressure, and each KO they get is going to be so beneficial for them. And so already, like, Angle Senpai, now lowest stagger character in the game, just gonna get blown up by 2x abilities. That's a great start, but after the heal, not a whole lot left. And in the meantime, a big KO, but both barriers are down for Woe Chills.
Yeah, I think that seems to be the trend, right? By the time they get a KO, the barriers have fallen over Lemon and Angle Senpai getting it done on the offense here. ZZ almost taken out, but this time not quite enough. A rebound off the center, Ayla Zira sending it around, and the Shrink does help out on that clear against Angle Senpai. Bottom side, dangerous shot. Flip is burned from Woe Chills. Overgrown Lemon trying to find the punch into Strike War and Ripstick. Just so massive, has plenty of room to defend here, plenty of abilities as well with how Angle Senpai is rotating the core, forced to burn the flip here, but a great angle around the entire team of Woe Chills, and Overgrown Lemon on the other side, using the flip to score, cashing out, low energy, but it doesn't matter if you got the point.
Exactly, very worth it. Just saw that Ayla Lyra was walking up, was able to stun her, and then just had the entire net wide open to take the shot. But like you mentioned, absolutely no energy. ZZ got this flip. I thought was going to use it right there, but didn't need to. The 1-2 punch, dash punch is just going to KO. Has this flip to get the barrier, is going to rip it right there. But 500 abilities are not enough to get through. ZZ able to get the barrier. Lyrie has this flip and is able to take it. That's 1 point on the board for Woe Chills, able to get back after a 4-point drought.
That was impressively played. ZZ using the flip invuln to just wade through every single ability, and Furt a little bit rushed on that, right? They definitely could have staggered their abilities to cover a lot more time, but instead they burned all of them. But that impatience is showing as they're on the offense immediately. Overgrown Lemon misses the barrier, but the dash punch follow-up will be enough. Keeping control of the core is the name of the game right now, and Ripstick walking up the midfield to help in that as well. Has to dash back, and Angle Senpai as well with the lifeline. They're keeping it back. They're keeping it away from these barriers. It's easy trying to find a strike, but not quite enough. And Ayla Lyra, dangerous spot to be in. A dash punch punch KO, and a pass up to the top side. It's so simple for Weez Little first to take a second point.
Yeah, great pass. And that's something, watching this team, they are very, very great at passing between the brawler and midfield. Which sounds, it's like most teams should be good at this, but easier said than done, especially in tense situations on the offense. But I think Overgrown Lemon is always just on there, always looking for Angle Senpai to catch some sort of pass to make progress on the offense, which is very nice to see. And really just they're so coordinated here, able to get both barriers. Here comes the flip and defend it away, but still Wochills just has so much work to do to try and get back in this game.
Lemon pass and play, Angle Senpai top side. Strike were won by Lyrie for now, but the Flame Flurry follow-up is good. The flip as well to take out the midfielder. It's another dominant set for Weez Little Furrets here, and I don't know. Maybe the Julie should be banned here. I gotta say, it's doing a lot of work.
It really is. You gotta pack this guy up. Cannot let him unleash on the Julie. And here I'm looking at, like, we see an adrenaline rush. Yep, gonna be picked up right away. One of the best Julie awakenings you could ever fathom. I'm looking at stuff like explosive entrance, maybe for ZZZ, a recovery drone going to be taken by Ripstick. Now just gonna make life that much harder. You know, now it's Big Asher in the box. Gonna be hard to deal with, but Dash Awakening X, super underrated. Always a big fan of Dash Awakening X because that guy is going to just show up as Dash goes so much farther. It's so much more valuable as a means of covering space or trying to get KOs. So we saw it there, unable to get anything yet, but now Ripstick with two Size Awakenings and Pauldrons. Gonna be really tough to get through, especially if Ilalira is KO'd here. Wochills just has... It's so hard.
And Overgrown Lemon playing on point with his own rush, getting the dash punch back and using it to score against ZZZ. The defense is just impossible, it feels like, because Ripstick's defense is so trivial, right? 3 Size Awakenings, the speed from the Among Titans. It is so doable for Ripstick to just keep it on offense by walking up, by barrier beaming whenever in any sort of danger. And that lets Overgrown Lemon play really confidently. This Asher comfort pick, this Julie comfort pick, both allowed, and they're getting punished for it.
Yeah, really. And just this team, like you said, got both their super comfort picks just chilling. I mean, Ripstick has 12% bonus move speed and 3 Size Awakenings. This guy can go wherever he wants and is completely impenetrable. Like, it's just playing life on easy street. And Overgrown Lemon with a beautiful dribble off the drum into a dash, securing that point. And that's gonna take us to match point. I mean, here's what happens when you give an entire team exactly what they want in draft.
Pass down to Lemon, looking for a dribble here. Ripstick in position, flips in front of the barrier, gets it away, and Overgrown Lemon continuing to dribble to the bottom side. Ripstick in position, can't save it that time, but ZZ with the flip could be a threat here. Wochills, last chance to do something in this game, and the barrier will be taken. Another flip out. Overgrown Lemon on defense, they're defending, passing play to ZZZ, interrupted by the brawler on the other team. The glitch pop, good, but not enough to get the full goal here, as Angle Senpai is faster. The goalie taken out, as well as the midfielder, but I think Overgrown Lemon's going to be happy about that KO with an open net at their back. Ripstick needs to be careful, but a flick to the top side, interrupted by Lyrie again. And Overgrown Lemon looking for an ambitious dash punch, not quite, but the respawns come in, and we're back to an open goal situation for Weez Little Furrets.
Yeah, back to neutral. Both teams able to weather the power plays. The Adrenaline Rush proc not able to get any value, but here another one comes out just a bit too close to the wall, and that's a great save coming out from Wochills, able to block that. Overgrown Lemon looking a little low, but still has all of this speed, able to get that last barrier, has a core flip. Things are looking great, but Lyrie is back. But the flip is out, and the dash into strike upwards is going to be securing the game. Another 3-0 set for Weez Little Furrets, and a 3-0 set count total for the game.
Very, very dominant. Feels like it felt like a speed run here for Weez Little Furrets, and again, like a lot of play at the Dynasty level is all about comfort, is all about how lopsided the power level of some players can be when they get their comfort characters, and it kind of feels like all 3 picks for Weez Little Furrets were just picks that they're comfortable blinding into any matchup, and that kind of pressure just cannot be underestimated, especially from Overgrown Lemon and Ripstick.
Yeah, really. It felt like they just sat back in the chairs and was like, we got exactly what we want. It's go time. We just have to execute. And then they did. I mean, 7 KOs, bang. 80 redirects on both Ripstick and Overgrown Lemon. Like, it really was those two just so comfortable on their picks, so capable on these characters and able to do whatever they want. You have to wonder what Woe Chills is going to do in the next game to react to that, because like you can ban either Asher or Julie, but then it's going to be tough. You can't ban both of them, and so have to see what the next draft will look like. But until then, that's for next game. So until then, we'll see you next game in like 2 seconds. Woo!
Looks like we're heading into another game here, and this time Overgrown Lemon not on the Juliet, which is a huge difference, but Zyoshi, I'm seeing a certain Dubu on the field.
I'm seeing a big boo with pummelers and Spark of Agility getting ready to get some action done, and that's what I love to see. I'm a massive believer in the Dubu forward pick. We did see the Juliet ban, so now Overgrown Lemon taking to the Rasmus, but that means that Ripstick on the Momentum Boots Asher still allowed to just run free, and those barriers are open once again. I am, though, very excited. I think Dubu is great into melee goalies. I think Dubu's great. I think I'm there for it. I'm excited to see what ZZZ can do on the pick, and I think there's a lot of opportunity for scaling here. Massive KO and Overgrown Lemon. Angle Senpai also staggered, just gone. Double KO. Ripstick going up for the orb, lost some Momentum Boots. That's both barriers gone, and Woe Chills just made an incredible back-to-back series of plays to win them that first point.
Yeah, that was really good. It looks like the Woe Chill spirit is still alive in this team. The KO instinct on the Dubu and the Estelle really played a part here, but ZZ the one taking a bit too much damage early on. Overgrown Lemon working their way around a Lilira and Angle Senpai in position as well. They send it past Ripstick for now, but the pass splitter dribbles it perfectly for the setup. Angle Senpai, Overgrown Lemon in position. The lingering strike against the flip is enough. A Lilira sent it in the wrong direction, but it was a tough play to make, and Overgrown Lemon's coverage evens up the game.
Yeah, really well played for it. I think that's what they wanted the previous point to look like, but obviously Woe Chills did not let that happen. Here though, they're winning each of these kickoffs and getting this first barrier. Now both barriers down. ZZ going all the way, going for game off rip, trying to get that second barrier, but unable to. But I like how Woe Chills has been playing defense so far. We've been seeing Lyrie play a little bit farther back, has this flip, there's an opportunity to get something done. On the Estelle, which is a character I don't think I've ever seen. Oh, but that's a massive KO coming out on the goalie. And so, barrier down in the reverse power play, but still, incredible. Oh my god, they're killing him.
Yeah, that log connected. That was a Lemon going down, but there's the dribble. There's the fake out with the hook and going for the midfielder instead of the goalie. I always love it when brawlers do that because it's recognizing that it's slightly easier to score on one member of the team than the other.
Yeah, always a big fan. Just any way for the brawler to make things easier for their team, always really appreciated. Surprisingly, but here both barriers. Oh my god, Woe Chills getting them both. ZZZ taking a little low, but able to heal back up. Angle Senpai really taking the brunt of this damage. Might be facing a KO soon, but that's a flip on Overgrown Lemon. Both barriers down. And an early strike is going to be taking the set for Weasel Furts right there. Oh my god.
Yeah, and Lemon, not on the Juliet, doesn't have that explosive impact really, but is still performing quite well in this game so far. A bit of an awkward Awakening pool to draft with, though, for this Rasmus. Of course, Awakenings like the heavy impact and explosive entrance will still be good on the pick, but you would have liked to see some size. You would like to see something along the sort, and of course, just leaving Super Surge or explosive entrance available for the IME here. And Angle Senpai is going to be pretty happy with that one.
Yeah, leaving a Dash Awakening for your IMEs, always wonderful. Picking up the heavy impact instead. Very nice. Great opportunity for Overgrown Lemon to fight back against the damage. put out a lot of damage himself, and also has Reptile Remedy from the start, and has a lot of opportunity to deal out damage and then try and recover. And right now we're kind of seeing it, a ton of damage coming out. The explosive entrance and heavy impact, all of it, but it doesn't matter. ZZZ with the wall, able to get that goal, both barriers down. And I really think in these situations, Weasel first just, they always want to hold on to one barrier. You know, obviously melee goalie lore, you do better holding the barrier than the entire open net, but still, I think the Dubu makes things really scary for them on the open net, and here we're right back there.
Lira now looking for the goal, perhaps. He blast ambitious. ZZZ with the dribbles though, and Larry following up as well. A blink back, a little awkward, but still they get it away for now. And Angle Senpai with the dribble to the bottom side. A pop by ZZZ, but Lira can't get the strike down in time. 2 barriers open. Overgrown Lemon hits it right to the goalie, unfortunately, but gets another chance. Sends it in the goal, and it's tied up in this set.
Yep, taken to 1-1. And here, it really felt like Wochills, the goals that they've scored have been, I don't want to say miracles. I think that they've been pretty, smart and well executed plays. But if things like that happen, and then it feels like it takes such an effort to come back, because just the Wee Little Ferrets and all of their coordination on offense is just so difficult to deal with.
Yep. We'll see if Weeds Little First can close this out and bring us to another set win here over on Lemon and Ripstick with a lot of meter built up. The same could be said about ZZZ. But that Firewall Sentry is doing so much work on the top side, setting up perfectly for the barrier take. And no barrier taken on the other end. The barrier beam going to deflect that. Crystal Thorns enough. Well timed from Lyrie. And a flip by ZZZ. Not quite enough here as Ripstick sends it away. It's just defense, not transitioning into offense just yet, and the passing play of the ZZ might be what it takes for Wochills to get back into the game, but ZZ is incredibly low, could be taken out any second now.
Yeah, staggered, but not out yet, still just maneuvering around. Oh my god, gets the orb, but does get taken out by the glitch pop, but doesn't matter, the net is open. They just have to hold on to this one barrier until ZZZ comes back, and then things are looking really dangerous for Wee's Little First. Here he is, back again. The barrier is still up. Lyrie almost getting it, getting KO'd actually in the process. Overgrown Lemon getting a little spooked there on the edge. Takes the flip, but the barrier is still up. Another flip comes out, and a great pass, able to get into the corner. Now both nets are open, and Lyrie and Lyres is back.
And there's the core speed, so difficult to deal with. If you're Wochills, Ripstick enables it perfectly, and Overgrown Lemon sinks it into the top side. Furret is looking like a team that can make the comeback, make it to playoffs. There's still time left in the season, despite the rough record so far, and if they can play like this, it's looking good.
Yeah, absolutely. A second set to their name this game, and here's Spark picked up by Angle Senpai, but that leaves Size for ZZZ. Taking the missile prop though instead, also a great option. More KO potential. The walls with the pummelers are going to be that much more threatening, but that also means that Ripstick is picking up the other side's awakening. So is Overgrown Lemon. Both just really scary draft for Wochills. They got pretty much exactly what they wanted. Angle Senpai has these 2 sparks and a dash awakening. Not a lot more that you can ask for, and just all this extra size. Overgrown Lemon able to rush in there and just take both barriers again and again and again.
Oh, and almost got it there too. Barely didn't get the strike there, but that would have been the goal. Angle Senpai to the bottom side to Overgrown Lemon. Ripstick. It's just being able to refresh cooldown so often because of how often the core is staying up here. This time can't get it quite. Has to flip, tries to send it around, fails, but it's okay. It's still a decent spot for Wee's Little First. The Firewall Sentry is a little bit awkward, but it does the job for now. A leader rushing forward, Giga Blast attempt, and ZZ strikes it away. Ripstick used the primary, but it was only the very edge, and ZZ with a very nice strike to close the point.
Yeah, great awareness from ZZ. You saw that Ripstick's primary got the first hit to stop the core, but was able to strike it in between that and the second hit to actually send it away. Able to just like pinch it right out and push it in. So great work there. It takes a lot of reaction to be able to catch that. But now we're seeing a much slower point. Usually something insane has been happening each of these points, and that's kind of what I'm talking about. So we're back, and we're back.
Yep, we're back, and Library, though, stalling out quite well here, getting a lot of strikes from the ball on the bottom side, being taken low, though, and that could be a KO. That could be the chaining of a power play, but there's a good shot. The barrier taken. Whoa, Chills really picking up on the slight mistakes of the Furrets here as he rolls forward. Weasel Furrets might be getting a little bit too autopilot-y here because Whoa Chills are the ones that are getting a lot of those punish plays.
Yeah, really able to capitalize on all these mistakes. Like right there, almost just put it in off the beam. These piercing shots have been incredible for capitalizing on just every opportunity that they can create. But here, barrier down, over Lemon with a flip, pretty scary. The Crystal Thorns almost puts it in, just barely misses, but that's not what you want to see out of the flip, getting shut out completely. Ripstick with the flip though, pretty scary as well. And oh my god, how did that happen?
Yeah, the bounce off the center, not favorable at all for Whoa Chills as Overgrown Lemon with the strike war takes advantage this time. It's 1-1, but 2 goals away from closing out this series in a record pace, are Weasel Furrets.
Yeah, really 2 points away. Whoa Chills has to find something, because right now this is looking like Angle Senpai's gonna jump in and bring us to series point. We are. Is this the fastest series you've ever seen?
Maybe.
Can it be?
Actually, I think there was like a really fast one in Nassau, but this is really fast.
This is quite swift.
Yeah, and it is looking really good for Weasel Furrets. Furt is 0-3 right now. They need a win, and they're playing like they need a win.
Yeah, really, this is not what a 0-3 team looks like. This is, like you said, a playoffs opportunity team. Overgrown Lemon almost getting it with the hook there. Had a great opportunity, ZZZ back, but KO found on Isla Lyra, and there the flip is going to catch the core right on the out clear and put it in, sealing the deal. Weasel Furrets getting their first win of the season right here.
And in decisive fashion too. It wasn't just a scrap, it was them showing that they have both the individual plays and the team play, right? Ripstick given that comfort goal. Ripstick's got a lot of protection in this roster draft-wise, right? Because teams will hone in on the Juliet for Overgrown Lemon like they should, which lets Ripstick get a comfort pick, which lets Angle Senpai generally get the choice between a whole bunch of picks. So this team synergizing both on and off the field, it feels like, and it really showed here in their dominant performance against Whoa Chills.
Yeah, really. They have a great dynamic going on. They have great synergy. Again, I keep talking about it, but the offensive synergy they have is beautiful. Always really nice to see. And that's the X factor they need to win games, get back in the series, and get going on this kind of thing. So we could see the Weasel Furrets revelation coming up on the horizon and see a push for playoffs here.
Well, with that's the end of this game. You're probably going to see... Wow, wait, the anime opening. What a coincidence. So goodbye, everyone. See you in 3 minutes.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are here in the North American Strikers Training Grounds. Week number 4, E-Boy Entourage, currently winless, are now going to be going against the 2-1 freaking esports. Game 1 today going to be on Demon Dies. I'm going to be joined here by Big Tilt.
I'm looking on blue side, we have double mag source on side of the forward duo of Serapi and Snowball taking that DDR spark as Gargura is on that Moron Boots with that Reptile Remedy, trying to stay alive on the side of freaking esports. We have an interesting roster here. Damney and Hamster Quest in as the forward duo, taking that Reptile Remedy mag souls, and Andy on that eject button with that CDR spark.
And it is Damney's North American Strikers kind of pipeline debut. This is his first time here in the NAS, and we'll see what he has to prove today. Going to be actually pulling out the Dubu forward for your very first game. Sorry, for his very first game here in the North NAS right now, and already a lot of pressure coming through, but no goal going to be found yet. So right now, Andy's going to be using this flip potentially defensively or offensively, depending on what comes his way. Good pass up to Damney means that there's an opportunity. The Gargura is going to be able to go and save that. Almost gets a goal, but the dash back from the Luna is there. Damney now needs to look for some possession here. It's a good rocket, actually is going to be the thing that scores it. Goes through every single member of the field with an overtime course speed on that rocket, and first point of the game going to be scored by Andy.
We're looking at this goalie matchup duo here from the Kai, from the Luna. They're both trying to look to push up to the midline and try to help these offensive pressures, especially with Damney on that Dubu pick. The backline of Andy and Hamster Quest are trying to look to push up with Damney as a kill is found on the side of E-Boy Entourage.
And that kill is going to be leading into an immediate goal afterwards. Power play here from the E-Boy Entourage, able to quickly wrap it up. And kind of speaking about scaling this game, I think the scaling of this game is going to be a little bit interesting. Reptile Remedy, right? Incredibly good defensive awakening even after its nerfs, which feels like was ages ago. But on the other hand, you have Spark Scaling, and even though Spark Scaling not the monster that it was with leadership in for Spark of Resilience, however, still going to be incredibly strong this game. But I think both teams are going to be wanting to ramp up damage. Well, looking at blue side specifically, their win condition definitely feels like it's going to be putting damage onto the side of freaking esports, but we'll see if that scaling actually ends up coming through. And if I were a brawler, right, if I was Damney or Snowball, what would I be looking for, do you think, coming into this first draft, maybe?
I think that bulk up pick, especially because bulk up plus Reptile Remedy is a great combo that's just like free 760 stagger and free 30 power, as they'll allow them to play more aggressive, play on these in these positionings where they would seem like they get damaged a lot, but they have that bulk to remedy that damage.
Right. Hey. And we'll see how actually draft ends up. Unsure which team's going to be ending up taking it. Obviously, though, the E-Boy Entourage could be very advantaged right now. Potentially able to get this last point of this set. But Damney now potential here to shine. Andy's going to help on the offense, but not going to be able to get too much done. As a good Crater Maker now blows the evades here. Serapi and Gargura. Snowball, though, potentially looking to end this set before any sort of advantage builds up for this side of freaking esports. Now Hamster Quest looking to the help on the defense here. A good rocket intercepts the pass between Serapi and Snowball, and Damney finally able to get a clear opportunity, a clear 50-50 shot, evens up this set here. Freaking esports now tying it up.
Looking at these again, look at these goalie picks with the Kai momentum boost. Not a common pick you would find on this Demon DS map, but for freaking esports, they're playing that Luna pick, which feeds into the damage, feeds into that momentum-based playstyle, and I feel like this Kai's not really going to do much if he's playing on the defense. He's trying to look for these push-ups, trying to supplement his cooldowns to help the X score, and try to give E-Boy Entourage more opportunity to score the ball here.
Yeah, we'll see. There is a little bit pressure going to be found right now, but unfortunate strike angle going to be made up for, though, here. The final goalie barrier is down. Strike shotgun, not going to be timed well enough to get through Andy here as Hamster Quest a good beam, sending the core forward, able to get one goalie barrier with the Damity's help for his troubles. A little bit of patience now coming out from Andy. Barrage from Vladilina comes through. Serapi, though, good utilization of some defense. Unfortunately, though, Damney's going to be the one ending that goalie barrier's existence. Shotgun, though, coming through. Now the Crater Maker's there. Unfortunately, Damney a little bit too slow because of the Molten Bolt, not able to get that final point. Now the Giga Blast going to actually be denied here by another excellent rocket from Andy. The Strike Shotgun just barely doesn't have the range. Good missile again. Now sends Serapi away from Drakar's effective range. The dash comes through, doesn't get that point that Andy's been hunting for. Damney takes the 50-50, doesn't get it, but now it's going to be Hamster Quest here versus Serapi. The Crater Maker, though, almost ends the point in the favor of the E-Boy Entourage, but now Hamster Quest with a flip here. Going to potentially try to get it out. The NATO comes through. The Giga Blast not going to find its mark here. Flip finally comes through, but it's going to be defended away here by Gura slash Vladilina. Dash comes through. Snowball potential opportunity. Going to be blasted away, though, before he has any opportunity to do anything with that. But the X Maximus wins the strike war. The size from X coming through. Bit of a heater of a point, heater of a set, but it goes the way of E-Boy Entourage. We'll see here now as Gargura is going to be the one picking first here in draft.
Yeah, looking at this draft, we see 2 spikes on the board for Snowball to pick up either. And I would like to see an Orb Replicator pick come up on the side of Gargura, because these evades, these staggers, this energy, they're just going to keep snowballing, and that's what you want from this kind of team comp where Kai shouldn't really be playing that defense. They should really come up with that momentum boost, with that speed, with those cooldowns as we get more. We have Manu on Error as well, and Twin Drive on the Dubu. And this Dubu hasn't really been effective, I would say, in trying to make these plays, because they're trying to play these 1v1s on the open net, and Dubu is really struggling in those scenarios there.
Yeah. And that's one of the reasons why Dubu has become kind of a staple pick on Taiko Temple, right? You don't really get those opportunities to play fully on the open map. The drum is just a little bit too volatile. But here on Demon Dies, it does become an open map once the goalie barriers go down. So Dubu, like you said, can really, really struggle. But before then, he can be quite a menace, as Damney proving right here, able to get that final goalie barrier. Serapi looking to potentially find some of their own, though. Damney, though, now going to be finding themselves with the core. The beam, though, from Hamster Quest is what's actually going to send it in. Vladilina not able to defend in that situation, and a faster first point here going the way of freaking esports.
Yeah, I really do want to touch upon the pick coming from Hamster Quest. The Monumentalists putting these Era NATOs on the field and covering the whole lane, as you could see on that top lane. They just... wow. I mean,
sometimes you just get gunned down, you know. Sometimes the ops find you, and sometimes it's Oppa Gangnam style. And right now, the ops are currently finding the situation. Though that being said, defense does come through before the power play is able to find too much here. Snowball not able to get possession of the core, which means Damney now able to get one goalie barrier here. No evade for this X. Going to be a little bit scary once Luna starts getting these cooldowns back. Right now, Damney going to be taken out, though. The Molten Bolt Spectrating getting the knock back. That's exactly needed. Snowball going to be swinging away, just trying to buy a little bit of space, but right now, Hamster Quest running amazing interference, uses that flip. Got to actually trade here with Vladilina, as now, unfortunately, a whiff flip from Andy. Got to still allow him to clear it, but voice crack was crazy, low-key. Overtime now hits. Snowball going to be the one taking one goalie barrier, as Strike Ward's going to be one, but the Molten Bolt from Serapi came through, and, you know, I mean, that I don't think I've had a voice crack in like 8 years. That was awesome. That just really goes to show that I'm so excited, so passionate about the game still. I'm so happy about that.
Yeah, we saw in that last point that Snowball was okeying Andy a bit, but you didn't really secure the kill, even with that. With no reptile remedy on the side of Andy, they just had that back, that orb positioning on the back. They just rotated the healing really well.
Yeah, great. And one thing that, even if you don't get the kill as X, right, one thing you are preventing when you stand in front of that Luna is preventing her dash-ins, right, which can actually remove a lot of the value of the character, right? That play that Andy wouldn't be able to do. Normally, he wouldn't be able to do that if Snowball would be standing on top of him. So even if you can't get that damage pressure, just preventing Luna from having use out of her abilities, right? Having use out of her boost, having use out of her whammy, right? Only really being able to use the Crater Maker, that's still value provided, especially if your team isn't able to get you the core all the time. As right now, the defense, though, is going to hold for the side of freaking esports. Now, Vladilena comes up, almost gets knocked out by the boost. Or, sorry, but yeah, by the boost of Andy. But now we're going to go around the world a little bit, and unfortunately, the pressure from Snowball adds a little bit too much to the mental stack. So that core is going to go right through everyone in overtime, and got an advantage set here. Another one here for the side of E-Boy Entourage.
Hamster Quest getting a bit mind controlled there, trying to beam Snowball and trying to get some value, but the Demon Dia Sound Wave puts the ball in for E-Boy Entourage.
Yeah, and we're approaching the final point of set number 2 here. I think one thing I want to talk about is this Dubu pick again. It feels like it's been really struggling to get through the defensive core, really struggling to find value against the X here, something a little bit more traditional on this map. And you were having some thoughts about the pick earlier as well, especially right in those open maps. Not quite sure if the value's to be found, but what do you think some adaptations could potentially be found?
You should just sit on the Kai and use your wall more instead of using it to kill. Use it as like to block off a specific lane and force because you have 2 ways to block off lanes: Dubu Wall and Era Manu Nado. So that's the win condition you should play towards as we come into this draft. Gargura is the MVP again. Really dangerous draft. You have bulk up, you have Big Fish, you have Sparks, you have heavy impact, you have everything you want: Sparks, damage, and stagger. As bulk up's picked up by Andy, deciding, because Spike was taken by Gargura as a deny. X gets Big Fisher, really good for him. And heavy impact, this Drakkar shotguns and Molten Bolts, these 1-2 combos will lead to easy picks for E-Boy Entourage.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. So easy to proc that cooldown reduction as well. Going to be coupled with that Soul Spark of focus. Can lead to a lot of situations for Drakkar. Can get some cooldowns very quickly. That being said, it's going to be Snowball and Gargura going to be punished right now off the start of the set here. Andy now looking to clear downwards. Serapi there to intercept, but the boost is able to get that clear through. Now this Luna damage is going to be scaled up a little bit, not as much as the Reptile Remedy might have granted otherwise, but it's still 150 power, and we see that right there. It's going to be 1 Crater Maker victim so far this set, and he's going to be looking to make it 2 here very soon in the future. The Tornado comes through, but the evade's going to be found. Gargura now has to play very passively, but a good bell ringer by Snowball. Keeps it intercepted, but it only really delays the inevitable. Freaking esports going to find the first point of the set yet again, though they haven't really been able to convert these until the full set wins just quite yet.
I will say I'm really impressed with Andy's play right now. As you can see here, he's almost level 10. He's been doing a lot of work for the side of freaking esports as he 2 people he just killed right away.
Yeah, that's Demon Dice that we've come to know and love. A creative angle by Andy. Actually really like the idea, but not able to convert. Gargura does have that reaction speed to pass the check. Tornado comes through for Hamster Quest. Not big enough, though, to really threaten anyone. The clear is going to be made. Damney trying to get a goalie barrier, but not really able to find it. Crater Maker comes through, doesn't find too much value. Snowball going to be knocked away, though, by the whammy. Good missile from Andy yet again. As you mentioned, though, the creations can be really deadly when the ball is dumped like this. But as of right now, Gargura is holding. The pressure from the creations going to be deflected away. Now Serapi and Snowball looking low out of that, but defense is going to be made. Now going to be an open net here. Molten Bolt snipes away that pass. The Crater Maker comes through, doesn't find the KO here, and now things are looking really bad. Snowball gets the strike through, but Andy a really good boost here in order to keep the core alive. Missile comes through, takes out Snowball. Power play situation, but Serapi has the core flip from Andy, comes out. Damney not able to get that final goalie barrier here. Damney has to make this play happen, though. The Dubu not really finding value. Snowball now comes up again. Serapi looking worse for wear. This power play just ended, but another one might just start soon enough. Damney looking to hover here. Giga Blast not going to find the target, but Snowball, an excellent redirection, uses his own core speed to take it in, and E-Boy Entourage even up the set.
Dami's not really playing together with Hamster Quest. He's trying to play these 1v1s, trying to ego strike ward Garagura, but Garagura is too composed in the backline. As oh my gosh, another double kill comes out on these points. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, a little bit of dash punchy coming through, despite no Juliet on the field here. I absolutely agree. Like you mentioned, going to be a little bit more coordination needed from the side of freaking esports if they really want to start punching through the defense of the E-Boy entourage, as right now it holds fast even beyond Snowball's death here. Another one might soon follow, though. No evade, no stagger to work with, immediately pelted by abilities, going to be staggered as well. X Maximus comes through, though. It opens up the net. Tornado not able to find the KO, but Andy is going to be able to close that one out. Strike Shotgun doesn't blow Andy's flip here, but Damney, level 7 here, needs to find some value. Doesn't get it out of the core flip, which means that this play is now over. Snowball going to be back up. Bellringer comes through. It's going to be Serapi now in the position of scorer. Wow, what a great Molten Bolt. Sends it right through the flip from Andy, even though he immediately recognized what was happening, wasn't able to get it fast enough. The Spec Training core speed able to push it out of that range just in time, and E-Boy Entourage now 1 point away.
Yeah, as a barrier falls on the side of freaking esports. I would like, again, we're trying to, like that roll from Damney, they're trying to like bait out these strike timings, and they're not really achieving much, because Garga just already has the download on Damney. They're playing with confidence, and Damney's looking a bit shook out there.
Yeah, kind of is, right? Yeah. Looking like just not able to find really any value out of the Dubu pick in general, right? Doesn't have that same like easy peasy lemon squeezy confirms that X might have against the Luna. So right now, Hamster Quest gonna be taken down to size a little bit. The Reptile Remedy though, potentially gonna heal him up here now that he has access to the core. Regen might come through before then, even before it's relevant, as Damney now possession of the core, gonna lose it immediately though. Gargura gets a good clear. That's a good strike from Hamster Quest off that core flip, now opens it up. Good, Giga Blast comes through from Gargura, clear downwards, gonna be found, but this specialized training Drakkar is so scary. They have to respect that so much. Damney though, a potential opportunity, but no, the Tofu Fortress doesn't have the range to get the core in. And he now forced to play defensive here. Good pass comes through. Wow, what? An interesting interaction. I've never seen that before, but regardless, the point still goes. Hamster Quest could dribble downwards, but the Strike Shotgun, a little bit too much to deal with here for the era. And Serapi now able to close game number 1 in favor of the E-Boy Entourage. They're looking hungry, 1 game away now from getting their first season series win.
Yeah, really impressive play for E-Boy Entourage, especially all 3 players did their part. Garagura played ice cold in the net, held strong against Damney, who again looked really out of place in this side, as you see the save difference 77 on, for Garagura, 68 for Andy. Yeah, Damney only had like 1 goal. Andy has 1 goal than Damney, which is okay. As like eject goal, you sometimes get those goals in, but Damney really didn't. I don't see he didn't really do much, but his there was a lack of presence of the actual brawler in that match, I will say.
I think, admittedly, some of it's understandable, right? Gargura, for those of you who've been seeing for a long time, is the rename from Vladalina, who has been here, right? Debut competition for him was OSAS Season 1, I believe, on Chikara Green, right? So, you know, Gargura has been, you know, aka Vladalina, has been around for a very long time, has that veterancy, Snowball as well as, right? And Hamster Quest and Andy, even though they're sort of veterans themselves, Hamster Quest especially, right? Damney still, right? Understandably, should have nerves for their NAS debut, and, you know, when it comes down to it, like you mentioned, being able to stay ice cold in those situations allowed Gargura to win a lot of those 1v1s, which I think is, you know, led to that result that you were talking about, so. We'll see, though, that first game jitters has potentially left Damney's system. We'll see in game number 2, though, if the side of freaking esports are able to come through. We'll be right back. And we are back here. Game number 2. The E-Boy Entourage looking to close out the series and get their first regular season win here. So we got a full Among Titan start. I don't even remember what the other one was. Spec training, I think, but not going to be picked up here. Going to be sent right back into the pool. So we have a full Among Titan starts for both teams here coming out. Going to be a little bit of a faster move speed game as a result. We'll see though here as I think we've got a little bit of an interesting comp here coming out from the U-Boy Entourage. Like kind of contrasting something that's fairly traditional here on Night Market for the side of freaking esports.
Looking here, we have Edicam subbed in for Dammy. He gets a double barrier there. He's looking at the pumps here. So me personally, as the brawler player I am, I find that pumps on a speed start is a bit hard, especially playing in the mag souls, because if they just sit in the mid line, you can't really catch up to them unless you find like a dash punch kill and they're standing still like Gallagher did. But you should see the mag souls on both the side of Snowball and Serapi. Hamster Quest takes mag souls as well, and the pumps on Edicam, and we have Mom Boots for Kai and the classic Pauldrons on the Rasmus.
One thing as well I think this Mom Boots is going to enable Gargura to do is just walk past the Julie in some situations. So if he is able to get aggressive, there are a lot of mix-ups that, in this positioning that he could do where he just kind of walks in front of Edicam before Edicam could really get the core. But as of right now, it is being favored a little bit here by the side of freaking esports. Able to get an open map here as Andy now going to have to defend here. Serapi has the orb to get it. One goalie barrier is going to go down, but the strike war win from Edicam now. A very bad position to be in for the U-Boy Entourage. Going to find the correct strike, though, to get it cleared. Is Andy going to play defensive again? Whiplash doesn't hit Serapi to get the core past him. Andy now with potentially a flip, gets it dribbled, tries to send it down into the NATO here, but now it's just going to be a corner defense. Edicam, though, rotating back now, getting value out of the Pummelers. Flip comes through, going to be saved. Hamster Quest with a flip of his own, goes right up. As now a third flip has hit the goal line of Gargura. That's going to be a second point here for the side of friggin' esports. No evade to speak of, though, here coming into point number 3.
I would like to point out that Hamster Quest is really playing to the strengths of Juliet. Even if they're running pumps, they're setting up Edicam really well. Because you see Serapi got killed on that last point because they were hugging the wall because Hamster Quest did a corner clear and then they just walked to the ball and Edicam had a free dash punch and Serapi did not evade.
Yeah, and already another potential KO coming through, just barely missed out on by Pixels. So right now, the damage is something that can be dealt with here by the Now, which is why I'm wondering what this Rasmus pick is actually going to enable here. That being said, wow, what a great coordinating move here from the E-Boy Entourage to get that point. Just gets all the abilities sent through at the right time. Nothing really Andy could do there, especially, again, as Erasmus is weak to things stuffing cores right through his face. I feel like I could have phrased that better, but you guys get the idea.
Gotta go playing to the strengths of Kai, like we said last game and last point as well. They're walking up, playing confidently, playing for these speed gates, and just using all these cooldowns to get these double barriers. So happy with the Now Mind trying to line up Snowball. We have a flip on board. Let's see if Garga will push up and play for that core speed. With that flip and they're gonna flip the ball and no dice as Edicam blocks the pass.
Yeah, now Edicam with a flip of his own here. Potentially going to be able to get it, but right now it's going to be up to Snowball and Serapi. Dash punch going to be found though. Another power play, like you mentioned, Big Tilt. Going to be good positioning here from these strikes for Hamster Quest. That being said, not able to win this 1v1 right now against Vladilini, who has walked up past the Julie. Flip is here though. Dash going to be all that's needed though. Well played from Edicam, but it's going to be a dangerous situation now. Hamster Quest going to be left alone here on the defense. Strike comes through and the 50-50 comes out, goes to the top side of the map, and it feels like it was looking really bad for the E-Boy Entourage, but they're able to sneak that one through.
The forward duo, Serapi and Snowball, really played that well. They didn't rush anything. They knew that if they played the cards right and they played confidently, they would get that barrier. If you played faster, Andy would just cover all the options like a primary, and Hamster Quest would just beam you. But they really held solid in the point, but the game reversal right now. They're trying to get the ball, trying to get these double barriers. Serapi maintaining possession in the midfield, trying to give the ball to Snowball. Pass is blocked, but a kill is found. And we get the barrier. Gargo using the Giga Blast, trying to push the ball up. And Edicam's like 4 for 4 on these dash punches right now.
Yeah, Yeah, looking incredibly clean, finding every opportunity that he can, but not quite out of the woods yet. Oh, this is going to be very dangerous, though. Serapi not able to get there in time. Then mine also a little bit too small, and a bit of deja vu, but flipped from last point. Andy going to get MVP here, though, and let's take a look at Trapped here. I'm looking at a few things, though. That size on Rasmus is looking appealing.
Especially that size will play into their favor, using these primaries to play a bit of these ranged interactions. Kai will most likely pick up speed. If Julie gets ad rush, that's pretty bad for this side of freaking esports. They haven't evaded one dash punch once, but Hamsterquest gets Monumentalist again, and stacks on now, and Fighter Flight on Zen, really playing to the speed win condition for the side of E-Boy Entourage.
Agreed. And to a little bit of a silver lining of that draft, I think this Adrenaline Rush is going to be very scary for Edicam. Is that there's a lot of mobility for the side of the E-Boy Entourage, right? Fighter Flight on Zentaro, stacks on the now, unfortunately going to be reset though. But if that reset doesn't come through as often as we've been seeing, there is a real situation where mobility scaling can come through for the E-Boy Entourage. That being said, they're going to be the ones on the defensive right now. Good slashing strike though from Snowball, going to prevent anything too disastrous from happening. Andy going to miss a strike, but the pull is going to be there. Good Giga Blast though. Immediately going to be answered though. One dash punch from Edicam. A good dash. Andy. Bro.
Gosh.
Andy, bro.
The Brain Destroyer. The Brain Destroyer. Oh my God.
Okay. Well. Good point from the E-Boy Entourage, taking the first point of the set here. But let's talk about this. Edicam finding an amazing amount of dash punches. One thing that I like to say about the Adrenaline Rush is that it can be a trap in some situations where you don't have damage to really enable these dash punches to come through, to enable these Adrenaline Rushes to come through, because Adrenaline Rush is not a damage awakening in its own right? There's not much that it actually does to enable the KOs themselves. That paltry there, that measly like that 1 second isn't going to do too much, but Edicam has been playing so well around these dash punches. It seems like it doesn't matter, and it's a bit, as a result, it really feels like Edicam can explode at any time. We'll see if that actually comes to be, though. Some corrections here or there from the side of the E-Boy Entourage could be an end to that, but we'll see, as right now the flip comes out from Hamster Quest, barely going to be saved here by Gargura. Good clear downwards. Stroply with a flip, sends it right into his Dorito. Got to get that final goalie barrier. Gargura a few strikes away from flip himself. As right now Snowball sends it into the Dorito again, and it's a full Dorito buffet. All the flavors here. Big Tilt, what's your favorite flavor of Dorito?
Just like Doritos. Yeah. Probably Cool Ranch, but that's not the point. We're looking at this Omega Strikers game. I do want to talk about the point about damage and point out Juliet Dash Punch. The way they're playing it is they're mostly relying on positioning errors. Edicam, they're not really playing for this damage win condition. And Hamsquest is playing era, but they're really looking for these wall kills, and it will get increasingly harder as it gets speed, but Edicam just made me bite my words. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, he's finding every single opportunity. That being said, this is looking really bad. The flip from Snowball is going to be so dangerous, but the Flame Flurry is going to be what keeps it alive. Snowball now immediately going to be slapped on the way out here by the Pendulum Swing and the Bewitching Beam. Edicam, an opportunity, though. Going to be Giga Blasted, though. Does still find the barrier regardless. As Snowball, though, is able to fight it despite the shrink. The slash, the slice and dice comes through. A little bit of a misplay coming out from the goalie of freaking esports. Going to be immediately capitalized upon, and Snowball's going to earn himself the MVP. Some dangerous awakenings here I'm looking at.
Yeah, looking at this 1-2, looking this bulk up. Maybe the 1-2 punch going on the Zentaro. You can't be mad about that. It's a pick your poison kind of thing playing against this Juliet. Aerials going on the side of air, making that Manu NATO go even farther, and that buff to her secondary, Kai getting that extra special, more gigas on the board, and he picking up that Might of Colossus. That's double size with speed. This Rasmus might have skilled right now, and Serapi picks up that Super Surge to finish up the draft.
it's scary. Edicam now finally has the thing that actually enables the adrenaline rush, and he's already been finding the KOs, so more pain and misery to potentially come the way of E-Boy Entourage. That being said, Vladilina is able to get these clears through right now. Dash Punch got a whiff, and now there's an opportunity here for Snowball and crew. Able to get the goalie barrier. The Oni's Blade, though, sends it back. This is going to be a little bit scary, but the clear is going to be made. All members of the E-Boy Entourage on deck for that. That being said, oh, the prime time comes through for the Kai. The point is going to be saved here, but 50-50. Not going to go into Snowball's hands just quite yet. Dash Punch goes through. Going to be deflected away here by Gargura. Snowball barely able to miss out on that core. Edicam tries to dribble it, but it's immediately going to be intercepted. The NATO comes through. Has to be respected by the side of E-Boy Entourage. Clear downward here as we get into overtime. Strike, we're going to be win by Edicam, though. And like you mentioned, that triple size plus Among Titans move speed is a little hard to deal with, especially for Snowball, who doesn't have any size for himself. He could find himself kind of overlapped by Rasmus's area of influence, which will prevent any sort of Zentara trickery from happening. So that's something that Snowball's going to have to deal with. But for now, though, we'll see what the side of freaking esports can do here on the defense.
Edicam hasn't found a dash punch this set right here. It's getting increasingly more harder to find these dash punch kills as the speed ramps up. If E-Boy Entourage just kind of locks in with these evades, with these positionings, as you see Edicam with that speed didn't react fast enough to the walk back, walk forward from E-Boy Entourage. They just whiffed, and now they're trying to play these strikes right here, and they can't really get anything done. But Juliet is more of a character that you have to make the most of every single interaction you try to do. It's a lot of thinking. Do you want to use your dash punch to find a kill, or do you want to use your dash punch to find a barrier? But the dash punch is back on board for Etiquette, and they just whiffed it, and now they're useless for the next 15 seconds.
Yeah. Able to get one goalie barrier, though, for the troubles at the end of it, and still two flips as well. One going to be blown here by Gargura. Hamster Quest with a flip of his own can march it upfield. And also with a flip, it's going to be full energy from the side of freaking esports here. Punch comes through, though, going to be blocked away. Snowball now trading the flip with Andy, able to stay alive, but he's got no energy to his own. Sirapi not able to defend that final goalie barrier. Flip comes through now. Freaking esports all low in energy, a little bit of deja vu, but this time no goal is going to be scored just quite yet. Overtime is now here as well. That core speed's going to be a little bit dangerous, and yeah, Edicam takes advantage of it. Wins that strike war against Gargura. 2 points here in the set for freaking esports.
As you saw, the 3 dash punch whiffs on the side for Edicam, and now that the stacks have fully stacked up for Serapi, they have the speed, so they're just gonna wiggle around these dash punches. So I would figure that Edicam should switch their playstyle now. Try to look for these dash punches on the barrier, and then just play these 1v1s. But they're holding on right now, trying to put the ball up. Edicam kind of chasing, not allowing Hamster Quest to put the ball in his hands, not playing for these team passes, this team player-esque plays right here.
Good clear, actually. Good pixel clear here from Andy. So that means that the defense is going to be found. A good Giga Blast as well. Snipes away that final barrier here. As potentially the E-Boy Entourage, some signs of life here, but unfortunate bounce from Snowball means that it's going to be an open net for freaking esports as well. Snowball with the Oni's Blade looking to convert potentially as the Aeronado blocks and sends the core away from Snowball's hands. Andy with a flip, looking to play aggressive yet again. This can go either way. Flip comes through here as we go into overtime. Unfortunately going to whip, but no! Not what you want to see. Giga Blast a little bit too ambitious. Gargura wanted to preserve that flip, and unfortunately it's going to cost him the entire set. Andy now going to find himself MVP, and team player size hot shot, he gets his pick of the litter.
Yeah, I would take the hot shot. You're just playing for the Koi speed. You just don't want. Oh, interesting pick, team player. That is a good pickup. The win condition for the Kai would be pick up team player, just get this Koi speed around. As Kai is holding for a pick. They're not sure, taking the size, taking the stagger. Hot shot falls down to the now. Ice Fighter takes from Snowball, and we have Spiker Strength on the Juliet. The Juliet is unlocked, and even if on these earlier points right here, Rick Rat, They don't have the stacks on for Serapi, so they're allowed to fish for these dash punch kills, but Hamster Quest is taking out surprisingly.
Yeah, what
going
even
back,
killed him? I didn't
I have no clue, maybe a now primary or something, but the duo of Edicam and Andy are really playing well as a dash punch is found. Now Edicam is unlocked, really wiggling around, but Gargur is ice cold to the defense, trying to. Oh my gosh! Watch out! Serapi found dead by the dash punch from Edicam. I want to say something else, but I remembered on my commentary. This is not a weekly or whatever. But anyways, back to the match.
The final dash punch not going to come through for the trifecta though. As though still an opportunity, Edicam with this flame flurry, not able to get that final goal barrier. Gargura ice cold. As the dash comes through from Snowball, Andy, no abilities, no hooks, unfortunately, to save that, and so slow roll goes through. Flip comes through as well. Just right now, Serapi able to get the save. Hamster Quest.
Oh my god.
Wow, the 1-2. The 1-2 core speed at overtime just steals it away right there. Was not expecting that.
Oh my god.
That was nutty. Next. All good though, but you mentioned it earlier, right? Core speed is going to be very, very strong, I think, in this game. And I mean, it's always strong in every game that's present, and definitely saw some use of that there.
Yeah. That 1-2 proc was kind of nutty from Snowball. They're getting reaction checking Andy. They were definitely not ready for that. No one would be ready for that. The double barrier, nice, good special from Snowball to keep the ball trapped, but no dice on the shot. And Edicam does not wait out the oh my gosh, that guy just died.
Yeah, the raw punch! The raw punch comes through! Oh,
watch out! Watch out! Wait, go for the triple. No! Edicam should have gone for the triple! No!
Yeah, just a little bit agree. Just wanted to get the point in, put the fries in the bag, uses the dash just for good measure here. Not gonna have it at this point here, but this is the second time where Edicam has found 2 KOs in a row, so E-Boy Entourage has to be respecting that, but this time it's actually going to be Hamster Quest to find the KO here off the Monumental Tornado. That's going to be there, of course. Flame Flurry now going to be out. The Giga Blast comes through, is able to stall this power play. Andy, a little bit panicked there, whiffs some strikes, but Edicam now has this flip to end the set, potentially, or sorry, end the point. As now it's going to be E-Boy Entourage's potential turn here, but Edicam actually playing very patient with his flip, doesn't elect to use it there. One goalie barrier goes down. Edicam going to be Giga Blasted, but still maintains possession of the core. Hamster Quest looking to get a corner offense through. That's not death, but still a point nonetheless here. Edicam preserves flip through all of that. Amazing patience here from the brawler of freaking esports, and this is potentially game point here, going the way of freaking esports in game number 2.
Yeah, Edicam really playing to the strengths of Juliet there, threatening that dash punch the whole entire time, as he made it very clear that he wanted to kill someone. But Hamster Quest doing the job with the midfielder, getting the ball to Edicam, securing that goal, as oh my gosh, that dash punch just almost killed Serapi. But the Magic Soul speed just saved them. Snowball almost dead. Oh my god, oh my gosh, not Monunado and the punch from Edicam unlocks Edicam to get the dash punch. He's unlocked. Let's see that area take coming in. Edicam dash punch again. No, let's pass to it. Oh, okay, that guy. Oh my gosh, they just collapsed on Gargura, and no Ray could save that. No coin flip, no nothing. Game 2 going to the side of freaking esports.
Yeah. Good play from Edicam, a well-deserved MVP there. That's Juliet Night Market game that we have not seen since Night Market was rotated out, and hey, it is back. You have to respect Juliet players that are able to take over games like that, right? 11 KOs coming through for Edicam, 22k damage as well, 6+1. That is absolutely the brawler performance to earn yourself MVP of the game. Now we are 1-1 here in this series. It just really felt like, hey, sometimes you just let Edicam cook, and next game, you're gonna have to take it out, because I was talking about this at the beginning of the season. Game 3 is IMZAP. We've not seen an IMZAP NAS game. I feel like I've not seen an IMZAP NAS game in forever. I think it's like I think it's like about like 8% presence, 10% presence, something around there for playing. So I'm excited to see that, and that's another map where you have to really respect the Juliet from Edicam, so I'm interested to see if it's going to draw a ban in the next game. But we we have to wait just a moment. We'll be there in just a second to complete the series here in game number 3. And we are back on IME's application. Something that we have not been graced with in the NAS, it feels like, for a very, very long time. And in that time, things might have changed here. We do see that Juliet that we've come to know and love, that Drakkar with pummelers as well. But we saw Erasmus come through we saw Erasmus again come through, and I'm not sure that's the same priority it is. We'll see, though. 1 KO coming out, but yeah, what are your thoughts, Big Till? We talked about it a little bit before the game started, but Rasmus has potentially got some weaknesses on this map to exploit.
Yeah.
Okay, well...
Okay, first we have to talk about the triple everyone found dead on the IBS app, but Rasmus. Gotta talk about Rasmus. Yeah. Rasmus was banned here, but personally, in playing on high-level NASA nasty games, Rasmus is kind of a bait on the forward position because he has a really hard time trying to force it through these lanes. Like, you're trying to play against, trying to force it through, like, potentially like an Estelle or like a Drakkar. We just do the job much better, playing these lanes better than the Rasmus. If you're not finding these kills on Rasmus, that's the goal, comes in from Snowball, baiting out the Andy dash. If you can't find these kills on Rasmus, he's kind of like, he can't play lanes correctly. He can't like force it through certain characters, and he struggles to win interactions in the midfield. And the way he wins interactions in the midfield is to get hook kills, and people have hands in these leagues, so I would assume. Right. So they just, it's hard to play Rasmus as a forward.
And we'll see, though. It's been a very explosive start so far. Yeah, Coyo going to be found here after that previous ace. Edicam, though, going to be a little bit worse for wear. Has his flip coming up. Might want to actually blow it right now, but instead he just kills him. He just kills Gargura. Gargura she's not graduated. She's dead. Edicam killed her. She's dead. She's gone. We're eating seafood. For esports, they have the freaking cat girl thing, and cats eat fish. That's so cool. Anyways, Edicam's gonna die here, and we're in the back and forth already. We are in the Ivy's application mines. This is the Ivy's app we've come to know and love, and I'm here to see more of it.
I mean, Gargura just got punched off the map. Flip wasn't even needed. These kills are coming left and right as the barrier falls. Oh, unfortunate. Hill missed from Snowball. We're trying to dribble up. Oh my gosh, Snowball's gonna be dead in like 2 seconds. Unless they wiggle around the abilities. Amsequest might be dead too. But whiffed, punch. Gargura passing the ball, gets actually the barrier, and Serapi passes the Snowball, trying to connect it, and the ball just rolls in for Snowball for E-Boy Entourage.
Like it's like the core is kind of like a secondary concern. I think no one's got any cooldowns to actually score. They're just looking for these power plays non-stop. So I think we're gonna be in for a very good game. A little bit of cinema, even if you would, some digital cinema here on the application. Good Shaolin kick here from Snowball, though, in order to get that goalie barrier. Cratermaker comes through, but barely hits that Dubu. Doesn't even feel like it's the orb immediately afterwards. Snowball now dribbling up the core, going to be immediately taken away. Strike for Edicam come through, but it's just not able to get through. But the Crystal Thorns from Serapi unfortunately go right through Hamsterquest, having a quick chat with his goalie off screen. After that, when I saw him walk up to that, that's going to be the set going to E-Boy Entourage. And oh my god, there's 1-2 spec trading and prize fighter and Deadeye! And Deadeye in this, what's happening? What's happening, guys?
Crazy how Drek has 3 really good options here. He has missile prop. Like, no one's gonna deny missile prop. Like, Julie Dubu's out. Never mind. Dubu picks up the missile prop. And we go for Spark, surprisingly. We didn't take the specialized training for what do you call it, the Drakkar. But trying to play into the Sparks game, trying to play for the scaling, but they're just going to look for even more kills at this point. Like you said, Big Matt, the core is a secondary option.
Look at these builds. They're like, that is so disturbing. Already coming out, we're seeing barely surviving a Cratermaker at this point. Andy potentially goes, unfortunately strikes it right into Snowball, who is going to capitalize upon that mistake. Edicam, though, trying to get possession of the core here, has the 1v1, trying to dribble it around, waits through, and Andy on the flip side gets it right through with a boost. gets that goal, makes up for his previous mistake there. We'll potentially see some more damage coming through, right? That Spark of Cooldown, even though it is a measly spark, can prevent a lot of the important regeneration for the side of E-Boy Entourage, not to mention just the sheer amount of damage that has now been front-loaded into this game. We'll see, though. That 1-2 punch from Julie is no slouch either. And Serapi gonna find that primary KO here. 8 seconds, though. Andy, barely just loses out in the angle. It's still gonna be found regardless, though. And power play gonna be ending soon. Edicam is now back up. This Tofu Fortress is very scary with missile propulsion. Strike Shotgun comes through. The bounce comes through. The Rose Warp is gonna be what finishes it out, though. KO gonna be found as now a power play goes the way of freaking esports. Now the the shotgun, I'm so used to saying strike shotgun. The raw shotgun comes through, takes the core into the net. Now it's going to be a quick 2 points here for the side of freaking esports.
I really like the play from Edicam there, walking with the ball, playing patient. He didn't voice anything, especially with he's running slicks, so they don't have the speed to evade like damage and all that. So playing slow is the win condition for Edicam. He just has to wait for the ball to get to him. He just needs to play for these kills, play for Hamster Quest for these passes, for these kills, and Shotgun will secure the goal.
W Shotgun!
W Shotgun.
Yeah.
As the draft comes in, Hamster Quest is the MVP. We will probably see supposedly not a lot of damage. There's spikes on the board, there is orb rep. Again, I am an orb replicator fan, so I should pick that up. As Drek takes the spike, has 2 spikes, is almost unlocked with that triple spike build. Luna goes extra special. Biss for Andy. Deadeye extra special will add even more damage. Stinger comes for Serapi just to add a little bit more tech damage. Surprisingly, Monk Titans comes out for the Dubu and Reptile Remedy. And Orb Rep got picked to round out the draft.
Yeah, Orb Rep. Love Orb Rep. Love me orbs. Love me energy. And right now, it's gonna...
Oh my god.
Well, that guy's dead. He's not gonna be able to pick up any of these orbs. He's dead. So right now, 1v1 actually goes the way of Serapi here as now Gargura looking to play forward, but the power play is gonna be soon ending. Snowball gonna be back up here. Edicam though, with a strike, the X Maximus doesn't take out Gargura with it here. The Bull Rush comes through, but the piercing shot's gonna be what ends the point. Andy, unfortunately, not able to defend in that situation. E-Boy Entourage find themselves another point. And something I want to talk about too. I think you mentioned it earlier, but this extra special is going to be scary. I think coming into it already, the Deadeye here for the Luna as well, and from an earlier set, gonna actually snipe away that goalie barrier. The Crater Maker comes through as well. So now Hamster Quest tries to find a KO, isn't gonna find it now. Snowball has some space to work with, but unfortunately, he's gonna, if his dash is able to find some repentance for that, gets core control again, but it's going to now go into the hands of Edicam, pass up to Hamster Quest, now tries to get through Syrop. He is able to do so, the Bell Ringer's there, but doesn't find the hits then that he needs. Boost here used to save the core. Crystal Thorns doesn't find its mark as another Crater Maker comes through. The piercing shot barely whiffs out in the core, but Serapi now whiffs flip as well. It's going to be potentially very dangerous for the side of E-Boy. Entourage. Snowball's taking more and more chip damage now, has only 1 piece of evade to work with. Hamster Quest now sends the core forward, doesn't even get into the hands of Edicam, gonna be staggered for his troubles as well. The Flame Flurry is there, but doesn't find the kill on Hamster Quest. Now Andy uses the missile to push away Snowball. The flip KO is not gonna be there, but on the other side of the map, the shotgun once again comes through, finds the core, and I mean, pacifist Drakkar a little bit. It feels like he's using all his bullets on the core right now instead of people.
Yeah. Hamster Quest hasn't found. Oh my! I was gonna talk about how Hamster Quest was whiffing. Like, Drakkar special is kind of hard to hit, but this double kill coming on the side of freaking esports. But the reversal from Gargura getting the gold barrier, and Serapi will put the backpack on, trying to secure this point. Oh my god! Edicam does not die. Good flip out, preserving his life. Not being greedy with that flip, because most brawlers at the low level will not use the flip. And Snowball found dead in the hole. And oh my gosh, Edicam put the ball in.
Yeah, this is going to be scary. Serapi has cooldowns here to stall out the core. Snowball's going to be back, but Edicam now finds himself with the Bull Rush and the core. Going to send it right back in. E-Boy Entourage looked good there for a second, but freaking esports able to capitalize upon that double KO here. One more point to take out the set, and this could potentially be a very big set, right? Hamster Quest gets that spark of strength, and that's going to be a very, very scary Drakkar. Now we get into it though. The Flame Flurry comes through. Flip from Hamster Quest going to be denied away, but the missile actually saves it. Good work from Andy in order to preserve the core. No, the Bug Titans almost costs the gold barrier here for eBoy Entourage, but Snowball is going to be rotating back to get this orb, able to help on the defense in the meantime. Bellringer unfortunately sends the core right back to whence it came. Cleared downwards, barely going to be made. Andy with the flip. The Crater Maker comes through. X Maximus doesn't find the strike reset that he'd like. So now Gargura walks up here to the midfield line. Unfortunately, going to be shotgunned away, which means now it's going to be an open barrier for the side of freaking esports. Andy going to be looking very comfortable with a flip.
Oh my
The
God.
KO found, but Andy finds the goal anyways. The Tofu Fortress unfortunately takes out the other member. Takes out Edicam, but not Andy. And Andy's going to be getting an MVP for the set here. We'll see. That Spark of Strength is looking a little scary.
I mean, Triple Spark will be unlocked for Hamster Quest if Gargoyle does not deny here, but team player might be the out that they need. I think they're just going to deny. Oh my gosh, they did not deny. They just held. They just held. Yeah, they took team player at the end of the day, but core speed, hot shot, going on style is really good. Ooh, Superman X is unlocked for Edicam and Twin Drive on Juliet. This actually might be a game changer here because that allows Snowball to throw in more dash punches. But I do want to talk about some rotation issues on either teams, because Gargura is known to push up a bit, and they're just pushing up. I wouldn't say without a purpose, but without the midfielder rotating back for them, because a lot of positioning errors would be punished with a raw shotgun or whatever, like that. They're trying to push up, but they're playing parallel instead of playing behind each other. And oh my gosh, watch out! That's the rocket, the human rocket. Superman X is unlocked, and we get the dash punch kill for that point.
Yeah, Missile X goes up Bomba, hits Gargura's house. Fortunately, Gargura killed in the process. And now we're going to be at point number 2 here. Snowball going to be threatened, actually dashes punches and gets shot right into the application hole. Andy now going to be the one to take out that goalie barrier. Power play still in the works here. Gargura able to clear it out top side, but it goes right back in the hands of Hamster Quest. Snowball going to be up, but the Crater Maker scores the core and Gargura along with it. And it's looking like a rampage for the for freaking esports. They're looking to close this one out. They've got the resources, they've got the energy advantage, and they've got the prize fighter stack. It's going to be so scary for the eBoy Entourage to find any sort of purchase here.
Yeah, 2 of these points have been found because of Gargura.
Andy!
Gargura not talking to his midfielder to rotate. And he does not use his flip. Unfortunately, loses that point. But again, the rotation issues from Gargura and Serapi, they're not covering each other. They're just walking up, and there's a lot of core speed on the table with that Deadeye from that Luna. Oh my gosh, the Snowball is just found dead on site. Hamster Quest using these shotguns, using the speed, trying to force the lanes, which again, Rasper's gonna have a bit of a trouble. And again, the core speed from Andy is leading to these barriers and eventually will lead to these eventual points for this game 3 as Edicam's trying to put the ball in. Hamster Quest walking with the ball with no evade is looking really low. Oh my gosh, Gargura found dead again. Hamster Quest does not get killed. He has the pump speed to evade. Edicam put it in, and he does. He does not. It's Hamster Quest with a shotgun. Series goes to the side of freaking esports. Well played by those 3 people. It looks like eBoy Entourage will have to try again next week for looking for that first win in Dynasty.
And on the flip side of that, right, freaking esports now 3-1 in the standings. That is absolutely the playoff contention score that you want going into the midway point of this season. See what they take of that. I think Edicam getting MVP of that game, and honestly, MVP of the series really felt like they were able to kind of put. It's not that freaking esports played bad, but Edicam did not care how his team was playing in that game number 2. Just put him on his back regardless. Offered a free ride even, right? And played phenomenally here in game number 3, finding so many KOs. But honestly, it looks like, looking at these stats, it actually paints a different picture. It really feels like a team effort coming out from the entirety of freaking esports. Even Andy, right? 7 goal participation, right? Had some moments in the series, 2 I'm thinking of in particular. But regardless, like, other than that, played phenomenally. You mentioned, actually, a lot of times that Gargoyle went up, he was immediately punished for it because of that misposition, because of miscommunication between him and Sirapi. But 9 times out of 10, it was Andy, really, finding those boost core speed hits to snipe away that goalie barrier to open up the net for the side of freaking esports. So well played to him. Played the aggressive side of that Luna goalie incredibly well, I think, and absolutely deserves to be praised for that sort of play. Though that being said, we're going to be looking towards the end of the season now, right? We are at the midway point. Freaking esports looking prime to at least make it to playoffs, but the boy Entourage, unfortunately, remaining without a win is going to put them in a grave situation. So that being said, any parting thoughts? Actually, I will demand a parting thought. I did this with Kat Kupo. I forgot what I asked her, but I'm going to do this with you. And you have to tell me your favorite fast food chain.
Wendy's. That's my
Wendy's?
favorite.
Why? Yeah. What item menu? What item menu?
So originally I was like the value meal person. I would just say like the cheap chicken sandwiches. I would get like 3 of them. I would just devour it. But I like transitioned to like more like a burger person. But it's like a thing where you reward yourself as an accomplishment. Like, oh, I passed. I did well in my final. I'm gonna go to Wendy's to get some food. Oh, I did good in like a game. I did good in my sports game. I get Wendy's for myself. It's just a treat. Like I go. It always has been a good way to reward myself after a good long, hard day's work.
Awesome. That's good to hear. Now I got to try out Wendy's because I don't think I've been to Wendy's in over a decade. So I guess I have to try that out now. Anyways, that's me and Big Tilt, Brickbat and Big Tilt Bcast. It's going to be ending out the day. We'll catch you guys around for whatever game's going to come next or whatever stream comes next after the final game of Nasty. I don't know, but we'll see. We'll catch you guys around.
See ya.
All right, we're done. Yahoo!
Yeah, that felt pretty good. I won't lie.
Yeah, that was fun. Yeah, that was really fun.
No
Hello everyone, this is the North America Striker Training Ground, and we're here right now with Coyo versus Chikara Eclipse. Both of these teams looking really good in the standings right now, 2-1, and let's see how this game unfolds.
That's right, Chikara Eclipse honestly have been doing a lot better than people really have been like putting them up to. They were kind of placed a little low in the Master rankings, but they've been proving that they are underrated in that regard. They've been winning these games, and they're going to have to show themselves on this one, though, because Coyo is running some very strong offense, very convincing passing plays on the net there.
Yeah, as Kirby is slowly walking with the ball with the dribble play right now. Dash Punch does not have enough space. 2 hits from the goalie. Julek staying on that midfield line, trying to keep possession here. As Cragley puts the beam on, but the now primary sends it backwards. Kirby dribbling on the block, and the now Mind snipes out the cross clear.
Wait.
First point going to Julek.
The timeless size increase was the difference there. It wouldn't have hit otherwise. Wow. Wait, timeless is broken.
Maybe it is, as this second point comes in. The black hole pop comes out from Kirby, trying to open up this space as Julek is instantly staggered with all the damage piled onto him. Cragley trying to pass around the big Dubu over here. Cragley in the midfield position. Zanzaki loses the strike ward to Kirby. Kirby trying to put some damage on, and the whiffed flip from Kirby trying to play a bit too impatient there. Does not work out for them as Cragley just blows himself up. Not a good look for them. Oh my gosh, Cragley is found almost dead, but on the forward duo of Chikara Eclipse, they're both staggered, and almost a goal from Zanzaki, but ice cold defense from Beelzebub and the side of Coyo right here. Now Mine coming out. Cragley still low. Another person blows himself up, but it doesn't matter. He has the HP to spare right now. Everyone's getting staggered right here. The Awakening site doesn't really look like it's a damage start, but oh my gosh. Good save from Julek there, trying to keep the ball in possession. The ball rolls in, a good clear from Beelzebub. A really interesting dash punch from Kirby, trying to get the ball out. Oh my gosh, Zanzaki found dead in the Atlas lab. Cragley uses the flip right now. Scary clear from Beelzebub, it almost looked like it was going in, but they made sure to not make that happen. Julek trying to run up to the ball, trying to win these interactions against Scandals. Scandals has the flip right now. No flip comes out. Kirby has the strike. The flip comes out. Does not score. The log comes in for Beelzebub. Kirby almost staggered. Zanzaki almost staggered. Trying to play this dribble play. Trying to play with Cragley, but the offense kind of falls apart. They don't have really a solid game plan here. Trying to play in this open space, in this open net. A good strike from Zanzaki secures the goal on that bottom side.
Yeah, Zon eventually finding that shot after a long point. Many black holes blown up on people, many stagger bars obliterated, but eventually they find that proper offense to get around Dubu there. Strike shot was burnt, Roll was not able to catch it in time. It's kind of the offense they need to be running if they want to score these points. They need to burn these cooldowns from Dubu, or find something like a misplay from Beelzebub, which honestly, based on how long that point went, might not be something they can rely on. And Beelzebub is actually doing a lot of damage to Zanzaki just with Dubu's abilities, roll and stuff. A whiff flip is not fortunate for them though, and it's going to orbit around this black hole until Cragley decides to burst it.
Yeah, okay. Scandals clears the ball out in front of Kirby. Kirby trying to secure the hit stun onto them. Wins a good strike way here. Trying to run up to the ball. Julek keeping possession here. Good now Mind trying to maintain possession. Beelzebub clears, trying to cut the angles. Good roll out from Dubu. Cragley blows himself up. Another interesting dash punch from Kirby, trying to. Oh my gosh.
No, it's timeless. You can't do it that early.
Timeless. Zanzaki. They're trying to hold the spare. Oh my gosh, they actually hold it. They get the ball out. Julek dribbling here, trying to keep this possession. Kirby trying to get the dash punch, but good strike from Scandals. And a good clear from Cragley. Kirby, once 1v1, gets the flip burn. Kirby always has his flip. Let's play for this one right now. Ooh, whiff strike. Beelzebub is mispositioned here. And we have not the goal yet. Kill onto Julek. Scandals pass the ball to Cragley. No punch to secure the kill. Another flip goes wide. And Scandals passes the big finale. Big finish. Good core stop from Zanzaki trying to mix up. And we get the slot in goal from Cragley. 2 points up for Chikara Eclipse.
Yeah, that was really scary for them at the end of the point there for Chikara Eclipse, but they actually did hold it down despite Kirby. Many abilities spent to keep it out of his hands, and because of that defense, they got to take that second barrier, and off of that, they got the kill and converted the power play. It's very very solid defense for them, especially because they don't have that melee goalie like Dubu. So a strong defensive midfield play from Cragley, I think, is what they won that point off of. And it's looking like they're keeping that in check right now. Cragley's playing a little far back as they're leaving Zanseki to like take these 1v1s versus Beelzebub. And it is working out for them. They can't really... Coyo can't really find this barrier here.
Yeah. As Zanseki is staggered again, trying to wiggle around all the damage. Go passing to Cragley, trying to pass to Zanseki. Scary clear, but the now mine clears it out. Big finish comes out. Good strike from Juliak to get to the barrier. Zanseki, again, like he said, Grit, trying to play these 1v1s and Beelzebub, but he's ice cold in the defense. Playing solid. Trying to keep his composure here as Zanseki is low. Juliak is staggered. Gets the kill? No! Not enough power from Zanseki. Cragley walking up to the ball. Scandals has the flip right now. Trying to get it to Zanseki, who is still staggered. Doesn't have mag souls. What do you think about that, Grat?
Well, I don't think it's that bad, honestly. I think Slick Kick's on a character... If you want to be doing 1v1 scoring as Zentaro, I honestly think not having mags is actually better. Like, running Slicks is really important if you're playing these, like, one-on-one interactions in the net. Yin Kirby is losing so many strike wars to Scandals this game, by the way. A lot of the time, if they just find that one strike where they get that goal, but every time Yin Kirby's striking early. And Scandals is, like, basic timing beating it. So they might need to diversify that if they want to win. A strike war out of the bash punch! Oh, Yin Kirby finally finds a perfectly timed strike war this time, proving me wrong. Setting it right into the net there.
Yeah, I mean, as the brawler, it is your job to score with as little interactions as possible, but if you keep getting those over and over again, eventually the goal will get in for you. As Scandals trying to, again, oh my gosh, these 1v1 interactions, these 1v1 plays from these brawler and goalie interactions are looking really solid for both teams. The goalies are playing ice cold, composed. All the brawlers are trying to figure out, like, trying to ease themselves into the game, trying to figure out these layers as Juliak trying to get the ball to Yin Kirby, blows up Zanseki in the process. Zanseki doesn't have these mag souls to run away from the damage, so it's a bit harder for him to wiggle around, but he has the orb, he has the positioning to get back into health and back into display. Big finish comes out from Sandals. Does get one barrier, not two. Cragley trying to win this interaction against Juliak. The dash punch does not secure the barrier against Scandals. Good defense from both these goalies here. Zanseki low again. Good strike from him. Mistimed from Beelzebub. Unfortunate barrier loss. Scandals almost has the flip. Let's see if they use it for this offense or defense. No flip comes out. A bit too late. Inkubi has the flip. Good strike from Scandals. Holds it down. Ice cold in their veins. Zanseki trying to get the slick speed. Trying to get these... but Beelzebub is just striking into him. Oh my gosh. Zanseki again trying to dribble around. Now Dorito holds the ball. Does not allow them to get the goal. Weird down. Weird dash from Yin Kirby. That's... I was going to say 0 for 3 for dash punches, but the core speed allows the ball to slot in for the set win for Coyo.
Yeah, using dash punch to just answer that direct pass, and because the dash hit, it just went right up demon angle instead of going directly in. Either way, it would have worked, but that was a bit of a funnier outcome than it might have been otherwise. A lot is in this draft for now, especially, but she can only take one of these awakenings. Stacks and Stacks, Fight or Flight, Heavy Impact, Team Player, Bulk Up. These are all super, super good. I don't expect Team Players getting at the goalie, so they're going to let that fly down. Scandals picks it up. Taking Heavy Impact instead of any Speed Awakening, maybe to deny Zentaro, but Zentaro doesn't mind taking Bulk Up. The only thing that happens off that is that your Juliet doesn't get any Power Awakenings, and she has to accept Stacks and Stacks. I don't really see the value in taking Heavy Impact, unless Juliak was just taking it for himself for that cool induction. But it has been nerfed, so I don't know how I feel about that draft decision. We'll have to see how it pays out.
Yeah, I mean, Zanseki was getting shot a lot, and that extra stagger from that bulk up will allow him to stay alive in these interactions more. Yin Kirby with a good dash, with a Shaolin kick, gets the barrier. Good stun from Cragley, will get the barrier. Open net on the side of Coyo, but Zanseki slots the ball in for the first point in this second set.
I'm noticing a lot of strike shotting just directly onto Zanseki from Beelzebub here. He's just kind of left-clicking him with that strike shot, not using it for defense or anything. And a lot of the time it's been punished this game. We've seen it happen. Going for the sad boys angle, not quite finding it, but that's okay because it got cleared anyway.
Yeah. Another dash punch from Yinkobi goes wide, but the core speed will secure that second barrier. This team player, I feel like this team player pickup will change the game for Chicago Eclipse, because that core speed will allow them to get these interactions, trying to put the ball up the midline as Zanseki gets another goal.
Absolutely. They wouldn't have been able to get around Julak there without team player. That core speed was what they needed to get around Now's like range of influence there with Timeless. Because of that, they were able to get the ball to Zanseki with that flip, and they found the goal because of it. It's a very strong pickup, honestly. There's a real chance that Julak just takes team player in that first draft, just so they don't get it on their goalie.
Team player isn't even that bad on the midfield if you're playing more passing play style, because you just build that core speed, you just ramp up, and you just get the barriers just with good strike placements. As oh my gosh, everyone is almost dead on the side of Chicago Eclipse. Yeah. Cragley staggered, Scandals was staggered before, but a good positioning with the or pickup will allow them to get even more. Yinkobi found dead on the Atlas snap, gets beamed by Cragley. This is power play comes up for the side of Chicago Eclipse. Let's see if Zanseki will try to get the ball here. Julak playing good defense, but the hit stun from Zanseki will secure that second barrier. Has the passive up. A good strike. Let's see if someone blew himself up. Oh my gosh, they just did. And we have to burn the Now special to heal themselves back up, but he's still staggered again. Yinkobi dashes again into his own side. I would like to see Yinkobi actually use these dash punches to secure the goal rather than just throw them out with no purpose.
Yeah, I think Julak is, despite them finding that crazy damage in that one offense they played, it feels like they're the ones dying at this point, and it's kind of like they're on the back foot the whole time, but that single shot, even if you're on the back foot, it doesn't mean you can't find the goal. All you need is that one single play finding it through the entire enemy team. Affinity with no cooldowns is not able to save that direct shot.
Yeah, as we're back into the neutral state. Kickoff is spawned on the bottom side. Scandal is playing this defense again. Ice cold comparison. Blaring offense with that big finish. Barrier take is actually happening. Zanseki does not win the strike war against Julak, but he has that flip looking really dangerous here. Scandals uses the triple take to put that corner offense for Chicago Eclipse. Good flip from Scandals. Gets the ball out, but no hit stun will work for Zanseki, trying to play into these passive core stop plays, but Beelzebub again ice cold on the defense. The goalies are playing really well in this series, even if these core speed barriers are being taken right now. Cragley, Julak, staggered right now. Yinkobi using his abilities on the midline, not using, but it all works out. It doesn't matter. Never punish. if you just do it, it'll work out. Just trust your teammates. Oh my gosh, it doesn't matter. Yinkobi fights the kill. Beelzebub pushed up right here.
Wow.
Good slot in between Zanseki and Scandals will secure that second point for Coyo.
Threading the needle there completely, yeah. I will say, I'm noticing with Yinkobi, it looks like his abilities are used a lot more like when the enemy team has the ball. He's using it to interrupt plays, to gain possession, to hit the enemies. When a lot of times it should be just like that. That dash punch, when it's your offense, your setup, finding those situations, I think it's best if he holds them for those situations. If otherwise you don't have that going on. But because of that, with that wonderful dash punch there, the secondary is taken, and Coyo is looking in a great spot to take this entire set. As long as Julak doesn't die right here, and he won't because he has now secondary.
I do want to point out Julak's good strike placements and good strike timings will save that last barrier for Beelzebub. Julak has a flip, but a little bit of miscommunication coming out from Beelzebub and Julak. They both walk down for the ball and doesn't cover the option. Zanseki is dead. Found dead again on the outside. And the flame flurry from Yinkobi will slot the ball in on the bottom side. Set 2 goes over to Coyo.
Wait, the Juliet special didn't hit the ball until it was the perfect moment. That was well played from Yinkobi. Maybe spacing it like perfectly to get that to happen here. This draft is a bit less intense as the last one, but denying the hot shot from Estelle is probably pretty valuable. She does get prime time, but I think that's a fair trade-off, honestly. Especially considering, by the way, Now has heavy impact timeless hot shots. She has the increased size and 2 different things layering her cooldowns if she hits the ball. That could be like a really low secondary cooldown in this character.
Yeah. As the draft finds out, Finny gets that glass cannon, more speed for them, and size goes over to the Brawlers. Those will help Zanseki and Yinkobi win more interactions because they have more size. They can strike the ball better. But Oh
to
my
highlight
gosh.
that draft is Cragley on 1-2 punch and Deadeye Estelle. That could be very, very significant with this kill power, especially because of how much damage they're already doing with this team comp, which just naturally ends up doing a lot of damage. Very convincing corner offense, though, coming out from Estelle and Zentaro. Two characters who are kind of known for more open area plays. They're not weak in corner situations either, though, as they're proving right now.
Yeah. I like that you mentioned that the damage will pile up for Chikara Eclipse, because this corner offense basically leads. Oh my gosh, that beam was beautiful. Maybe eat my words. I didn't even get to finish my sentence there. The first point goes over the Chikara Eclipse.
Catching the upload completely unprepared there. I will say, it's kind of interesting how the later drafts will go too, because it's a Spark start, but not a single Spark has showed up yet in these two drafts. So they'll all be concentrated in the later drafts if Chikara Eclipse does take any of these sets and take it to a set 4 or 5.
Scandal clears the ball out with that team player. Coil flip almost hit the barrier, but unfortunate angle. Beelzebub loses their mind twice, actually, and then it results in the barrier loss. No flip, no cooldowns. Cragley and Zanseki pushing up together. Yinkobi looks to win the 1v1 with that hit stun from the dash punch. Zanseki has the ball right now, slots it in above Beelzebub and gets that second point for Chikara Eclipse.
Yeah, and unfortunately misplaced dribble off the black hole for Yin Kirby, giving up possession there, putting them in that very difficult spot. However, he did take the barrier right after, so it's not like it lost the point alone. They'll just have to move on from that one. They're looking like they're in a great spot for this point. Very condensed offense. They're doing a lot of damage naturally. 2 flips can just kill this enemy team here. Julak is going to walk up and flip Cragley. I know it. I can feel it. I know he wants to. There it is. Boom! Yin Kirby walking up perfectly, knowing exactly what Julak wants to take that second barrier. Spike War Scandals. Though Zanseki is making a bit of a hero play in the 1 versus 3. Finding 1 barrier, but not 2, but it is stalling out, and that's exactly what they need. Because of that, they don't get scored on, and Cragley's respawn in the neutral game state.
Yeah, Drulek playing out of his mind right now, really using all the cooldowns available to him with that heavy impact. Almost said 1-2 hot shot. That's basically, I don't know the numbers, but that's a really low secondary for now. Yeah. Big finish comes out. Oh my, that strike shot almost good because Cragley had the beam. Good secondary from Cragley, keeps possession here. Oh my gosh, that dribble was unfortunate. Zanseki has the flip. Good composure from Beelzebub and Zanseki not using the flips. Oh my gosh, Brain Destroyer. The core speed gets the ball to Zanseki. No, no flips needed. They have 2 flips going into the draft.
Yeah, overtime kicking in for some crazy core speed all of a sudden, going up the bumper too for a perfectly slotted in shot for Zanseki. They are going to find 2 sparks in this draft. It's up to them whether or not they want to take it. There are some very threatening things in this draft, like maybe a Dren for Julie, and Spark of Strength for Julie actually is very notable. And Monumentalist for now, because now has this build where she has so much CDR if the mines hit something. So if she has Timeless Monu, they will always get that value. This could take over the game, I think. Dubu opting for Missile Prop over Twin Drive, maybe denying Finny, but Finny doesn't have any of a problem taking Twin Drive herself here. This, I don't know if I agree with the Spark of Leadership take from Cragley. I think it should be Strength, because there is a world where Yin Kirby just starts killing everyone now, honestly. I can see it.
Yeah. As we're back in the neutral state, both 1 bear, both down for each team. Possession on the side of Coyo, trying to dribble around. Now Mine sends the ball forward. See, the missile prop, Dubu gets actual value here. Gets the corner offense set up. Cragley dribbling the ball. Whiffing the Crystal Thorns. No dice on that scoring attempt. Beam goes wide. Julak, they're just shooting Julak. They're trying to shoot Julak. Roll comes out from Beelzebub. That was the craziest dash ones I've ever seen.
That could have been a kill.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
No mine.
Money timeless! Jump scare! Ah!
No mine. We'll get that first point on set 4. I do want to talk about One Awakening that wasn't picked, Orb Replicator. Do you think that would have made a difference for either team?
I think Orb Replicator is a very strong awakening on goalies. I will say that for sure. I do think the other 2 goalies, or both goalies in the game, had something they wanted a little more. Like Dubu taking Missile Prop with extra special might have some big value, especially with Timeless. And I think Twin Drive Finny is just insane in general. So It is a great awakening, but I think it wasn't right for this game specifically. They're finding some good offense here, though. Cragley and Scandals both having flipped. Zon spent his own, and they're both wasted. No goal is found from this flip, especially with Julak being able to cover with that primary on now. And they're looking for some offense there. They might force out Scandals, they will, but it doesn't get any value, and they're right back on the offense here. Yin Kirby has his own flip to work with here. Missile Prop sucks, and they might actually find a goal right away off this. They just need to get the ball to Yin Kirby safely, and he walked into the... Oh, he saved!
Never punished. This Bob passing to Cragley. Scary situation right here. 3 people blown up by the mine. Cragley good evade. Does not get killed by the Flame Flurry. Triple take goes out, gives possession to Zon, taking good strike from them. Good strike from Julak. They didn't lose their mind. Didn't strike right at Zanseki. Good strike up, maintaining this defense. Good secondary from Cragley, trying to play around this midfield interaction. Zanseki blows himself up. The craziest dash punch comes out.
Lingering hitbox on the
Kirby will secure that second point.
One thing I noticed from Julak there was the ball was getting into Zanseki, open hands, open shot on the net. And Julak, on reaction to that, walked into the black hole to disrupt it. It hits on Zanseki. That saved them the point there. That was a very smart play from him. I'm a big fan of the way he did that.
Yep. As the corner offense leads to a lot of damage on the side of Chikara Eclipse. TP comes out from Julak, healing in Kirby. Beelzebub rolls in. Big damage on the Cragley. A strike shot. Cragley from Beelzebub trying to keep the stagger low. Good attempt on the punch on the hit stun, but triple take saves the bear. Oh my gosh, that back pass with the stake. Scandals using the core flip. Ice cold defense. Doesn't get antsy. Good strikes from Scandals. While holding. Unfortunate. That seals the deal. A set for a win comes out for Coyo ending this game.
Yeah, the log from Beelzebub, it almost didn't catch the core there, but because it did, it kept that offense going, and what they would have taken a second barrier off of and maybe had a chance for a comeback, because of that log coming out right in time, they actually found a strike ore on the Scandals. He didn't have anything left. He's pretty much guaranteeing the game there. Very well played from Coyo. I will say, they were playing a very methodical game. Julak especially, I think, was playing some very intelligent plays. I was usually seeing the thought process going through his mind. I was impressed by it with a lot of the things he was doing that game. The build especially paid off. The hot shot heavy impact, double cooldown stacking, double creation size. It's claimed the goal on the final set on its own, so it's proved its value alone there. But it was also just keeping such good tempo for their team. And tempo is what they need.
First game, going inside of Coyo. Let's see if Chikara Eclipse will bring it back. We'll see you guys in a bit. Hello everyone, and we are back with Game 2. Coyo versus Chikara Eclipse. Interesting comps on both teams, actually. Let's see how this game unfolds.
Yeah, it was a stacks on stacks Deadeye start. On Demon Days especially, you might think that Deadeye would be picked up for all members of the team. You draft around it, because if you can kill the enemy team frequently, then if they draft stacks, it's complete Dead Awakening on them. But because of the way the comps played out, neither team has too much consistent damage pressure. So the way it ended up is that now most players on this team, in this lobby, have that stacks on stacks, and they'll probably be stacking it up highly. The only exception is Cragley, who is running Deadeye Amy, and that will find value this game. I'm very confident in that. It will find a lot of very potent knockback kills. If not, it'll just get a lot of damage on its own.
Craig already found that first kill on that earlier point. As Julak is taken out from the field, outplay going for Chikara Eclipse. Good slot in on the bottom side. First point goes to Chikara Eclipse.
Yeah, I think Deadeye alone on the aiming here is going to pose a massive threat for Coyo, and they might need to figure something out before it kind of just takes over this game. For one, they have to make sure they're not knockback killed by it, because that alone can steal an entire point away.
Yep. As the ball flies by, Scandals beams Julak. Flip comes out from Beelzebub, trying to get the core up. First barrier take goes for Chikara Eclipse. Good, interesting strike placement. I was going to say good strike placement, but the Blobos saves the ball. Good save from Beelzebub. Playing into the strengths of Atlas, playing cool, calm, and collected. Revive comes out, trying to get the stagger bars back on top, healthy. Second barrier falls for Coyo. Flip comes out from Yin Kirby, trying to get the second barrier. Hook trying to damage Cragley. Scandal's setting up that NATO. See, they're trying to play into these lanes of Demon Diaz. Cragley has that flip right now, trying to secure this goal. Dribbling play, and a really good shot placement for Cragley. Sets the ball in 2-0 for Chicago Eclipse.
Yeah, the tempo is just completely in the favor of Chicago Eclipse right now. I think future drafts might shake it up a bit more, but the way the game state is right now, Yin Kirby lagged through that eject button tech. The way the game state is right now, I think Chicago Eclipse are set to take this game unless Coyo figures something out. They really need to change their game plan right now.
I would say like try to kill him, but they're playing a pretty heavy core control comp. Now they took all stacks, if I am not mistaken. Yes, max all stacks, but I would say try to kill him, but it's pretty hard if you're not. They can't really dump damage consistently, even if they're like layering abilities. But besides the point, Revive comes out from Atlas, from Beelzebub. Good offense. Trying to come out from Chicago Eclipse. Flip comes out from Julag. Has to clear the ball away. Red core all around the field. Zanseki looking for these open primary kills. Astral Projection comes out from Beelzebub trying to get the ball away. And unfortunate timing on that advance will lead to a set win for Chicago Eclipse.
Yeah, we're seeing Aragoli at her best right now because when she's winning, she's like very much winning. Because of just the way she works, she's buffing her teammates, she's keeping the ball forward. But ultimately, she does only have one on-demand defensive cooldown, so if Coyo can keep this going and find something for themselves here, then it might not actually be as dominant for Chicago Eclipse as it seems right now. Because as soon as they get that pressure going on Arrow, with the size awakening on Rasmus especially, they might find a lot more value off of their offenses.
So draft fans out. Triple size takes for the latter half of the draft. Passing up on that, those Diameter Awakenings, those heavy impact, those prize fighters, just looking for more size. As we come back, defense is already played by Coyo. Not what you want to see here on their side. Blobo Rain comes down from Julag, trying to get this core control. As they want that ball up on, not on their half, but on Chicago Eclipse's side, so they can steamroll the era. But it's not looking like the way Cragley and Zanseki are really playing. They're playing both sides of the coin really well, core control and damage. Getting that stagger bars really low, as well as maintaining that possession, keeping the ball on the side of Coyo, keeping that pressure. Flip comes out from Cragley. Good strike placement from Cragley. It's up, but it gets the barrier. Ian Kirby finds the first barrier for Coyo. Julak gets ping pong across the field, 3 abilities launched. They're staggered. Dash comes out for Cragley. Almost reversal from Ian Kirby. Almost kills Cragley. Very interesting play. Beelzebub clears through the middle. Dribbling. Really dangerous defense here. But again, ice cold killer. Unfortunate strike from Julak. They had it. And the Blobos saves the strike timing as the flip comes out from Zanseki and slots it on the top side. First point goes to Chikara Eclipse.
That was so unfortunate. The strike war barely didn't take the barrier, and then because of the slime not taking the barrier, it was saving the strike cooldown timing for Scandals afterwards when it otherwise would have worked. That was a very unfortunate series of events for Coyo there. And Yin Kirby doesn't die because Super Surge sends him so far back that the glitch pop doesn't connect. Wow. And then the orb is taken from Cragley here. He is the only one without stacks, so he's a lower priority kill target, but if he does die, the tempo might be enough in their favor to where they can take the point anyway. However, they don't have the cooldowns to make it work after the hook is missed for Yin Kirby. They need to find something else to get this point in their favor.
Yeah. Ball is on the side of Chicago Eclipse. That's what you want to see from Coyo. Zanseki is pretty low here. Gets knocked off by the whiplash from the Rasmus from Yin Kirby. Hook goes wide from Yin Kirby. He gets beamed. Beelzebub clearing down. Uses the revive. Almost saves Yin Kirby, but Arenado does not secure the kill. Cragley using that Super Surge dash to maintain possession here. Really playing to the strengths of Imi. Maybe playing that damage, playing that quick control. Unfortunate flip goes out from Yin Kirby. An unfortunate barrier take from Beelzebub. Does not look good on the defense right now. Cragley passing down the Scandals. trying to get this play. Good hook from Yin Kirby. Whoa. Second barrier. Beelzebub. I don't know what killed them. Oh my gosh. Kazan found dead in the Demon Diaz. Yin Kirby found low. Julak trying to win these interactions in the middle, but Craggy is really holding it down. 1v1. Oh, good clear by Scandals. Good clear again. The Blobo does not secure the goal. Ice cold killer Scandals. This goalie matchup is really looking. Can't Craggy secure the ball to Zanzeki? Not right now. Double flip comes on. A good flip comes out from Scandals. Reset back to neutral. Zanzeki looking low, trying to look for this orb. Air has no cooldowns, but Craggy saves Scandals right there. Unfortunate timing right there. NATO comes on. They're laying all these strikes. They're fighting desperately for it to save this barrier. Good strike from Ian Kirby slot on the top side, even out the set for Coyo.
And there it finally is. Yeah, they're finding that offense on Era, who has no cooldown. She spent her beam, and now she's kind of just completely inactive for the rest of until her beam comes back. She's a very snowbally sink or swim character in that regard. And they finally found the sink on that end there. Hopefully they can look for it more. They're getting some very compelling offense here, and Juno Jump Strike is perfectly on time. Scandals barely didn't get a strike back in time because of it. They're able to take that second barrier, or second point. They're up in the set. They might actually take this and make it even.
Juno Jump! Really playing into the strengths of Juno. Juno almost dies too. Ow! Watch out, Kazan too! Everyone's looking really low, but we have touched upon this. Zanzeki is actually running Vicious Bremberries. I've seen this a lot from other players all across the leagues. NASA, Nassel even. I wonder if this Vicious Bremberries under Kazan is actually, it might be, it's competitive in this Demon Diaz state.
Yeah, the idea behind it is that he doesn't want to get suddenly killed with that damage pressure to lose the stacks. However, he's died like 3 times this set regardless, and now he's even slower. Oh,
my God.
Just hit by a random pendulum swing. That's his stacks and stacks. That's the set. Suddenly, out of nowhere, it's evened up. It's 1-1 for this series.
Yeah, going to the shop. The one big difference I want to say is that all 3 players on the side of Coyo had their stacks up, so they snowballed really quickly there.
Absolutely. They found the kills that mattered. And coming into this draft, Erasmus has a few things he wants. Bulk Up is the one true awakening here. And it does concede Cast Blast or Monumentalist to Era. It might be Monumentalist from her to deny. I don't believe denying Hotshot from Juno is as important as Scandals is making it out to seem, because she does get that 1-2 punch anyway, and that's a faster core speed than a Hotshot because of the nerfs. 1-2 punch is 12% and Hotshot is 10%. So because of that, Amy's forced to take Monu, and Atlas gets a Reptile Remedy, and that Reptile Remedy is very significant because it means that Zanzeki can still be killed. I think they've accidentally just thrown away their win con by denying things in that draft. Denying the Juno, denying the Atlas. Because as a result, Zanzeki is now very killable, especially with a 1-2 punch Julak, which he was forced to take. As a result, because of that 1-2 punch, Zanzeki is sent off the map with no stacks on stacks to his name.
Yeah. As the neutral state goes for Coyo, we have the Expanse coming out from Beelzebub, trying to keep the ball up, playing the win conditions. As these points go on even longer, the stacks on stacks will keep stacking up, playing for that Coyo control speed for the win con for Coyo. Beelzebub has the flip right now. Let's see if they use it. Oh my gosh, the press the point does not secure the goal. As Crackley uses the flip, unfortunately, Yin Kirby uses their evade, but a bit of a miscommunication, I will say. They had the Atlas revive, they didn't need to evade there, but we get the second barrier, and
oh no!
The Demon Diaz wave pushes the ball up and away from Beelzebub, giving that first point to Chikara Eclipse.
One of the harder situations to read when the ball is caught between a sound wave and a hard place. It could really be anywhere, and because of that, Beelzebub did not strike the ball in time, and it got right past him, and he wasn't able to react with flip. As a result, they lost that point. However, recovery drone is spent for Julak here. This could be the first step they need to taking the stacks and stacks, and if they take that, he's in a much worse spot. Yin Kirby's finding a lot of these pendulum swings behind the barrier, reading Scandals, going for a backwards clear here, and as a result, they're finding a lot of random barriers taken. The ball is so small, though, that Scandals does not find the backwards clear there properly in time. He takes his own barrier, and as a result, no flip to work with for Julak here, but he has pretty much everything else he needs. A kill is found onto Zanzeki. His stacks and stacks are gone once more.
Yeah, this Kirby guy has the most disturbing build of all time. Big fish, bulk up, 760 stagger for the Rasmus. He is not in much danger of getting killed unless it's like a Ivy glitch pop combo. And you could see it's very clear that he's just looking to damage dump Cragley or Zanseki because Cragley has no stacks. Oh my gosh, the pendulum, the primary from Yin Kirby just kills Cragley in the net. Hook comes to save the barrier. Zanseki, Brawl in the net. Let's see if they hold it down. They do hold it down to press the secure the out clear. As Cragley has the flip right now. Uses it. Oh, unfortunate strike from Beelzebub. Zanseki, Cragley, 4-0 coming out from Chicago Eclipse and the press the point will secure the second point with Chicago Eclipse.
That was like the last frame of the Kazan strike lingering hitbox there. Just barely, it didn't get right through it there, and as a result they found that goal, covering the option with the strike there. It was looking really bad for Chicago Eclipse. They lost their stacks and stack on both players in that point, open net, but they still were able to take this point. If they can get one more, even despite this kind of down position they're in with the speed, they are up in goals, so they can squeak out one single goal here, and they can get this set far in their favor. Be up a set and match point for the game.
Yeah. Stack on stacks are fully stacked for all three players on the side of Coyo. Scandals is not stacked up as well as Hanseki, so they're trying. Coyo is really trying to play the momentum, trying to outspeed them and out-core control and out-damage, just trying to Chicago Eclipse. But Cragley is really using Imi to the best of their ability, gets the second barrier, Scandals pushing up with the flip, uses it, surprisingly, and then Yin Kirby just denied the flip shot attempt. Jump comes off from Julai, trying to strike the ball. Yin Kirby using his speed, looking really dangerous, and the glitch pop combo will secure the goal. Cragley is almost out of flip. Passing plays coming out for Scandals and Cragley. Hook goes wide, does not secure the ball, but the ball is found on the side of Chicago Eclipse. The barrier falls down for Chicago Eclipse, and Yin Kirby is gonna die! Unfortunate positioning, got a bit of mind control. They're trying to core chase there, but they didn't see the Super Search Deadeye Imi lurking on the other side of the field, looking for that kill. Good flip from Beelzebub will secure the out clear. Yin Kirby is respawned back into play. Julak dribbling, trying to use the core speed of Well, the Era has no defensive ability with that beam used, but another win condition has appeared for the side of Chicago Eclipse, killing Julak, but the Atlas revives Julak's health bar, back to full stagger. Imi turret goes on the field, Astral's Expanse goes wide, 2 cooldowns down on the side of Beelzebub, Sanseki with the core stop, with the press the point, does not secure the barrier, beams, Scandals just beams Zanseki with the hook, with the extended hitbox, and the glitch pop! Insane glitch pop comes out from Cragley and will secure that third set for Chicago Eclipse.
Yeah, just completely overwhelming Coyo there. I think Coyo, a lot of the time, they were defending pretty well, but what I was seeing was almost every single time they got the ball, they played it back into that condensed situation they were finding themselves in, instead of playing for that open space that they can do so well with Juno and Rasmus, right? And a lot of the time, especially at the end of the point there, the last point, they haven't been killed by that dash punch combo from Amy in so long that they kind of forgot that there's a Super Surge explosive entrance, not explosive entrance, but Deadeye. Amy there, she has a lot of knockback, and Cragley was showing it there, taking the stacks and stacks away from Coyo, and now it's a primary concern for them in the set, as Cragley has a twin drive, he'll almost always have that secondary ready when he needs it.
Yeah. Really looking dangerous here. Scandals uses the beam to buff both Cragley and Zanseki. Barrier take goes for the side of Coyo. NATO kills Yin Kirby and Beelzebub. It's too late to revive, and like you said, they're playing back into the side of Chicago Eclipse. They're not trying to clear into this open space, and it results into the barrier loss as Yin Kirby is respawned, trying to stack on the damage for Yin Kirby. The strike placement does not go well for Beelzebub. Scandals has the speed, has the flip, looking the... that was the craziest combo I've ever seen. Crazy ping pong play for Chicago Eclipse. Passing place goes into the NATO, goes into Sanseki, and a well-deserved point for Chicago Eclipse. They played like a perfect team right there.
Yeah, finding the evade on the goalie at the very end for good measure there. I will say, one thing that could be notable in this draft is Yin Kirby having Might of the Colossus here. But the way the game has been playing out, they're not finding the damage on Chikara Eclipse like they used to. They're not getting that insane damage going on with Might of the Colossus, 1-2 Punch of Juno, like they were in set 2. And as a result, they're just kind of crumbling. Chikara Eclipse is opening them up very, very quickly. And they're kind of just completely on the back foot here. 1 point away from losing the set and going to a game 3.
Zanseki looking really dangerous here, almost has the flip. And I do want to touch upon the Might of Colossus pick here, because you're playing into an era, and if you don't know, if you get beamed by era with Might of Colossus, you lose a lot of power. And that loses a lot of damage, as well as you lose size, you lose speed, and you lose a lot of power. So it's not a good look for Yin Kirby if they're trying to look for these plays, but he's playing out of his mind. He goes 1v9 beast mode. It doesn't matter if you're getting beamed, if you play like a beast and use all your strike timings to secure that point.
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about a good look for Yin Kirby, I see one there. That's what they need to win the set here, because that momentum shift is very valuable for them. 2 barriers found yet again. Coyo is reversing this. Beelzebub has his flip to work with. He's spending it instantly. Strike Wars 1 from Julok there. And the momentum is so strong in their favor here. They are playing behind their barrier, but it's not looking like they're in any danger because they're playing 3 defense here. Yin Kirby's able to convert this, maybe. A primary coming in. A flip is on his favor here, but the turret is blocking it away. Julok is in this offense here with a dash range Juno. He is able to cover that downwards clear, but he's not quite able to find it. And it's looking like Chikara Eclipse is finding a better offense than they were able to find. Kragley is looking very low, though. If he gets killed here, he doesn't have stacks and stacks, but the time that they need with that respawn timer could be all they need.
Oh, watch out, Kragley. Good combo from Yin Kirby with the hook, with the whiplash. Will secure that kill. As we're back on the defense here, Beelzebub looking not as ice cold, I would presume. They're kind of playing a bit scared. They don't lose this point, I would agree. But NATO almost kills Julak. The barrier take, open net on both sides. Zanseki has the flip coming up. Xanos already has a flip already, so they're just gonna play for this koi speed. They're just gonna play for. Oh, Yin Kirby didn't redirect the ball, but the size from the primary gets the ball into his possession and gets the forced flip from Scandals. Unfortunate strike play, Smith, but Yin Kirby has another primary in the back and will secure the goal for Coyo.
Wow, that was so nerve-wracking there at the end. Anything could have happened the moment he got the ball there, and the way it played out, he played it perfectly. And I will say, Zanseki having this 150 stacks is something that Coyo should probably be looking at, because in that power play, he has 2 sparks with agility and stacks on stacks. He was able to just threaten that behind barrier clear the entire time and wait for Kragley to respawn. So if they can find a kill on him, I think the set is as good as won. However, it's looking a bit difficult too, as he has that Van Brace pickup.
Core stop comes in from Zanseki, not sure if he wanted that or not. I almost said Julak. Yin Kirby was beamed by the Era, and now this is what you want from the side of Coyo. Era has no cooldowns, but the triple goalie will come out for Chikara Eclipse, knowing that the Era doesn't have any defense goalies up. As Yin Kirby has the flip. Let's see if they try to kill Zanseki. They should. They're looking for the 1v1 play, but I think they should have just killed Zanseki right there. They had the whiplash, he had the flip. I think that would just. And they could have rolled the momentum as they're getting punished for it. They're not making the decisions, and the ball somehow gets to Kragley, and that point and that game will go for Chikara Eclipse. I do want to say the decision making from Yin Kirby there was, for me personally, I thought they should just kill Zanseki with that stacks, because he has 160 power, and that whiplash flip I think would have just blown Zanseki up.
Yes, I think it would have been valuable. I do also want to point out that him choosing to go for a score there wasn't that bad, because he had his flip and it would take the secondary. He could find a sudden end of the set there. However, he did barely misplay mechanically on that end, so the decision making wasn't that bad. It's just an unfortunate blunder at the very end, losing the entire game almost. And they'll have to go to game 3 and see how they can make it work.
This is looking to a great series, 1-1 for each side. Beelzebub has the 250 redirects. They're doing all they can. You can see the save difference. You can see the temp. Beelzebub has 95 saves. Otherwise, from Scandals has 47. Chikara Eclipse looked way better in this Demon Diaz game. They played with more confidence, more pressure, and they just kept them on the side of Coyo. But that will settle this second game. Game 3 will come up really shortly. We'll see you guys in a bit. Hello everyone, and we are back for Game 3. Coyo versus Shikara Eclipse on Clarion Tamer 1-1. We're looking at the obscure variant, and let's see how this game plays out.
Yeah, it's a Spark of Focus bulk up start, and both goalies opting for the Spark of Focus over bulk up, which does make sense. They might want that scaling CDR in the later game, and they're not really getting that value out of Stagger anyway. I will say Rasmus being drafted here over Juliet might just be because again Kirby is more comfortable on the pick, because I think Juliet is just a stronger pick here. What a strange kill with the log there, finding the around the hook into the upper shot. Scandals is low, he can't really contest it. That's a weird point. But yeah, I think Juliet, she wasn't banned. I think Julie here would be a very strong pick. And Zonseki, I will say, is opting for Vambraces again, despite the fact that he's starting with a Stagger Awakening this time, so it might just be a preference thing for him.
Yeah. Right here, it's all comfort. It's comfort picks here in Nasty. They're trying to play to their strengths and not go too overboard. Drulak gets the bear. Yin Kirby already has flip for the second point. Let's see if they use it. No, but the triple defense for Chicago Cubs and a late flip reaction from Yin Kirby. He's playing a bit flustered right now. Whiffs the hook. No cooldowns. He has to settle down. We get the turn back to neutral state. Drulak low. Beelzebub and Drulak both have flips. We got the Yin Kirby gets the error orb, and the primary barely goes wide. Doesn't get the flip. Yin Kirby has possession, trying to make these passing plays towards Drulak, and the reaction check. Old man reactions coming out from Cragley, deciding to save the flip, and 2 points going for Coyo.
I don't think it's reactable from that distance. He just walked up and flipped it in. That was crazy. But yeah, the way this comp is playing out, I think now Rasmus Dubu is more conducive to winning these early points. So it's not... so it's not
Watch
like
out!
The outcome of this set, if it is a 3-0, as it's shaping up to be, is necessarily the outcome of the game. But the momentum is certainly a tangible factor. And Coyo getting this momentum could be very important for them. However, Chikara Eclipse does have the open net here on the bounce house, so they might actually find something of their own.
Good strike placement coming out from Yin Kirby. Has the whiplash, has the second sweep. I thought I was gonna see a bounce house kill with the bug. Zonseki has the flip. Press the point. Oh, strikes. Tried to strike top side, but does not get the goal. Yin Kirby walking up to the ball. Strike shot comes out from Beelzebub. Cragley has the blazing pace on the side of the Kai. Yin Kirby has the ball. Whiplash gets the barrier. NATO does not kill Yin Kirby. Watch out with the roll out. Boo! Watch out. Drulak gets the pass to Yin Kirby, but the error size debuff actually gets Cragley enough time to strike the ball around Yin Kirby. Drulak has the ball. Flip comes out, trying to use the bouncy house space angles to get the ball. Strike shot, Dubu gets the ball, gets the clear. Oh, we get the log. Scary strike timings for Coyo. It's looking really dangerous. Cragley trying to triple with it. Wait, oh my gosh. No goal. Good passing place. Pass, goal. Pass, goal.
That was a very creative raw flip into just instant, you're taking offense now. You're going offense now. Go! And it did work out with some very clean passing in front of the net from the side of Coyo. They did find that last point. Very well played defense the whole way through. They didn't crumble once, and as a result, they were able to find this last point. Even despite a bit of a rougher start, they're able to take it here. And we'll see if Julag opts for a heavy impact over a Speed Awakening again. Yes, he will. And as a result, Kai does get fight or flight, but he would have gotten stacks and stacks anyway, so it's not like something massive is being lost out on. Size Awakening on Rasmus, and Kazan is left with pretty much nothing unless he wants to take Among Titans, which is unwise, opting for a Stinger instead. This is a fairly strong draft for both teams, but I think Coyo came out stronger. A Size Awakening on Rasmus and Bulk Up Heavy Impact on Now might actually prove to be quite a bit of damage, especially on Cragley. However, because he took Fight or Flight instead of Stacks and Stacks, killing him is less of a priority.
Yeah. Yin Kirby is looking to be the hero player for Coyo. They're really putting all their eggs into that basket of Yin Kirby with that recovery drone, with that bulk up. He is going to be the star player. Beelzebub gets the rollout. Drulak, good evade, does not get killed by the open primary. Incubi gets the first barrier. Let's see, they get 2. Good strikes from Julak. Unfortunate beam missed. Does not save the ball. Beelzebub dribbling in the net. They're not. Oh my gosh, I'm stumbling on my words right now. It's okay. Incubi gets the ball, gets the Arenado. Julak TP's in. Julak does not have evade. He did not have evade, so he gets killed under a bit of an impatient play. Incubi has the flip. Not get the C bounce, gets the hook, but loses possession, unfortunately. Oh my gosh, they're playing into this middle. A lot of crazy bounces going in. Beelzebub has a strike shot, uses it, uses the flip. Cragly, Scandals, double flip, almost gets killed by the whiplash. Roll out! Roll out! Save them! Julak gets the ball. I don't know. Log comes in. Clear comes out from Scandals. Big now, getting the strikes, but Scandals ice cold on the defense. But this core speed is ramping up, gets the barrier, gets the flip. Beelzebub, ice cold on the defense, does not get discouraged from losing that barrier, but the hook does not secure the ball. But the strike war leads to Zanzaki getting the first point.
Yeah, that was a bit of a chaotic point coming through. I will say, I think every single player in this lobby is trying to play too quickly. I'm seeing Yinkirby spend flip in a 1v3. I'm seeing a lot of these plays simmer out very quickly. I think if both teams wait a little longer and play more slow game, they'll find a lot more guaranteed wins coming through. But the way it is placed right now is that a lot of things are happening all the time until randomly someone makes a mistake. There's nothing really guaranteed going on. It's all on the players to play well mechanically because of the way they're playing right now. I'm pretty sure this game might stall out if the goalies are as locked in as they were earlier in this series.
Yeah. I do want to say Incubi did actually take the slicks here, playing for his 1v1 opportunities against the era. They're, like you said, they're playing mostly for... I was going to say, they're playing mostly for themselves, but unfortunately, Zanzaki gets the second point for Chikara Eclipse.
That was a very impressive angle in one way or another. Finding a perfect slot into the barrier there, unfortunately it was his own and his last. But, you know, if he can aim those shots at the enemy barrier, he's proven he can do it, so we might see some changes coming in here.
The Clarion expands, closing up the space, playing for these lanes here. And Kirby walking back on the defense, trying to ego play his way out of the situation. The ball expertly gets cleared out by Chikara Eclipse. They're looking more composed now. They're not playing risky. They're playing to the strengths of themselves, playing together, playing with each other. Cragly has the flip. The Giga Blast goes a bit wide, does not secure the goal. Zanzaki does look a bit low. Uses the evade, preemptive damage looking from Beelzebub. The Tofu Fortress comes out from Beelzebub, trying to stall the ball. Flip comes out from Cragly, no dice on the shot, but the press the point secures the goal and the set for Chikara Eclipse.
The game is technically even, but the way this is playing out, Coyo looks so messy right now. I think they need to play a little, of course, a little slower, as I said earlier, but I'm pretty sure their flip usage is the #1 thing they absolutely need to work on, because they're just spending it like all of a sudden in the most random spot in the game, and as a result, they're not having these strong situations when they actually need it. However, I will say something that can turn this game in their favor is a Spark of Focus pickup on Beelzebub. Spark of Focus and a Jill with Prime Time, he'll have a lot of cooldown reduction and movement speed to work with in this game. I'm pretty sure that might be the turning point, if there is one, for their favor.
Double size tonight coming out for Chikara Eclipse, gearing against Yin Kirby's win condition, which is that 1v1 plays. He is left with the prize fighter and looking for these primary kills, supposedly, because that's what he thinks is best for him to get the most value of him being on the field. Primary goes in again, does not get the barrier. Beelzebub pushing up. Yeah. They're rotating. Julak is making sure that he covers Beelzebub's space, and if the ball gets out, he will just rotate back. Julak getting the ball, ping-ponging with Cragly. Cragly almost dies from the primary, but no dice on that. Beelzebub playing this defense. Zanzaki gets buffed. Core speed going on the other side. Cragly's almost dead. Good pass from Yin Kirby, but no dice on the shot. Scandals gets the clear. Another clear from Scandals. Ice Cold Killer. They're getting cool, calm, collected plays. Beam going up from Yin Kirby, walking up with confidence. Scandals is just following Yin Kirby. Putting the backpack on for Chicago Eclipse. Well, it comes out from as well. But the primary kill. Oh, big flip. But they're playing too fast. They got slowed down. They're trying to overthink the options here as Zanseki is playing cool competition.
nice.
The hook. Great hook from Yin Kirby. Securing that first point for Coyo.
Yeah, finding what they needed at the very end, right before Craigley got that respawn coming in. Very good hook, and there's a prize fighter stack for Yin Kirby that they found there, by the way. That's very important. I'm pretty sure the extra core speed alone, if not the damage and knockback, is going to be very valuable for them, especially when they're scoring on a character like an Aragoli. However, the point is going very quickly in favor of Chicago Eclipse. They find both barriers, they have no energy to work with, but they might not need it.
Craigley looking really dangerous with the speed, with the slicks, with the blazing pace. Zanseki looking really low, almost dies from the hook, but good clear from Beelzebub, but that is a fadeaway jumper. He gets taken out. Zanseki pressed the point, but the ball slowly rolls in. Unfortunate for Coyo, and it's all tied up here for Chicago Eclipse.
Yeah, Dulak had the strike reset there, but I think he buffered it on the way in. Very unfortunate. However, it's an even game. Koyo's looking a lot better this set than they were last one. This could be what they need to make the game work for them. We'll really have to see on this offense, frankly, because if they can take the barrier here, as they do, very well played from Yin Kirby and Dulak finding the open space and the guarantee. And what I'm noticing, by the way, is Beelzebub is walking up a lot more frequently with that extra movement speed, and it's getting a lot done. He's really making it work. And because of that, they're finding some much more guaranteed offenses. And guaranteed is what they need this game. It's absolutely the way they need to win this game.
The guaranteed offense will come with time, so they're playing with patience. But the unfortunate clear from Scandals, clearing into Yin Kirby's primate, and Coyo will secure that second point.
Yeah, they're kind of making it work. I'm seeing Bizzle, again, just throughout that entire point, he was on the mid line. A lot of the time you can say it's because they're winning that he's there, but I will say in that game, or in that point, I think they were winning because he was there. The other way around completely. As they get the orb on Rasmus here, it's a massive Rasmus to work with, but they don't have the possession to make it count.
And Kirby clears down the Craigley, unfortunately, trying to get that slick speed, that dribbling plays. Julak beamed, damage tacked onto him, but Zanseki is looking low as well. The Dubu log somehow hits Zanseki, and he goes back for the orb. Julak, Yin Kirby, double offense down there on the bottom side. Craigley looking really low. Let's see. Oh, we get the kill. Biswap gets the flip. Does not secure the goal. We get the now has the arrow orb. Craigley looking dead. They looking dead. They found the kill. That is looking like 3 prize fighter stacks, 202 power on Yin Kirby. They're looking really strong right here. Zanseki uses the open primate to try. The flip does not breed anything. Just stalling off a Craigley. They come back on the field. Julak uses all of Nell's cooldowns to fully heal himself.
Oh no!
But the ball somehow finds the spot. No dice on the shot from Zanseki. Big Kai coming in with the fadeaway Giga Blast, trying to catch the ball, trying to catch the barrier, but that was just Koi speed. I mean, bulk up. They just got the press the point strike. Guess getting the goal.
Coyo could have found that point so long ago, so easily, but Julak went for a pass instead of a corner setup as Yin Kirby was covering an out clear. If Julak just went for inwards off of that, after when he had the orb, they could have just taken the set right then and there. As a result, Coyo is punished for that mistake by Chicago Eclipse. It's taken to a game, or a 0.5 here. This set could suddenly swing in their favor. However, Craigley is looking worse for wear. That orb is going to be picked up by him, but the momentum loss is potentially fatal as they do lose the extra barrier off of that. It is an open net for them. They need to hold this down right now, or else they're going to go to a set 4 away from their favor. They don't want that to happen. However, a now secondary covering the flip, and she is set up perfectly. There's no energy for Chicago Eclipse. This could be the end of the set. However, Dibu Wall is slowing down the momentum right now. But Yin Kirby is set for this goal. He finds a good open spot. However, Scandal is able to clear it out. Julak is not quite in the position he needs to be in to cover that. But Yin Kirby finds an open shot off of the Dibu flip pass. Beelzebub is finding some great passes off of these flips to make Yin Kirby get put in these wonderful spots for scoring. Coyo takes it to set 4. They're up in the series. They're up in the game. They're 1 set away.
Yin Kirby, well-deserved MVP. Looking at this draft right now, He might take the bulk up, but he takes Reptile with me. Yes, the winning condition is to play for that stagger because you're looking to live. Spike leadership does fall to the Dubu. Triple Spike Dubu with leadership, with CDR, with speed will allow his team to play even more of a snowball playstyle. As we got spec training going on to the Kazan and the Twin Drive going on the air to finish out the draft. Now we'll get built different.
They let Beastable get spark of leadership. He has 40 CDR. His teammates have 10 both, and they're spreading that movement speed. They're spreading the CDR. He has 40 CDR and prime time. It's going to be so hard to get through from this game, especially in a more condensed map like this formation. However, he is behind their goalie, which might not be conducive to scoring. However, it is just a natural outcome of the way he's running this offense. It is working out. They're finding these barriers. They're making it so claustrophobic for Chikara Eclipse, and it's working. This spark pickup was massive for them.
They're playing the momentum base. They're playing the secure the game, secure the goals, secure the barriers, secure the points. They're playing more. They're like you said, they're trying to play slow, but they think the win condition is to play fast. Don't let them get settled. Play into the strength. Have Chikara Eclipse play on that back foot as the Kirby passing place comes out with the now.
So well played.
Well played from Julak will secure that first point for Coyo.
Setting up the now line ahead of time to barely get around that slight arm time, and because of that, he was able to instantly click off of that shot of Scandals. He was able to strike where it perfectly. He wouldn't have been able to do that if he played it any differently. That was very well played from Julak there. Taking the first point in the set, it's looking like Chikara Eclipse doesn't have a chance, honestly. They need to change something. Okay, well, anything can happen.
Watch out! Yinka trying to salvage the defense here, pushing up with the primary. The NATO will not secure the goal, but the Tofu Poetris will slot the ball in. Pass sounds like he. What? That was the craziest option I've ever seen. The secondary and the pop down will secure the goal somehow.
It didn't even hit the ball. He just struck it right out. I don't understand. What was that?
It's the brain destroyer. As Julak. Oh, Cragley almost taken off the pitch right there. Oh, strike immediately from Cragley is not playing into the strike timing mix-ups. They're playing with confidence. They're playing with speed. Cragley with the slick speed, trying to dribble around Julak. Beelzebub almost gets an unfortunate dribble into his own barrier, but salvages with strike shot comes out, hook comes out, Tofu Fortress comes out, but stalemate on the defense here. Cragley. Roll out comes out from Beelzebub. Unfortunate timing, but they salvage with the speed, with the confidence, with the composure. But Julak is low with surprisingly a lot of damage factored on Julak with the Stinger bulk up from Kazan. They're trying to layer these abilities onto him, just trying to damage him. Maybe that's the win condition for Julak, as he is the star player on this field.
I think Coyo is playing for too many rotates here because they have that Rasmus, but they have now and Dubu, and this Dubu build is ridiculous. I'm pretty sure they just need to play way more condensed and walk forward and march the ball forward with that now and Dubu, and have Rasmus close out these points, because I'm noticing they're going to play it to Yin Kirby here. They're trying to play it for this open space, but that's not what they need to win this game. They have a conducive formula to winning here. They just need to figure it out and play for it. As Yin Kirby does find an open space here, massive barrage from Crowley to save the barrier. That is not enough to save it for as long as they want, though. Yin Kirby has this flip to work with on this offense. Crowley does flip to save it here, and they do take the barriers. Onseki might be able to flip to score the goal right here and now, and he does, as Beelzebub is not in a position to save it. Wow. Coyo definitely found some momentum at the very end there, but they weren't able to make it count.
Yeah. A pretty big blunder from Beelzebub, playing a bit too fast and pushing up when it was not needed. But Yin Kirby and Julak have two flips, trying to secure the second point for them. Julak almost looking low, but the lifeline, that's what they call it. That's what it's called. I'm trying to figure out this whole entire set. Get the barrier. Double barrier from Yin Kirby. Very good play from him. Julak uses the flip. A bit of a stalemate there. But the Koi almost gets the Yin Kirby flip.
Wow.
Doesn't matter. Never mind. We secure the flip. Saves it for this next point, and it's 2-2 for Coyo and Chikara Eclipse.
Pretty much calling out Scandals there, like, you're not going to beam me. I'm just going to play this like you're not going to beam me, and because of that, the startup is too long for Scandals to use the beam reactively. He's able to get that to a set point, a series point even, Yinkirby kind of just all-star performance at that point. However, that is, if anything, absolutely what Jakara Eclipse wants to see. The barriers are completely down, the net is open. Scandals wants to walk up and score this game. He wants to use this flip to end the set right here and now. And Beelzebub needs to hold this down if he wants this to work out. A flip comes out, but it's only going to find the first barrier and no possession for them. However, they're going to make something work with the Julock here. They're getting it more condensed. They need to get through Scandals' flip first before they can find the second barrier, however.
Yeah, Cragly and Zanzaki pushing up together. Oh, no! Unfortunate flip comes up for Beelzebub, playing a bit mechanically bad in that situation. Beelzebub still playing with confidence, even though that's what you need. You mind bogged down by that mishap. Strike shot comes out from Cragly. Not Cragly. Beelzebub. Cragly cover. Ace. Scandals pushing up with the NATO. Does not get the goal. Striking into the mix-up. The flip comes out. Does not. They save the flip on Julak. The flip goes out from Scandals. The Barrage tries to get the ball into Zanseki. Giga Blast goes wide. Tofu Fortress on the ball, on the field, trying to get around this area. Flip comes out preemptively. Wow. Good shot placement from Julak. But the strike, that was a scary strike shot. But the hook comes out. Does not get the ball. Cragly has the flip. The passing right into him. But the good. Oh my god! See this bounce house. Unfortunate kill timing. But Zanseki has the flip though. Can we play with this midfielder, please, please? No, we do not play together. But it's okay. We're just ping-ponging. It's okay. Ping-pong. Please. Oh my god. No. Scandals. No. Yinkirby, please. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Yinkirby. Oh, that was the craziest point I've ever seen. Masterclass composure for Coyo. And somehow they secured these. Oh my gosh. Cragly just dies to a CTC bounce house. But Scandals just died to a random now priming momentum. 2 Coyo will get them that series.
What was that last point? Yeah, I mean, props to the players. They're much more composed than I was. What is happening? What a crazy way to end the series. Well played to Coyo for sure.
Oh my heart needs a break from that. These stat lines: 265 redirects, he has a 250 redirects on Julak. Then, oh my gosh, I'm out of breath right now. That was cinema. My hands are up. Cinema. Oh my gosh. As we wind down, 2-1 going for Coyo. Great gameplay from both teams. But that'll wrap us up. It was a pleasure casting, and I hope to see you guys later.